Buddy and Jacinta leave Sydney.
Yeah, he can't. Oh, it's silly season in the AFL at the moment. Like the coaches, there's a couple of coaches who haven't been appointed yet. Some might get the sack. Players switching clubs. And a lot of people are saying Buddy's going to leave. And I was constantly saying to them, no, they're just playing the games.
Yeah. But if Buddy leaves, does Dusty come?
Potentially.
Is that okay? Is that a good consolation for us?
I don't know. Buddy's different.
I know he is
Dusty's
different.
great.
But Buddy, yeah. I mean, we were there with the 1,000th goal. Like, you don't get that. That's a once-in-a-generation thing, maybe. Once history
once
of
ever.
the AFL.
Yeah. All right, time for us to go. I'm going to just call up Buddy because I don't have his number, but I'll just start hitting him up on Insta.
Be like, hey, I made this hat for you.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you next time. As we said, if you want to catch up on any other apps, Best of ABC Sport podcast, we'll see you next time.
See ya.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Kerry Worthington. Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong has registered a protest against Russia's invasion of Ukraine by walking out of today's East Asia summit just as Russia's foreign minister gave an address. Southeast Asia correspondent Anne Barker reports.
Minister Wong walked out as Russia's Sergei Lavrov addressed the regional bloc meeting today in the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh. Her office says she could not sit through Mr Lavrov's attempt to justify the murder of innocent Ukrainians. It's understood the decision was made in the moment. No other delegate joined her, and an Australian official was still in the room. Mr Lavrov earlier made his own protest, along with his Chinese counterpart, when they also walked out of the summit to protest against Japan's objections to Chinese missiles fired off the coast of Taiwan.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has labelled China's military drills in the Taiwan Strait as disproportionate and escalatory. Beijing's live-fire drills follow US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's short visit to Taipei this week. She became the highest-ranking American politician to visit the self-ruled island in 25 years. Speaking at the ASEAN summit in Cambodia, Mr Blinken says there's been no change to the one China policy in the US, and Beijing hasn't responded appropriately.
The fact is, the Speaker's visit was peaceful. There is no justification for this extreme, disproportionate, and escalatory military response.
The Tamil family at the centre of a 4-year immigration battle have received permanent visas, ending a community-driven campaign against their deportation. The Nadesalingam family have been living back in Billawheeler in central Queensland since last month, after the new Labor government granted them bridging visas. They were taken from the town in 2018 and placed in immigration detention when their visas expired. Family friend Angela Fredericks says the Department of Home Affairs visited the family this afternoon to let them know they'd received permanent visas.
It was a very tense day. We knew they were coming, but we had no idea what for. So when they said the words permanent, there were just immediate tears and just such excitement and jubilation.
The Victorian Department of Health says new monkeypox vaccines will be available at 5 city sexual health clinics from next week. Those initially eligible for the vaccine will include high-risk close contacts of known monkeypox cases, sex workers, laboratory workers who analyse relevant specimens, and sexually active gay or bisexual men. Vaccinations will be available at city clinics including the Melbourne Sexual Health Centre and Paran Market Clinic, while regional residents are encouraged to access vaccines through their local public health unit. Medical practitioners are warning that the Medicare bulk billing system could be on the edge of collapse. A 9-year freeze on Medicare rebates means GPs are earning less, fewer people are entering the profession. Karen Price from the Royal Australian College of GPs says the bulk billing crisis points to deeper problems.
It's really more about the sustainability of general practice and the ability of the country to afford Medicare. It's the most vulnerable people in our society who are being increasingly affected by out-of-pocket costs in healthcare.
Former Crows player Josh Jenkins has joined Eddie Betts in talking in detail about the hurt they say was caused to players during a controversial pre-season camp that was held on the Gold Coast in 2018. Like Betts, Jenkins says he was interviewed about his childhood trauma before the camp and believes facilitators shared intel about his trauma to other players during a psychological exercise. He says on the camp, each player was scolded with abuse so they'd be physically and emotionally worn out. Jenkins says the club doctor wrote a report after assessing many players' welfare.
No one has ever acted on that report, which I know is damning. The report must see the light of day. It's the only example of a medical professional who had day-to-day dealings with the people and players who were involved.
Meanwhile, Adelaide lawyer Greg Griffin says he's been talking to several Adelaide players who were part of the camp about launching a class action against both the Crows and the AFL.
Footballers who played for the Crows and who attended that camp have reached out and sought to clarify their legal position as a consequence of, in effect, the acknowledgement by the AFL that the camp created huge problems which have been left unaddressed for 4 years.
To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for the central Gippsland coast. Scattered showers about the ranges this evening. Showers in Melbourne with rain easing later this evening. And tomorrow, showers and 15. Currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations and fosters good listening skills.
Wow! That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
This is just getting good at the G.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
To win the game for Collingwood. Elliot kicks. He kicks. He goes.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
The lefty for goal. He's got it.
From 40, brings it back for Jenkins. 51 metres out. Goes bang.
Sets the crowd alight.
Is it too far out? It's carrying. Oh my! What a finish.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Towards the pocket. Oh, beautiful play and Mark to Danaher. From long range, you bet.
The master to the apprentice from 50. Goes bang.
He has split the middle.
What a finish.
This is awesome. Fires, goes, brilliant, brilliant.
We're gonna be kidding.
He's just going. Jamara's kicked it. What a breakout night for the number 1 pick.
Brings it back superbly. Oh, he's a star.
Charging through 50 to finish. He does.
Never looks like missing.
It's just magnificent.
It's on its way. It looks pretty good. It sails through. He points to the crowd to celebrate.
He's hit it pretty well. Jack Rebold. Superstar.
How much do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kidding.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Wheels around and kicks the sealer.
What a game of footy. One of the all-time greats, that is.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The last time these two teams met was in front of 76,000 on the Queen's birthday holiday, in which Collingwood turned around a 20-point deficit halfway through the third quarter. They kicked 9 of the last 10 goals in the game to run down the reigning premiers and solidify their spot in the top 8. Tonight they're playing for a spot in the top 2 to be outright in the top 2 spots on the AFL table with just 2 games left in the home and away season. Who'd have thought the Pies on a 10-game winning sequence up against the reigning premiers? They believe they have discovered their ruthlessness. That's ruthlessness is what I'm trying to spit out off the top. And Ed Langdon added a little spice during the week when he spoke on radio to say that the Pies are all duck and no dinner. Fast footy on their terms. They're hard to stop, but they're a one-trick pony at times. Craig McRae with the perfect response, saying that any team that has to beat us will have to play the full minutes, and that is the task ahead of the reigning premiers tonight. It is Collingwood and Melbourne, 2 arch rivals, to go at it in front of a big crowd at the MCG. Winter is still with us, which we got a rude reminder of this afternoon when the heavens opened. There is rain forecast and the temperature around 12 degrees at the moment. My name's Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood. The usual crew is here on a Friday night in Melbourne. Cameron Ling, 3-time premiership player and premiership captain, man who's coached more games in VFL AFL footy than anyone else. Premiership player and coach multiple times over. Mick Malthouse. Tim Hodges is downstairs. But firstly, Kelly, there's no late change here at the G today. James Harms and Trent Bianco, their respective Medi subs. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Corbin. Where would you rather be? You touched on it. We're in the middle of a long, cold winter in Melbourne. But some games that draw you to this magnificent ground have a warm glow attached to them. And I think I'm not talking about finals games or grand finals here. I'm talking about those in the thick of winter. I think I've probably got a handful of MCG games in my brain over the last 20 years that stand out, that are simply unforgettable. One, although it was a final, as I made my way to the ground, I'll never ever forget sitting on the boundary in that 2007 preliminary final. It was Collingwood and Geelong, the Cats by 5 points, and both Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse were involved in that magnificent game in front of an heaving MCG. Lingy, when you wake up on a Friday morning, you're heading to the game, you're going to the ground, you know what's going to unfold over the next couple of hours. No matter what, first year, 15th year,
yep.
Did you still get nervous? Did you still get anxious? Because I wonder what these players are going through at the moment.
Oh, absolutely, Cal. I like you bringing up that game too. Mick might not quite like it as much, but
I can't remember it. I don't want to remember it.
You're right, Cal. It's a special feeling. You're excited feeling. I loved playing in the big games. The relevant games. A second versus third, like tonight's game is. That was magnificent. But absolutely, you were nervous, and I freely admit. There is a real fear of failure. You know you're going to the G to play in front of 100,000 people. There's probably going to be 1.5 million watching tonight, being a Friday night game, and you could stuff up and you could play a shocker, and that just nags away at you. Somehow you got to block it out and go, okay, no, we're a good team. I'm a good player. I can contribute and go out there and perform against the best in front of a massive audience.
Inside both camps momentarily, Tim Hodges inside the Pies and the Ds. Mick, I mentioned the comments from Ed Langdon off the top. What do you think as a former coach when one of your players comes out on radio a day before a blockbuster game and says something as provocative as that in the footy landscape?
Well, are you allowed to strangle him? Am I allowed to say that? Fair dinkum. You just want... Look, I don't want to dob anyone in here, but someone said to me on the way coming here, is he dumb? Or has he been set up? I mean, you just...
What if he's
dumb?
No, definitely not.
Very,
and I can tell you,
no, he's
what
not.
If he's very, very smart, which is more the case? And what if he's been honest? What's wrong with the honesty? Is it as a coach? So he said, all duck, no dinner, one-trick ponies.
So I could say of all my games, I was not honest, because there's no way known I ever was interviewed and said, you know what, we're going to smash this side because they're no good, we're on the top and they're on the bottom. Because you always have to give the opposition the respect they deserve, but don't bait people. Don't bait them. Now, if he's been set up to bait them, I know he's an intelligent man, so don't worry about it. But a lot of intelligence doesn't mean that at that moment when they get asked a question, they don't go off at the mouth.
How would you have handled it 48 hours before the game? Do you speak to him or you ignore him? Leave it?
Oh, I have to leave it now. But I just say no more. No more.
Let's see how the D's dealt with it. Their footy boss, Alan Richardson, is with our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Richo has been chuckling away listening to Mick's description there. There was a funny moment, Richo, thanks for joining us, when Ed Langdon walked off after his warm-up and you walked away from him. You didn't even want him to come near you. Is that because it's still a bit frosty or why?
No, that's because Ed's trying to get in front of things, and his line now is that he did it deliberately so he doesn't have to do media anymore, which I'm in Mick's camp.
Yeah. He's a smart man, Mick.
Sometimes he's too smart for his own good and just things blurt out, and it was we didn't like it. We want to be respectful. He's a really respectful guy, Ed. He's made it blue.
Do you kick him up the backside?
What we'll do? No, I've left it alone. Really, he's got a game to play, and this guy, I don't think it's going to do much really. There's top 4 spot for both teams up for grabs, so the motivation's through the roof for both teams. We'll have a reminder with everyone during the week in terms of just protocol and make sure that we praise the opposition and don't give them any added ammunition, but I don't think it's going to do much tonight.
We love it. Craig McRae said on the television coverage before that he had duck for dinner last night, so they're taking it well. Yeah,
okay. No, I was having some dinner and I choked on a bit of sausage when I heard it. It was not ideal, but we'll move on.
Can I ask, where you're standing is mud. On the way to the ground today, it was pouring rain. It's absolutely magnificent now, but there is more rain coming. What do you think that does to the contest?
Well, it'll make it brutal. That's what it'll do. They're both really powerful midfields, and both teams thrive in the contest. That's certainly our go. We're a really strong contest defensive team, and that's the way the game will play. It won't be. We played the Dogs a couple of weeks ago at Marvel, and it was one touch. It was clean. It was in one side. It was out the other. That won't necessarily be the case tonight, particularly if the rain continues to come. It'll be making sure you get your basics and your fundamentals right and stay over the footy and surge and get it going your way. It'll be a bit much more like that.
Great to have Alan Richardson for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Richo, thanks for joining us first of all. I think we saw, and everyone agrees, and even Simon Goodwood spoke after the game, Melbourne were back to their ruthless best last week. It's nice and easy to say that you want them to play like that and click your fingers and go out and do it, but how do you, as a coaching group, build a team to get back to playing that way? And as you said, they're going to have to deliver it again tonight because it will be in a contest. What things did you reset to get them back ruthless, hard and ready for the contest?
I think the most important thing, Lingy, was for us to stay consistent in terms of what's important to us. And so what was the review going to look like? What is the messaging through the week going to look like? And we weren't going to deviate at all from that. That's been the case all the way through. But I think it'd be fair to say that added on top of the consistency was some challenge that was disappointing a couple of weeks ago. We don't get 110 points kicked against us. That hasn't happened for a long time. And, that was a really strong reminder for us that we're not where we want to be. That was 2 weeks ago, and so it was a terrific response last week. It means nothing if we don't do it again tonight. We know there's not a lot of games left in the lead up to the finals. We need to, keep winning to make sure we give ourselves the best position to launch again, and we're not going to get that opportunity unless we play like we did last week. So that's our focus.
Richo, Mick Malthouse, how you going, mate?
Good, Mick.
Just the Collingwood win, the biggest win they've had in the last 10 weeks has been against Melbourne. Keeping you 8 goals, they kicked 12.
Yep.
I dare say you would have reviewed it, but what's going to be the differences because Collingwood are playing basically the same type of game they've played since Fly's come on. He's been able to introduce that game over a 4 or 5 game period. Then they've stayed with it virtually all the way through. So we're not talking about one-trick ponies here. We're talking about the actual the way, the DNA. What can you blokes do different that's going to change that? Because they were all over you in that game in June.
Yeah, no, they were very impressive. That was when we were probably at our lowest. That was the third, I think, of a 3-game losing streak: Freo, Sydney, and then the Pies. And all those teams were quite unique in terms of the way they played against us. They did a bit of work on our defenders to make sure they didn't intercept. They certainly did some work, with our forwards or with their own defenders to make sure that they held shape and were able to get things on their terms a bit. And it was a post that block of 3, if you like, Mick, that we went away and looked at what certain teams are doing. We thought we had a bit to do ourselves. It was not all what the opposition do. We had some work to do ourselves. But no, we think we're better for that for going through that. We think that our ability against a few methods, because there is a couple of trends in the game where certain teams are defending this way and other teams are defending that way, and that seems to be mixed in the top 8 as well. So it's going to be a challenge for teams in the finals, and we think we've worked through that pretty well.
Alan, just last one before you go. Angus Brayshaw, Simon Goodwin told us pre-game last week with obviously no James Harmes, he would play in the midfield. Harmes is the sub tonight. Does he start in the guts again?
Yeah, he'll go wherever we need him, but yeah, we really liked what we saw last week. I think because he's played back all year and played it really well, he's given us another defensive edge to our midfield. We got the big balls that charge and surge, and I'm talking of Viney, Petrarca and Oliver, and it's just good to have someone that's got a real cover to their play, and he did that really well for us last week. We liked it.
Good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Alan Richardson, the footy boss of the D's. Tim Hodges will duck inside the Collingwood camp momentarily as well, so we'll get you there in just a moment. The big footy story of the week has been the fallout from the 2018 controversial camp that the Adelaide Crows went on. It follows the release of Eddie Betts' book, where he details exactly what took place at the time. Josh Jenkins, one of his teammates from the Crows at that particular time, has added his voice to it, speaking on the Sports Entertainment Network earlier this afternoon.
As Eddie stated in his book, I also took a phone call with the supposed counsellor and again expressed my desire that my unusual upbringing was of no significance to me as an athlete or a teammate. I specifically asked for assurance pre-camp that nothing regarding my childhood would be raised or used on the camp to spur me on or to break me down. It is my belief that this promise was broken, and I'm not certain that I'll ever forgive the individuals involved for that. Myself and a coach stood up after one meeting and demanded we tell each other what had happened. But the CEO and or football manager, I can't exactly recall who, stood up and said we were unable to because the club had signed confidentiality agreements on everyone's behalf. I said I did not sign a damn thing. And the last thing I'll say is this. There is a report from our club doctor, Mark Cesana, whom I sat with on countless occasions, where he assessed my welfare and did the same with others. He wrote a lengthy report off the back of his dealings with us as players and people. No one has ever acted on that report, which I know is damning. It's the only example of a medical professional who had day-to-day dealings with the people and players who were involved. He was concerned about us. He expressed his disappointment to me about what had happened, but never disclosed the details of what he discussed with other players. But I presume it was similar. Hence, in my opinion, why the report needs to see the light of day.
So they were the major talking points to come out of what Josh Jenkins had to say today. A broken promise on confidential information. He claims that the players were told that there had been an NDA signed on their behalf and that the doctor's report that documented what went on and was described by the club doctor as unacceptable has never been released. So Jenkins obviously follows what came out with Eddie Betts' release of his book, Cameron, a couple of days earlier, and in his interview on 360 the night before. What's, I guess, your reaction to everything that's been detailed in the last 48 hours?
I am still in shock that the Adelaide Crows and the people in the leadership would have their players go through this, first of all. I got quite angry as the more, and when it was the excerpts were released, so I read them and I thought, oh, gee, that sounds ordinary. And then I heard Eddie talk and I heard the responses from the Players Association and the AFL and the Crows, and it just got me angrier bit by bit that the players were exposed to this and their trust was so severely broken. And to now hear those words from Josh, and so it wasn't just Eddie, and Eddie said that. He said, stop referring to it as just me or just the Indigenous players. It was all Crows players who their trust was broken. I can't believe it's happened. I'm pretty scathing on the Players Association in all of this as well, Corbs, in the aftermath of it, because in my view, and I'm happy to be corrected here, Mick, but the club is the number one organisation that should protect a player and should support a player and look after a player. When that club fails a player, which the Crows did on this occasion, they failed their players, the next line of defence for that care and support is the Players Association. Do a proper investigation. Ask the proper questions. Speak to every single person. The anecdotal evidence about this camp was around. We were hearing it in circles. Now, we didn't know what was fact and we didn't know what had been exaggerated, but it was out there. I think the Players Association badly failed these players as well. And I still just can't believe the Adelaide Crows let their players go through this and the trust was broken so badly.
Well, I totally agree with you, Lingy, that you've only got one asset in a football club, and that is your players. And unfortunately, and I'll extend this a little bit further by saying that some football clubs have got a lot of money, and therefore then when the player leaves, they can still look after him. Most football clubs can't because they haven't got the infrastructure, they haven't got the people, they haven't got the money. So whilst you've got those players, it is your fundamental right to educate them, help them grow, make them better footballers, love the club, and football's very hard these days because it's so demanding. All those things, and you have the obligation. I'm bewildered by allowing anyone who can try to pull players apart. It's never been my... I've gone to a club, I've got a couple of clubs actually that have had something similar, and I got rid of it in the first day because I was not happy with the way they humiliated the player in front of his mates. It is just not practical. It serves no purpose, and all it does is destroy any confidence that player has in the teammates and people around him. You've got to look after your players. Right?
So where's the culpability, Mick? Is it with the senior coach? Is it with the footy boss? Is it with the CEO? Where do we lay the blame for what's taken place?
Look, I had training camps at West Coast, and Don Pike would have been part of them. So Donnie would have been known. Now, look, I'm going to protect him here by saying he would have been told something. Now, whether he took it all in. Now, Josh Jenkins has already said something that whatever he was going to say was not to be repeated. Now, I'm only hoping that Don Pike was told the same stuff and the organisation broke it. So, therefore, Don really... But you are a senior coach, so you've got to take responsibility. The club's got to take responsibility. And none of this stuff about, we signed something on your behalf. That is rubbish. You sign something yourself and you mean it, or you don't sign it and you mean not signing it. Not having someone sign it for you. That is ridiculous. So I reckon the club are at fault. I reckon the AFL are at fault.
Yep.
As soon as they get to a stage where it gets a bit hard, it's either the plug is pulled from the wall, it's swept under the mat, or we are no longer talk about it, and we'll talk about something else. You watch. There would have been another big thing that jumped up and jumped in front of it. And the Players Association, I don't have a lot to do with the Players Association. From what I can gather, they do a damn good job. Lingy, you would know more about what took place this last time. I don't. But I reckon there's so many people at fault here. And the victims are the players.
Yeah. The other thing with the PAs, they do fall under the AFL umbrella, which is something that needs to change. The players need to get together and make sure they've got a union that isn't falling under the washing machine of money from the AFL and isn't funded by the game. They need to have a union that's completely separate.
Correct, because now the Players Association does a fine job negotiating the next collective bargaining agreement and getting more money for the players and some support around education and things like that. Great. They don't do enough for past players and things that have... So these players have finished at their clubs. Move on, straight away. Josh Jenkins, he's done, finished, move on. Eddie Betts, he's done, finished, move on. Even players suffering from concussion, from debilitating injuries. Their lives are affected. Their minds are affected. They don't do enough for those people. And they're the ones they've got to focus on, the ones that have struggled post... playing career. The idea that every single player retires and is set for life because they're on $1 million a year for 15 years is a load of rubbish.
Interesting one is Patrick Dangerfield is the president of the Players Association, and he lived with Tom Lynch, former Adelaide Crow. He was a former Adelaide Crow, very close with Eddie Betts, very, very close with Josh Jenkins. So he would have, I'm not saying he's at fault or anything here, but he would have been aware of what was happening as well. It reminds me a lot of Essendon.
It's a lot of that.
Winning over welfare, the breach of trust, it blows up a club, it ruins careers, it hurts lives, the drug scandal, it's all just to gain this edge. And when you think this camp was to gain an edge to go from second to first, and the good people left the club. So you always knew there was a bad smell. They never played good footy again, the likes of Jenkins, Jacobs, Betts even never regained what he had, his sparkle.
The whole club.
Tom Lynch, and then there's the Indigenous aspect of, I guess, Corbyn, which is why the diversity in sports media is so important. Listening to everyone comment on Eddie Betts' comments this week. I actually I spoke with a First Nations person today, and when you look at Goods and Rioli and now Betts have left, they're Indigenous icons who have left this game that we love with a bad taste in their mouth. There's clearly still such a disconnect between the people that run the AFL and the people that run clubs, which, let's be honest, are mainly white men, and then the Indigenous players that play this game. And the AFL would say, well, look, we're learning and we've got welfare, we've got programs in place, we have an Indigenous round. But hang on, what about the welfare of these players? When that really comes to the crunch, there is just a massive gap and a lack of understanding about the Indigenous culture. And, he said, Gillon McLachlan said sorry to Eddie Betts. He's going to have to, the AFL now has to apologise to all those players.
Kel, just that last little part you mentioned about white males, I don't agree with that. But what I will totally agree with you is you're talking about AFL officials who have not had club life. this is a great opportunity to bring someone in who has had club life. And let me tell you, someone who's had club life understands every aspect, or generally, if they've got to the top, understands the aspects of culture, of religion, of educated to non-educated, blah, 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 because they've lived it at the player level.
Right. But the people running the game haven't, and they don't understand.
You are spot on. Spot on.
So Josh spoke today, there needs to be an acknowledgement and there needs to be some accountability for the people that were in charge at the time. I guess it's up to the AFL now. I'm with you, Mick. I mean, the AFL has discretionary powers for this purpose, bringing the game into disrepute. They used it on Melbourne. They used it on Essendon. They didn't use it on West Coast when there was a drug culture, obviously, at the club back in 2006. It was more the individuals. It's really up to them now as to whether they want to explore that or not.
And the club, from a bigger picture, you think of Andrew McLeod, who left under, he hasn't been back after he fell out with the club around this time, and Tex Walker are making those racist remarks at the end of last year.
Davis and Cracker.
Yeah.
The list goes on.
Correct.
Yep. We've got the game preview coming up. There'll be more on it discussed tomorrow on SA Grandstand with Aaron Bryans and Scott Camporeale, who was obviously part of the camp at that particular time. Full preview next.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
Potentially, he's throwing fuel onto the fire.
He was famous for kicking spectacular goals
without having some international hotshot come in and pretend that they know more than they do. And I really do think that that's made a difference.
Got another call from my agent, sort of letting me know, welcome to the NBA.
It's been a terrific 2 weeks for track and field in Australia.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the Listen app.
We come in on a crowded train or park our car in mud. Us kids play car park kick to kick in our team colours that we love. Records! This time I'll buy my own. And I can see the ball this year, cause that's how much I've grown. We're in the queue, we're through the gates and enter hallowed ground. I sit up tall and I can't wait to hear that siren sound. The AFL Final Series with ABC Sport starts September.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Second versus third, it feels like the biggest game of the home and away season so far. Melbourne, who have started to discover their best footy, the reigning premiers, up against the new kids on the block from Collingwood, who are so far ahead of expectation in season 2022. They've won 10 on the bounce, and the winner tonight will be a game clear in the top two with just 2 rounds left in the home and away season. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges is on the boundary, and our Grandstand AFL experts, premiership players and a premiership coach, Cameron Ling, alongside Mick Malthouse. There is no late change for either team. James Harms, who missed last week with concussion, comes back in as the Medi sub for Melbourne, and Trent Bianco is the sub for Collingwood. It is a fascinating game in prospect. We've heard from Ed Langdon in a radio interview yesterday where he spoke about the Pies being all duck and no dinner. Fast footy on their terms. They're a one-trick pony at times. Alan Richardson, who we caught up with as part of our pre-game, said the D's weren't too impressed with the comments, but he made a blue, and perhaps he won't be on too many radio rosters for the foreseeable future. Both teams conducting their preliminary warm-up in the change rooms, and we're just waiting the arrival of both teams out onto the Plain Arena. Unfortunately, after what has been a pretty good week weather-wise, we got a reminder this afternoon that winter is in fact still here, 12 degrees and showers forecast, Lingy, for the night.
You know the Ed Langdon stuff, Corbs. I was only just thinking recently how long it's been since we've had a little bit of angst between teams. And Mick, I must say, occasionally as coaches, not always you, but you know, a little bit of Sheeds would niggle someone, or Lee or someone. There'd be just a little bit of a clash or two publicly between coaches. Not often the players would get involved. I thought, it doesn't really happen anymore. We don't have that big build-up where, like, you know, stuff you, I'm coming for you type thing. Yeah. Well, Ed Langdon's provided a little bit of that.
Well, he has, Lingy. He has. Can I just go back and, Lingy, I will punch you if you say I was around at the time. Well, I was around, but I wasn't. I was a baby. But in the 50s and early 60s, it was Collingwood and Melbourne. I was around, wasn't I? But I'm not as mature as
you'd only coached 100 games at that stage.
I knew he'd get me. But the Melbourne and Collingwood through the 50s and 60s was you had the Melbourne, the doctors and the lawyers and
they were the blue bloods.
They were the blue bloods, and just over the road, you had the cotton factories and the wool factories and the abattoirs and God knows what else from the Collingwood point of view.
Are you telling me Collingwood weren't the Blue Bloods?
I don't think they've ever been a Blue Bloods, Corbin. You know full well. So, but look, you could probably smell the abattoirs from here. So I mean, it would have been unbelievable in those times, particularly when Melbourne had that big run and then Collingwood snatched one off them to break that. Would have never been a six in a row premiership thing. Walking here tonight, I felt this is probably the best I've felt all year, thinking, I can't wait for this game because it's got the hallmarks of two different cultures clashing.
Yep.
And then Langdon gets up and does that. That would have been a Collingwood thing. That would have been a Tony Shaw thing saying it. But no, Langdon gets up and says it, so he might have a bit of, in the western suburbs or the northern suburbs hearing him.
We love it in the media. We want more of it because we love the honesty. And it adds to it. It makes it spicy. But Alan Richardson told us a little earlier they didn't like it, the Melbourne coaches, and that they'll let him know they didn't like it. And they'll reiterate to all the players, stick to the script. But if you're Craig McRae, if you're in that Collingwood hot seat, do you use it at all tonight?
Well, interestingly enough, most times you wouldn't. But you know what? That would have been shown in full focus on the biggest screen in the rooms.
Really?
Yep, too right. Not now, not today. When did he say it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yep.
So if it was done before the coach's time, it would have been done there. But going into here, no, you lose focus then. But if they don't know and they haven't, then it would be filtered through the rooms. You would allow someone, the doorman, to say something and let it filter without making an issue. But if it had been done a little bit earlier and they could have done it in the dressing rooms, what do you reckon of this bloke?
Could I suggest that it would be perhaps a little quick word with the player who's maybe likely to be steel side bottom?
That's right.
An experienced player, just pull him aside and say, you towel him up tonight.
Yeah.
You destroy him tonight.
Yeah.
Just look him in the eye. And that would be enough for someone like Steel Sidebottom to understand, I got him.
Yes.
If I was in the coaching position, I'd use it individually rather than a big rah-rah to the whole group. Because some in the group wouldn't care. They'd be like, what? What did Ed Langdon say?
But you only need yeah, but you only need 5 or 6 to know.
Yeah.
I mean, look, no matter what speech you give as a coach, the ruckman aside, the rest of them can probably understand you before it gets to them, right? No, well, it takes a bit longer to get to them, Cal. So
I just love your plan of just a little whisper to the doorman.
Yeah, and on the way in, gee, listen. So enough is said. Enough is said.
There would have been a time too that the Langdon family were cheering on Collingwood, of course.
Yes.
His brother Tom was a member of the Pies from 2014 through to 2019 as Collingwood get set to make their way out onto the ground, up the race. It's an away game for the Collingwood Football Club, so they're predominantly in white tonight with the black stripes and in the white shorts. There's no late change for either team. James Hart's the sub and Trent Bianco for Collingwood inside the Pies camp in just a moment. Lingy?
You know what prompted me to think of the fact that it doesn't happen as often anymore? There was vision on TV of Sheeds getting pelted with the marshmallows.
Yes.
That's sort of stirring up the opposition. I want a little bit of it back.
Yep.
I like it.
As an Essendon supporter growing up, it felt like when Sheets was coaching every team, there was something. There was the jacket match with West Coast and the marshmallows against the Roos. There's a little bit in this tonight. The winner will go a game clear in the top 2 with just 2 rounds left in the home and away season. The Pies are out there on the ground, an opportunity to head inside their camp. Tim Hodges is with assistant coach Hayden Skipworth.
Thank you, Corbin. Joined by Hayden Skipworth from Collingwood, the coach of the One Pony Football Club. Can I ask you first, it's probably a bit of a joke, but the Ed Langdon comments on radio during the week, have they been mentioned downstairs in the rooms at all by the club?
No, not at all. Whatever people say about us, they can say. We've stick to what we know, and hopefully we can get the win tonight. That's all we're focusing on.
Can we ask you about the weather? It has been a pretty wild afternoon in Melbourne, a lot of weather coming, a lot of rain coming. What does that do, in your opinion, to the clash tonight?
Well, we've played in rain in a lot of the games this season, so we actually don't mind it. We're sort of a territory-focused offence, so we don't go backwards and force turnovers that way. So we'll go forward with the ball like we always do tonight, and if it rains, it rains. It won't affect us either way.
Can I ask you about Jeremy Howe? Copped a really bad one in the hip last Sunday. He was sore Saturday. He was sore all week. I was functioned with him on Tuesday night. He said he was a bit doubtful, but his recovery skills have been enormous to get up for tonight.
Yeah, it's a bit of carry on, I think, from Howie, but no, He's got one of those. He's over 30, but he's got one of those young bodies. He's tends to recover pretty well from knocks and injuries. So yeah, he's at 100% fitness tonight, and he'll play an important role down back for us.
Was there a moment this week that you thought he might struggle?
No, not at all. I spoke to him after the game, and he's pretty confident he was going to get up, even though it was a short turnaround. And he trained during the week, and he was fine.
You spent so much time of your week working with Jamie Elliot. After a decade, he finally reaches game 150 tonight. Just a word on Jamie and his influence on you and what he's meant to this footy club.
He's been enormous. He's a leader of the forward line. He helps the young kids. I'm sure like Jack Ginnivan and Trent Bianco and Bo McCreary, these guys wouldn't have the starts of their careers without him. So he's an extension of the coach. He's on the ground. He can see the game really well and articulate things really well. And I'm right for him to reach 150. Hopefully his next 100 games come a bit quicker. But hopefully we can make it a special night for him tonight.
Have you followed a bit of his journey from before you got to the club? He had a wretched run for year after year after year. I think it was almost 90 games he's missed along the way.
Yeah, it's incredible. I'm sure there was some times where he was in some dark spots, but he's an absolute professional. His body's immaculate, and he turns up pre-season in great shape every year. And like I said, he's been able to string some games together now. Hopefully he can get a good run at the finals this year.
It's hard to believe after 10 straight wins, you're the rank underdog tonight. How is the confidence in the camp?
Yeah, it's great. Like we're finishing games really well, so that's they've been either just down or just up, and we've been able to finish the games off. So hopefully we can get up and it's a bit easier game, but if it's close down to the wire, back our guys to get the job done.
I think it's going to be a close one tonight.
Yeah, well, they're in great form and we're in good form. So, like I said to you earlier, they're probably the measuring stick over the last couple of years. So it'd be good to see where we're at against probably the form team over the last year and a half.
We can't wait for it. We appreciate your time. So close to the bounce of the ball. Thank you, Hayden Skipworth.
No, thanks for having me.
In the camp. That was Hayden Skipworth, the assistant coach of the Collingwood Football Club, with Tim Hodges. No late change here at the MCG. The two Medi subs, James Harms for Melbourne and Trent Bianco for the Pies. Both teams are now out on the ground while Hayden was chatting. The Melbourne Football Club made their way out. It's a Demons home game, so predominantly in the navy blue with the red V and the navy shorts on again tonight. The conversation around Collingwood is fascinating. I spoke about this on Offsiders last week. Who'd have thought if Collingwood were on a 10-game winning streak, Lingy, and they had two kids with Dacos as a surname both in their team, they'd won 10 in a row. They're essentially equal second on the table. They have a chance to go a game clear in the top two tonight with 2 rounds left in the season. You would think that this bandwagon is out of control and all of a sudden all the hype in town would be around Melbourne, around Collingwood in Melbourne. And yet it feels like anyone in footy just wants to tell you why they can't win it and they're ahead of their time and they're just a development team and they've been lucky to win so many close games. Craig McRae surely would be laughing, thinking how low expectations are still on this team despite the position they're in.
Not if they win tonight.
No, that is true. That is bandwagon will break through the gate and off it goes. But you're right. And Craig McRae, I think, he's led that narrative beautifully. That, hey, we're out there having a crack. We're putting as much pressure on. We're harassing. We're having a crack at the contest. And we're playing with dare. I love the fact that he keeps saying, I don't want you to play boring footy. And it just feels like, he's just got them on board and he's given them this belief. But they're not that good and they're not going to win the flag. But the fact that it now just keeps on happening. And yes, the law of averages says they've got to lose a close one eventually. Why? Why can't they keep going on and winning? Why can't they, with the way that they play, Mick? Because they play with that high energy, high pressure, terrific around the contest, dare and attack, and the combination of super experienced players like Pendlebury and Sidebottom and these guys with young, creative Josh and Nick Dacos and Ginnivan up forward and everything they do. Why can't they keep upsetting teams?
Well, there's no reason, Lee. And the other thing is, too, the team, you can only do as well against a team that you're facing. And yes, there's been a lot of close ones. Their biggest win in the last 10 weeks has actually been against Melbourne, as I said before. But when you analyse their team, they've got, I know he won't mind me saying this, and having spoken to Craig a few times this year, he doesn't like sides going backwards. So straight away, you eliminate making mistakes back in your front 50. So therefore, if you have a look at the turnovers made there, there might be only 3 or 4 a game, and you might score 3 goals. That's 3 goals less they have to worry about. They don't want to be trapped by the opposition, so they move the ball quickly. If you're trapped by the opposition, you might be good enough to take a couple of marks, but most of the time you don't. We always record the marks, but we don't record the number of times it hits the ground, and that's by far more than marking. They're quite versatile. They don't have any problems about putting Penry to half-back flank or bringing him into the middle when they need him to extract the ball or lead from the middle there. They've got Cameron, who's kicked their third most number of goals, which I find is extraordinary, really. On tonight's performance, he's on the third. They've got Myercheck, Ginnivan and Henry's not playing, but Cameron, which is quite extraordinary as a ruckman. Elliot is now in form.
Yep.
Howe can mark and do anything he wants to on the half-back line, and Moore is probably close to All-Australian again.
Well, that's the one for me. So for all their attack and their dare and their creativity in their contest, they have 3 absolute elite defenders.
Yeah.
So Darcy Moore, Jeremy Howe, Braden Maynard.
Yeah.
Are just in the top group,
echelon.
Yep, of defenders. So they can actually afford to cough a couple up.
Yeah.
Going for it, being daring, and that one didn't work, it get through. They've got the ability to clean it up because of those types of defenders. Now I still am I'm in that camp, Corbs, of that not total believer, because I still think Melbourne win tonight, and they're a more advanced team, and they're that little bit deeper and a little bit stronger in the middle of the ground. All of the reasons why I think Melbourne probably win tonight and possibly win comfortably. I've thought that probably a lot over the last 8 weeks or 10 weeks.
Yeah.
And Collingwood
just
keep saying, to forget you. We're going to take this game on and we're going to win this game. So,
he's made a bit of a difference, Lingy. And I know this sounds really strange, and I probably would have thought this 10 weeks ago. I reckon Hibbard's made a difference to Melbourne.
Yes.
And the reason why I say that, because of Lever and May get all the attention and clubs try to upset that type of balance, Hibbard will take the most dangerous forward of his height or slightly, if Lever's not playing taller, but if his Lever is playing slightly smaller. So he may well go onto an Elliot. And Elliot's been in outstanding form. But I reckon last year he got dropped towards the end of the season, didn't play in the grand. I don't think he played in the grand final. But the bearing he has had in the last few weeks has been profound. Now, he's going to cough the ball up, but so does Maynard. But you know what? You'd go into a trench with both of them any day of the week, because they're going to give their absolute best and their heart and soul. So, we've been talking about Collingwood, but if you jump onto Melbourne, and the other one is, I reckon sides could go, if you look at all the major figures, Oliver, Petrarca and Gawn, Collingwood have got a bigger and better spread. So therefore, if you're able to sit on Oliver or take one of those players out, then you're looking at the 4th or 5th mid to come up. Now, this is where I think that Collingwood will probably stay in the game, because if they put some work in the middle, Jack Cripps will no doubt do some sort of that work, and he's been clearly their best rebounding player.
Chris has been brilliant.
Yeah.
They met on Queen's birthday, of course. It was an interesting game of footy. Melbourne led by 20 points midway through the third quarter. Collingwood kicked 9 of the last 10 goals to run them down, including 6 goals to 1 in the last term to win by 26 points. So 20 of the 23 out there for both teams. Big in for Melbourne being Stephen May, who of course was suspended last time, didn't play. Melksham and Hunt also in from that team. No Turner, Brown and Chandler, so 3 fringe players miss out. For Collingwood, there's no Tyler Brown, no Henry on selection, and Tay Adams is the big one who's missing with a groin complaint. He won't play again in the home and away season. Then Bianco, Johnson and Carmichael are the new names for Collingwood on that list. Also an interesting stat, Mick, you love the history of the game. Surprisingly, the same premiership team has never played another game together ever. So the same premiership team from the year before has never played a single game as the same unit again, whether that's 21, 18, 19, 23.
Is that right?
Yeah, Richmond were the closest a couple of years ago, weren't they? Was that right?
Melbourne have 21 of their 23 in tonight. The only 2 new faces, Melksham and Hunt.
Yep.
And Hunt, so
Did he play last
he
year?
ended up playing. Yeah,
that's right.
the only two missing, McDonald, who's injured, and Bowie, who's lost his spot for Hunt at the moment.
Yes.
Amazing, 21
that
of the
is-
23 that we've never seen the Premiership team ever play again.
Are we going
together.
to be close to the maximum crowd between these two? Do you reckon we get close to it? It was in 1956, Corbin. It was 116,000. Are we going to get close to that? Tim, you're on the boundary. We're getting close.
I think we are getting close. Max Gawn just won the toss. The Demons will kick to the City end. It is box office tonight, Mick. The Demons and the MCC expecting, they say it between 65 and 75,000. It's normally a bit smaller gap, but I think they're a bit wary with the rain we've copped this afternoon. But you know when they're up the top deck, the back rows of the top deck, that this is going to be a monster crowd. And that's amazing considering the weather. It's been a wet afternoon in Melbourne. It will be a wet night. Lots and lots of rain still on the way. The ground is super slippery and very muddy on the edges, I noticed during the Alan Richardson interview. No late changes. Jeremy Howe has come up from that hip injury last Saturday against the Power. The medical subs for the Demons, it's James Harms. For the Magpies, Trent Bianco. It does have a big finals feel. It's a blockbuster feel about this game. It's a monster crowd and huge stakes between second and third. Good calling.
And Tim, should I just say about the weather, that rain, it's not raining in the mountains, so I reckon they're coming back. They won't be skiing, mate. They'll come back to this game.
Lingy, you're on the D's?
I am on the D's tonight.
I was Melbourne in the paper. I'm going for Collingwood.
Oh, it's a little bit each way.
I'm going for Collingwood.
From Mick Moldhouse.
That's called sitting on the fence, Nick.
The winner,
winner's going for black and white sitting on the fence, Cal.
The winner tonight will be a game clear in the top two with just 2 rounds left in the home and away season. The biggest game of the year so far on a Friday night to start round 21. It's Melbourne and Collingwood. You're with Kelly Underwood on Grandstand AFL.
They're going next to Oliver on the edge of that centre circle, and it's Jackson that rises, but Cameron wins it in the ruck. Straight down to DeGoey, who's tackled by Clary, the number 13 for the Demons. Viney was in there as well, and Brayshaw tossed up. Cameron, a little fresh airy, little toe poke into the first key possession there was for Viney, and then side bottom, tackled. Trying to scoop it was Oliver, only as far as Langdon. And it's on. Langdon was tackled by Pendlebury, Maynard rather, ridden into the turf, and they pile on top of him. And now push and shove, and it turns into a bit of a melee here on the Yarra side wing, in front of that great southern stand. And you heard the crowd, the jeers. Viney now, he's bumped. And the umpire says, give it to me.
I would have really enjoyed playing with Brayden Maynard, Mick.
We love a bit of spice. No late change for either team. One down by Cameron on the wing. Still no clean possession at his feet. Viney puts his head over it, extracts it for Melbourne. Now Brayshaw scoops a hand punch straight out to Crisp. Got it for Collingwood. Kicks to centre half forward. May leaves. Myercheck punches it to the boundary line, and we'll get a throw in. Forward pocket for the Pies.
Yeah, well, what a great opening. This is September and two sides fighting for a top spot. This is, it's not September, you know, but it's the type of footy that you expect. Crowd are anticipating action.
Pies won 6 of the last 7 against the D's, including Queen's Birthday, as Jackson palms it down to Viney, clears defensive 50. Maynard overruns it. Gawn scoops it up. Hand pass down the wing. This is Howe, though, for the Pies. The 1-2 with Maynard. Howe can pump the Pies back inside 50 to the top of the goal square. May across the pack. And in fact, May finds the safety of the boundary line in front of Hibbert and Petty, his 2 teammates, and it's out of bounds. Forward pocket for Collingwood. With 2 minutes in, there's no score either way.
Interestingly, that Melbourne elected to spoil the balls as opposed to go for their marks. Could have marked both of those.
Boundary throw in. Oh, that's perfect. Darcy Cameron straight down to DeGoey. And DeGoey snares the first. Beautiful tap ruck work by Darcy Cameron in that right forward pocket. And he had space to DeGoey. Set play, snap on the left. And he kicks the opener at the punt road end of the MCG. So it's the first goal of the night to the Pies. 1 straight 6. Melbourne yet to score.
Superb work by Darcy Cameron. Outstanding ruck work, as you called then, Cal. But I am still trying to figure out how on earth Jordan DeGoey was able to arc around corridor side to get that hit and had all sorts of space. So a breakdown in defensive structure, a breakdown in communication for DeGoey to just waltz through and do whatever he wanted. I think it's off Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver was standing next to him.
And just looking around, Oliver saying, oh, is someone going to cover me? Well, no, you got to go with him.
Yeah, that's great. Fantastic ruck work.
To go, he kicks the first of the night. Jackson for the Demons, back in the middle, wins it down, then follows up. Hand pass out in front of Viney. Was he taken high? Yes, and the tackle from Crisp. And a centre break coming up for the Demons. Feints to hand pass. He's going to kick it himself. Viney to the top of the goal square. Melksham dragged down, no free. Gawn competes, spills to Petrarca to answer straight back. And the champs exchange blows at either end. Petrarca kicks Melbourne's first. The D's are one straight. Collingwood one straight. 3.5 minutes in on Grandstand AFL.
I just think the two goal kickers, it just tells you something about the game. They're both bulls, they're both strong, they'll stand on their feet, and they will, in this case he had to break tackles, and to go he didn't, but could have, because he just had steam up. Both sides are going to have this pressure. I don't think it's going to be a big scoring game, but those two goals have come relatively easy, Lingy.
Yeah, I was just watching the replay. Mick, you're right about how strong Petrarca is. Darcy Moore was the one tackling him, who's a big man, and just couldn't stop him.
No.
They're powerful players, and you got a good clear run at it off Maynard, and the tackle just wasn't able to stick. Brilliant goal by Petrarca.
Well, he's actually got two of them at him.
Blockbuster material, and the two big names have opened the account. Viney out of the centre again for touch number 4. Bouncing ball. Gawn gets there. He goes to ground. Maynard had him. Moore picks it up and just scatters that kick to the outer side. Goes past Hoskin Elliot. Levers able to trap it to Langdon, to Brayshaw. Off a standing step. He's going to kick it right to the arc. Petrarca had the sit. Coming the other way was Maynard. Big ball to be won here. It spills the way of Dacos. Handballs to DeGoey. Still in the defensive 50. Josh Dacos run down. He's been run down, and it's a free kick to the tackler, Christian Salem.
Well, there's a lesson there. Don't hand pass to someone who, one, is going to be in a compromised position, because the heat's on. It might be okay in third and fourth quarter, but not in the early part of this game, because everyone's up and round and they're going to nail you.
They were just coming for him, weren't they?
They were.
Salem nailed it, but there were others in the area as well. So that overuse of the footy. Jack Viney, he was the one last week who got them going against Fremantle. He's already started off on fire. 2 clearances, 4 contested possessions.
So he's going to have to kick it from right on 50. Pretty much directly in front to the city end. He puts it on his left, sends it on its way. It's his first goal for the season. Salem strikes. Back-to-back goals for the D's. 2 straight 12, the Pies 1 straight 6 after nearly 6 minutes here in the opener for round 21.
Almost going to say he would struggle with that. Since he's come back from his knee operation, he's lacked penetration. So that took him to be able to get level with the man on the mark, so standing the mark actually helped him. I've got to see it again on TV just to confirm that, but I reckon he took that extra yard, and he may not have made the distance, but the interesting fact was there that they were prepared to push up Melbourne. They generally have a very good structured back half, and they stay back a bit, no further than the centre, but they were able to push right up into that tackle.
So DeGoey with the first of the night, and then goals to Petrarca and Salem. It's Melbourne 2-1. Friday night footy, no rain at present after a wet afternoon, but showers are forecast as Gawn hooks it down behind at the restart. Pendlebury over the top of the footy. It's pushed between his legs. Jordan had a go at it, missed out, and then in danger call. Tried to be socked away by Josh Dacos as Clayton Oliver had his hands on the footy. So free kick for Oliver, who can just go long inside 50. Fritsch flies, spills down though to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Murphy, who just bangs it out of the defensive 50 for Collingwood. Now Petty went to spoil, almost marked it. Tackled by Hoskin Elliot, lost it. Crisp, hand pass away to Nick Dacos to Maynard. Handball in the middle of the ground's a turnover. Brayshaw onto it for Melbourne. Kicks inside 50. Pickett arriving late. Can't take the mark. Now tackled by Noble. Somehow got a kick away. Needs a kind bounce. Won't get it. More on the last line. Hand passes. He's been tackled by Melksham. And the D's lock the ball in their forward 50. A boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the reigning premiers. They lead it by 6 points after 7 minutes.
Collingwood have got to realise when to kick out of defence. Overusing the handball, and Melbourne are feeling like they're hunting well.
So Jackson takes it out of the ruck, loops the handball to Viney in space in the left forward pocket, sends it on its way. The sharpest shooter, Jack Viney. He is in a purple patch. 3 in a row to the D's. 3 straight 18. Collingwood 1 straight 6. It's Melbourne by 12 points. Nearly 8 minutes gone again. And Viney, who read that beautifully off the ruck of Jackson, got the handball away off a standing start on the left in the left forward pocket. Now warm applause as he comes to the bench, and it's high fives all round, including from coach Simon Goodwin.
So I reckon the 3 goals that Melbourne, well, 4 goals have been kicked, have all come from 3 from, I'll say, forward stoppages. The other one was from the centre. It got out of the centre, and that's when Petrarca was able to get onto it. So they've effectively, as much as there's a lot of numbers there, they don't seem to be inner and outer. They seem to be all either at the ball or away from the ball, and that's what's caused massive damage to both sides, and particularly Collingwood at the stage.
The D's with the last 3. They lead it by 12 points. Cox in the middle wins the head out, but straight to Brayshaw, who can get the centre break for Melbourne. Kicks inside 50. Brown in a tangle with Moore. Moore spoils, but straight down to Melksham, half forward for the D's. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. Goes back by hand to Jordan. He's 60 metres out. Just gives it a thump to the top of the goal square. Gord's in the box seat. Can't mark. Did he get a free? No whistle. Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Noble. Hurried kick out of the defensive 50, and Dacos, that's Josh, away to Pendlebury, back to Dacos, back to Pendlebury.
And now Dacos has got it. He goes for a dash. He grubbers the kick. Brayshaw should be able to do the intercept here. He does. He scoops it. He loops it over to May. And now Jordan right up against the boundary line in front of us in the broadcast box. Back to Oliver. Jordan from a standing start. Throws it on the right boot. Gawn's there. So too was Brown. Well done by Spargo. Tries to get it over the top.
To Jeremy House. Just for holding the man.
So it'll be a free kick to the Pies defender. Howe goes short to Noble, who's got it across half-back. DeGoey kicked the opener, and then 3 in a row to the D's. Noble goes to centre wing. May got there, was able to spoil on my check. Good little pick up there by the Pies in Cameron. Off to Lipinski. Stabs it to Elliot, and he marks on his chest. Ginnivan's all by himself in the goal square. He thought about it, Jamie. But he's playing his 150th tonight, Jamie Elliott. And he's in form as well, so he's going to back himself in. Slightish angle, 45 metres out.
Fantastic kick by Lipinski. Really lowered the eyes, saw the lead, knew he had 2 or 3 metres on him. Could have gone long, but just picked him off beautifully.
The Pies have gone 11 wins and 2 losses in the 13 games he's played this year. He's going to celebrate this before it even crosses the line at the punt road end. Elliot on song. And we have had 5 consecutive goals. No blemishes yet. It's been a perfect start to this contest. The D's 3 straight 18. Collingwood 2 straight 12. What a 10-minute opening here. What's it like at ground level, Tim Hodges?
It's awesome, Kel. Just Scott Pendlebury keeping an eye on the Collingwood captain. It was in the last of the foray of handballs back and forth with Josh Dacos. He's dislocated a finger. He knew straight away and ran straight to the bench. He had to actually get the doctor come over to help him. So the doctor and the physio currently frantically strapping that hand. So he's in a fair amount of pain, but he will come back onto the ground shortly.
He's got the fashionable haircut, Scott Pendlebury, tonight too. 34 years of age, gone the 0 fade.
Just wound the clock back a bit, hasn't he?
As all the kids are doing nowadays.
The 0 fade. Mick and I looked at each other. We got no idea what he's talking about.
Doesn't bring back the dreads, I'll be happy.
D's by a goal as Gawn wins it down to Brayshaw. Hand pass to Petrarca, gives it to Langdon on the wing. Kicks out to half forward for Melbourne, so another centre clearance. Neil Bullen the target. Quaynor spoils. Pies mop it up at half back. Nick Dacos, his kick smothered by Sparrow. Ricochets to Crisp, centre half back for Collingwood. Gives it to Maynard. Slick hands to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Nick. Nick's bowled over straight away. Neil Bullen grabs it. He's tackled. Boy, it's a hot footy. Tremendous start. 3 goals to 2. The Demons by 6 points after 12 minutes and a ball up in the centre square.
Good follow-up by Josh Dacos. He made the mistake of giving that extra handball. It was to his brother. Got a kick in that situation. Melbourne will pick them off if they keep using that extra handball.
Brayshaw runs onto it, the look-away handball, gave it off to Langdon. Involved there was also Petrarca. Spears the pass straight through the hands of Sparrow. Brown picks it up, loops the handball back to Spargo, rather, and then the good hustle from Murphy. Spargo's kick was smothered, and as a result, it goes over the boundary line.
Interesting, Lingy, I just don't see any... It's a straight 6 back of Melbourne, holding the Collingwood forward front 6.
So we're at the city end. Boundary throw in where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary. In front position was Brown. Over the top was Cox. Hurried kick from Lipinski. De Goey tries to break the tackle. It's been applied by Salem. Play on, says the umpire. Quick kick into Brown. Handballs over to Oliver. Oliver to Neil Bullen on the outside of the boot. It's got to bounce. It's in the goal square. Howe's there. No. Jeremy Howe's going to run it over. Free kick. Yeah. Free kick in the one-on-one contest between Melksham and also Darcy Moore. And Melksham's got the free kick directly in front.
Interesting about Melksham, he's playing a really hard defensive tackling game. Really strong at the ball, strong at the man.
Was it there, Lingy?
Oh, absolutely, it was there.
The free kick was there, yeah. Just real clumsy by Darcy Moore. Obvious free kick. And he also gave away a 50, not that it matters, because he would have been kicking from 1 metre out straight in front. It's now 0 metres out.
This to make it a 12-point lead to the Demons. So Collingwood, 2 straight 12, trail Melbourne, 4 straight 24. We're halfway through the first term.
It's Melbourne at the moment, Mick, when there's a little mistake or the ball's just stripped away and it spills 1 metre, 2 metres away from the initial contest. Melbourne are cleaning that ball up at the moment really comfortably and really efficiently. And then they're spreading away from there, and Clayton Oliver's starting to get a little bit of room. Brayshaw's just finding the footy, using his smarts. Jack Viney's the one who really got them kick-started. So contested possessions right now is +7 to Melbourne. And I don't reckon it's the first contested possession that they're dominating. It's the second and third one. And that's what Collingwood have got to be careful of. Don't just think you've got to be all in for that first one. It's also the slightly outer layer they've got to cover as well.
Absolutely.
D's back out by 12 points. Grandstand AFL, 4-2. Back in the middle, Cox wins the head out. Oliver and Brayshaw both burrow in for the Demons, but the Pies keep their feet through to Goey. Now he's tackled, can't get a hand pass away, but he's getting a free for being legged. Trying to break free from the tackle, so free kick to Goey. Centre break Pies, kicks to centre half forward. Lever puts his fist through it, lands in the lap of Jordan to Lever under pressure. Tackled, got a hand pass away over the boundary line. Throw in half forward for the Pies. There's a few family links out there. We mentioned Ed Langdon, his brother Tom obviously played for Collingwood. Braden Maynard's dad and brother Corey both played for Melbourne, his dad Peter. And of course Darcy Moore, his old man won Brownlows at both clubs at Melbourne and Collingwood.
So flick back in, Cox in the ruck. He gets it down to De Goey. They can't catch him. He breaks a couple of tackles. He stabs it into the pocket out in front of Johnson. But wearing him like a glove was petty. Good defensive spoil in a one-on-one contest.
I'll tell you what, Lenny, De Goey is finding massive space when he goes on the ball and seems to be able to run the ball. Look, it's okay to win it. Then you've got to find space. They can't tackle him at the moment.
Twirling ball deep inside 50 here for the Pies. Hacked out of there. So, that's a clever little tap by Nick Dacos. Tried to get it to older brother Josh. They fumble around with it. Now Brayshaw handballs over his head. Maynard was there. Quick little kick from Noble. Hits upside bottom just inside the centre square. Wants to play on. Takes on Langdon. Has a bit of a dash and then drives it to the top of the goal square. Cox with the fumble. Jordan with the mop-up to Viney. Now a chance for Hunt. Tries to get around Ginnivan. That was brave. A fumble by Viney. He's caught by Myercheck. Gets his handball away just in time. Stolen by Crisp. Underground handball. Look at the skills on display from the Pies. Josh Dacos goes high. Flying Hoskin Elliot in from the side. He launched. Lever at ground level was able to dominate and get the handball over the top. Looking for Hibbert.
That could nearly be paid.
Was it deliberate? I think Hibbert might have been in the vicinity. It'll be a boundary throw in, Lingy.
That's the only thing that covered him. The fact that a couple of Melbourne players were roughly in the vicinity, but that was going for the boundary line.
17 minutes into the opening quarter, Melbourne by 12 points from the boundary throw in deep forward for Collingwood. Jackson palms it down. Here's Oliver for the D's. Hand pass to Jordan. Pressure applied late from McCreary, but kicks down the wing and Melksham just being pressured by Noble. Leaps back, takes a superb mark as he falls to ground. Looks for his skipper. Hits Gawn, who marks just forward of the wing for the D's. Plenty of white jumpers back for Collingwood. That's not a great kick. Gawn trying to hit up Spargo. Puts it out on the full.
Just rushed the ball and Big Max got in good position, but just didn't deliver.
Murphy goes short to Jeremy Howe, who's getting jeered. Obviously played 100 games with Melbourne before making the switch a long time ago to Collingwood. He goes to centre half back for Darcy Moore. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. He kicks out to Quaynor, who takes the mark defensive side southern wing. Finds Sidebottom, who takes the mark just forward of the wing. Down to half forward. Jordan backing back with courage. Got hands to it. Good pick up. Hibbard wins it for Melbourne. Kicks down the wing to Viney.
And Viney's going to take off down the outer wing, although he can't get clean collection on that kick. Brown was so clever. He flicked it over the top to Spargo, who goes to Max Gawn, who marks at the top of the goal square. How clever was that flick on from Ben Brown?
Yeah, brilliant. Because he had a taken in his hands. He's gone because he wouldn't have had the chance to be able to hand pass that. The player was well past him. No, just brilliant play by Melbourne. Even to take the ball outside the back 50, they're under pressure all the way. Collingwood wrapped them.
Couple of moments there though. Alex Johnson and Nick Dacos had to be better in there too. If it's just to slow Melbourne up, even if they couldn't win it back.
So Gawn was too big, too strong for Jeremy Howe at the top of the goal square. He's going to go back, line it up directly in front. We've had 6 consecutive goals to open this quarter. And now we've had a behind.
20 metres out too, Kel.
Max has missed from directly in front, as only Max can. He's done it a few times at that end here at the magnificent MCG, Corbin.
And I meant Ash Johnson, of course, Alex Johnson. I don't want poor Ash to end up with 4 knee reconstructions.
Melbourne 4-1, 25. Collingwood 2 straight 12.
Yeah, the kick from Darcy Moore, exiting out of defensive 50, wasn't great either. One bounce out of play. Half forward for the Demons, so Max's last 2 kicks, one out in the fall, trying to hit up the target short and missing from 20 out right in front. For the boundary throw-in, there's Carmichael for Collingwood. Short kick forward, picked up by Langdon. He cops the jeers, burns away from Lipinski, kicks inside 50, courageous from Viney, back with the flight, no mark. Spills down to Moore, he just whacks it out for Noble, scoops it up and a hand pass to Maynard, who can just bang it out of the D50 for Collingwood. Johnson moved out of the way and Petty takes the intercept mark. Logo southern wing for Melbourne, the D's by 13.
And he loads up, does Petty, and he goes towards Gawn. The leaper in the pack over the top was Howe, no surprise. Leapt up over the back of Mason Cox. Comes back to Gawn, who just throws it on his right boot. It's going to land in the right forward pocket. Can they keep it in play? Brown got his hand to it, and it bounces over. A bit of push and shove in the chest of Maynard and Ben Brown.
That contest up on the far back flank there with Petty and Johnson just shows the experience. Petty's one of the best players in the competition at that one-on-one.
So deep into the attacking 50 here at the Demons. A boundary throwing Gawn. Just knocks it down towards the boundary line. Howe pretends to handball over to Josh Dacos, and it goes over the boundary line again. So we reset. Instead of 10 metres around for a boundary throw-in, it'll be 20 metres around. Cozzy
Pickett was on the fly at that last boundary throw-in with not a lot of attention in his area. Now Noble's gone to him. I think that's a good idea.
So it's Gawn and Cox. Gawn takes it out of the ruck and then fumbles it, and then Dacos has toe poked that over the boundary. We'll reset and go again. Where's Cozzy Pickett this time, Lingy?
He's just setting up off the back towards the boundary, sort of position where you can really fly through from. It'll be a bit of congestion, maybe lose your opponent, cops an accidental block, gets a bit of room now.
Gawn assumes front position, tries to flick it down to Petrarca. It's stolen by Cox, who just hacks it out of the danger zone. Which way will the ball fall? May gets there first, tangles with Myercheck. Good handball by Jackson, goes sideways to Petty. Petty now has got it on the broadcast wing and hits up Gawn, who got a bit of separation on his opponent there in Mason Cox. There is no player on the mark, so Gawn's going to trot right up against the boundary line, centres it to the top of the goal square. Who flies? Ben Brown caught underneath at Pendlebury. Off to Murphy, and then Murphy to a one-on-one. One is Ginnivan. Oh, he's tackled. Listen to the crowd. Sparrow's got in, and he wins a free kick.
Hallelujah.
Pies fans voting with their voice and their hands. Ginnivan's got a free at the G.
It's the first one he's had in 3 weeks as Ginnivan goes short to Maynard, who takes the mark against the boundary line southern side. And Maynard wants to move it on. Kicks down the wing. Carmichael takes the mark. Logo southern side, long drop punt across the ground to Howe, who takes the mark and plays on immediately. Can look inside the forward 50. Cox back, Padleen. Jackson trying to spoil. Cox has got it. The juggled mark. And Big Mason comes down with the footy 20 metres out, just left of centre.
Just about to say, he hasn't touched the football. He's had now two, well, this will be his second, but the other one was a vital one too in the back half.
Yeah.
So...
And Mick, sorry to interrupt, the Carmichael kick was key to everything because he switched play but got it there really quick.
Yep, absolutely.
He was brilliant the last time these two teams met. Picked up 2 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, had 21 and kicked a goal. In a big game, arguably best on for Collingwood on Queen's birthday. Cox moves in, his drop punt is pure. Pies right back in it. 23 minutes in, Collingwood 3 straight. Melbourne 4-1-25. The goal for Mason Cox, and the D's lead has been cut to 7. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse on Grandstand AFL.
They've done actually well to hold on, I think, Collingwood a little bit, with the momentum being Melbourne's way. Melbourne are dominating the inside 50s, 14-8. They're controlling the contested possession, getting them a little bit on the outside. But they held up really well, and then they get an opportunity there, and Mason Cox takes a terrific grab, kicks a nice goal. So from 8 inside 50s only, they've kicked the 3 goals. So it was a professional way of holding on against a fair bit of pressure.
There's actually very little splitting of it. It's possession-wise, inside 50s, you mentioned it was 8-14. That's probably the biggest one, but clearances and contested footy.
Cox into the centre. Hands it down, looking for De Goey. Bounces unkind for him, comes out to Brayshaw. He's had the most touches on the ground so far. He tackles McCreery, and McCreery's going nowhere. Angus Brayshaw, 10 disposals. Next best is Viney with 8. 6 each for Howe and Nick Dacos. Thrown up in the air, Petrarca. He's been caught by Jamie Elliott, and it's going nowhere. Another stoppage.
Well, I like the way Collingwood players are instructing each other, so there's a lot of setups here to make sure Melbourne don't get an easy kick.
Cameron flicked it down to Jamie Elliott through his boot at it. Might have landed in the face of Petrarca. Anyway, ricochets the way of Hunt and comes to Brayshaw. Another kick, and what about the delivery? Silver service it was to Ben Brown. Play on, says the umpire. Viney's there to save an awkward moment. Off to Jackson. Jackson is going to go long. It's a one-on-one with the centres. Fritsch! Oh, Fritsch with some hang time. Top of the goal square at the City end. One-on-one contest. And what about the athleticism in the famous number 31?
Murphy did not do a lot wrong there, Mick. Defensively, hooked himself around, got his eyes back on the footy. Fritsch was just too good. That's an outstanding grab.
And I was about to say, he's the only one who hasn't touched the ball for Melbourne.
So Fritsch, the 6-goal hero from the grand final, keeps it low. And it's straight as an arrow. And that's 6 goals in the opening term for the Demons. And Fritsch finishing off his great aerial skills. That's 5-1-31 rather. 5 goals to Collingwood, 3 straight, 18 a lead at 13 points.
It was a good kick by Jackson because it had real penetration on it. Carried that little bit further to give Fritsch time.
Isn't it the difference, Lingy, between some good sides and sides that just haven't quite got the same smarts? That players look up and they see something that is going to be to advantage of their teammates, as opposed to then maybe kicking a long one, maybe kicking it high, maybe it's looking for a short hand pass, whatever. Identifying, I've got a one-on-one, I've got a key player here. And
giving him a chance. That's what forwards want. They want to be able to do things like that, take marks like that.
Well, it makes backline players very nervous.
Teased by 13. We'll get down to Hodgie in a moment as Cameron wins the hit out down to De Goey. Hand pass to Pendlebury, sells the dummy, steps his way around Oliver, kicks inside 50. Johnson got his mitts around it and takes the mark at centre half forward. Tim Hodges on the boundary line.
Well, Simon Goodwin in front of me is furious. They sent Max Scorn and Clayton Oliver in for the middle there to take control of the middle, and then for Collingwood to get the clearance straight out and to be having a shot at goal where the Demon A-grade starters were in the middle. Goodwin not happy at all.
Just like Neo in the Matrix. Scott Pendlebury, the time just slows down for him, sets up Ash Johnson. And the young man in his 4th game, who's kicked a goal in every match so far, keeps that trend going. Through it goes for the Magpies. And again, Melbourne's lead cut to 7. 27 travelled opening term. The D's 5-1. Collingwood 4 straight as we close in on quarter time. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
They've certainly found something with him, Mick.
Every time, but have a look at their mid-season draft. They are genuinely AFL players. He's 193, this young man. 193 quickly. You see there, he just left his opponent for dead on the lead. That kick, you're thinking, Willie Awani under a pressure crowd, straight through the middle.
Straight through the middle. Good set of hands with the movement.
Yeah. It's amazing how these players don't get picked up earlier.
How's your man Scott Pendlebury at 34? Shoulders out of the front door and sells a dummy in delivery.
And I think it's a haircut. It's made him...
winding back the clock.
Yeah. He looks like a player from the 50s.
Melbourne by 7 points. What a stunning opening turn that's unfolded here. And here we go, Melbourne. Collingwood taking it out of the centre. Crisp to Elliot. He's kicked it straight into those long lever arms of Gawn, but it comes the way of side bottom. Spears it into the right forward pocket, looking for Johnson. Petty with the sprawl from behind was good. De Goey tries to keep it in play. Skies are up and down. Cox misses it in the pocket. It's bouncing ball right in the goal square. McCreery jumps on the ball. Pies, Demons defenders jump on him. Ginnivan is there. Pies says nope.
See that Harrison Petty spoil was good, wasn't it? You get that timing pressure. Even a fraction of a second wrong, and that's a mark.
All up top of the goal square here. Gawn gets it down. Caught. Hibbard. Too slow. Gone. Jamie Elliott got him. Jamie Elliott's going to have a set shot directly in front and line up for his second, and there's a little bit of afters. Ginnivan, Brayshaw gets up a little proppy.
I was about to say I thought it was a bit rough, it was too quick, but he did go to handball, took a step, chose not to handball, was about to kick. Terrific tackle, Elliot.
How about my statement before? It'll be a low-scoring game. I've worked, clearly I've got that right.
Okay, so Jamie Elliott's lining up for the 10th goal, the 29-minute mark. Melbourne's got 5 to make it 5 for the Pies. What an explosive start we've had between these two top 4 teams. They're in the hunt for a top 2 finish with 2 more rounds to go. And in his 150th, Billy's got 2. 5-1-31 the Demons. It's a 1-point lead over the Pies. 5 straight 30.
Interesting about the metres gained too. I said before the game, Collingwood hate going back. I know under this coach they won't go back unless it's absolutely necessary. They've gone 1,250 metres. Melbourne have gone 1,180. And I know the difference is only 1 point. But it's Collingwood's ability to take the ball out of the back line and don't go backwards because they don't count. It's only progression that you count. And that's why it's kept them in the game. Just get the ball forward.
It's an amazing change in a year to think what they look like now, and they're one of the most enjoyable teams in the competition to watch. All of a sudden, a 1-point game, 5 goals each. It's the Demons by 1. Back in the middle, Gawn wins it down to Oliver. Hand pass back to Gawn. His hand pass picked off by Crisp, and he's tackled. Taken to ground, a ball up, still inside the centre square. Yellow Sharon tossed into the air. As Gawn wins it down for Melbourne to Oliver. Short kick straight to Nick Dacos. Marks it centre half back. Flares it out wide to Elliot. What a couple of weeks he's had. A goal after the bell, and now he's kicked 2 in the first quarter of his 150th, as Cal mentioned. Short to De Goey. De Goey pokes it further afield to side bottom, and again just move it on. Sweeps a hand pass, wanted Nick Dacos. Got to him eventually. Tackled though by Rivers. Ball comes out in the direction of Hoskin Elliott. He's helped over the boundary line. And a throw in 70 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Still a couple of minutes on the game clock before quarter time. 31 minutes elapsed. Melbourne by a point.
Spinning ball, back inboard. Gawn only as far down as side bottom. Kick, though, was ineffective. Picked up by the D's down there. Hurried kick out of the pack. Brown couldn't control it. Viney does. Handballs to Brayshaw. Brayshaw then kicks out wide, looking for Brown, who's loping along like a giraffe. He couldn't get down low enough, but the Pies could. Crisp with the clearing kick. Marked by Cameron in front of Gawn. On the outer wing, Cameron goes short. And De Goey's got it in front of Oliver. Keeps it low, does De Goey. Grubbers it. It bounces once, then into Elliot. Elliot fumbled the first time. Regathered to side bottom. He's tackled over the boundary line. No, kept in play. Pendlebury hooks it back in. But the intercepting mark taken by Christian Salem.
There's no relent. Release at all of the tension. It's just like a spring at the moment.
Momentum slightly with the Pies as Salem goes long down the wing. At the drop, Petrarca, hand pass to Gawn, sweeping hand pass back to Petrarca. Between wing and half forward, kicks out in front of Fritsch, running downhill in the goal square, collects, needs to get boot the ball, hand pass to Pickett, he can walk it in and bang it up into the second deck. Melbourne back out by 7. And again, the momentum shifts back the other way. What a pulsating opening term, 33 minutes old. Melbourne 6-1, Collingwood 5 straight. The Demons by 7 points.
The wide vision of that play would be fascinating for the coaches, because Melbourne, the running forwards, Fritsch and Pickett and a couple of others, just took off early, and Collingwood, they were trying to organise. Josh Dacos was trying to work from this wing on our side of the ground to get back and help. But it was 4 or 5 Melbourne players arriving inside forward 50 against 2 or 3 Collingwood defenders. So they got completely lost.
It's that depth of kick thingy. Look, Melbourne aren't scared to put the ball, so 6 or 7 metres high, but long, and get distance, get the players behind the Collingwood defence.
Back in the centre, it's Pendlebury that wins it at ground level to De Goey. He fumbled it. Pickett's lurking. Comes the way of Langdon, beats side bottom, gets the handball over to Oliver, to Pickett on his left, 45 out as he got the distance. It'll land in the goal square, going back, couldn't quite take the mark. A chance here for the D's, picked up by Petrarca. Great smother, Darcy Moore. How good was that hustle? And it's a free kick going the way of the Pies. Desperate defence by Collingwood, and it's Nick Dacos that emerges with it. And he takes the free kick at the top of the defensive goal square, short to Noble, short to side bottom. There was a chance there for the Demons in their goal square.
That's brilliant save. That's a goal saved.
So side bottom long towards Cameron. And then Carmichael only as far as Christian Salem, who's marked it. He's got it centre wing on the southern side. Oh, it's a 50. Now, De Goey's put his hands up to his head. He's the closest to the umpire. It's a 50, and there's seconds left on the clock here, Mick. In fact, there's 1 second.
I wonder if that is Ash Johnson moving on the mark it's been called stand.
Well, Christian Salem is lining up for his second goal in this opening term.
Well, it must have been a bad one because he's given him 70. Whatever's happened.
And improved the angle a bit as well.
Salem had only kicked 24 goals coming in tonight. It's game number 140. He could have 2 in the opening term. And that would be a savage blow to the Pies right on the stroke of quarter time. So slightest of angles to the city end. He crosses the 50. He crosses to 40. He puts it on his left. Has Salem got 2? No, he hasn't. It's across the face, and a let-off for the Pies, and a let-off for the umpires, because the Pies fans are in full voice tonight. It's Melbourne 6-2-38, leading by 8 points. Collingwood 5 straight 30. We've had issues this week that have made us very uncomfortable in the AFL, but the actual football this year has been so enjoyable, and what we've just witnessed in the opening half an hour between the Collingwood and Melbourne Football Club was beautiful football. It was brilliant to watch, and it's the type of football that brings fans through the gates. 6-2 to 5 straight. Melbourne by 8 points.
Well said, Cal. A 8-point advantage, as you mentioned, for the Demons at quarter time. Mick, just to back up your thoughts leading in, you anticipated it to be a lower scoring affair. This is the highest scoring opening quarter that either Melbourne or Collingwood have played in all year. So it shows you that does break a little bit from what we've seen from these sides throughout the season so far. 6 goals to 5.
I think Corbin just threw you under the bus.
No, I was backing you up, saying it was just it makes sense to make that prediction.
Don't keep digging, Corbs. Don't keep digging. He'll come and get you soon.
Thanks.
I'm saying this is a statistical anomaly that it's happened. Mick was right to predict that there wouldn't be.
I'll tell you what it is, though. The stoppages clearance have given the sides an opportunity, because most of the goals, there's 11 goals. That should have been a goal, really. But on the same token, was it worth 50 metres? No. So 11 goals, I haven't got the stats right in front of me, but I would say 7 or 8 of those have definitely come from a stoppage.
We'll come back with more from Mick and Lingy. 2 goals for Jamie Elliott, 1 for De Goey, Ash Johnson and Mason Cox, while for Melbourne, 1 each for Salem, Petrarca, Viney, Melksham, Fritsch and Pickett. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on. Getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app, and the ABC Emergency website.
Must be love, love, love.
ABC. Stay connected.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Boundary throw in. Oh, that's perfect. Just Darcy Cameron straight down to DeGoey. And DeGoey snares the first.
And a centre break coming up for the Demons. Feints to hand pass. He's going to kick it himself. Viney to the top of the goal square. Melksham dragged down, no free. Gawn competes, spills to Petrarca to answer straight back.
Pretty much directly in front to the city end. He puts it on his left, sends it on its way. It's his first goal for the season. Salem strikes. Back-to-back goals for the D's. So Jackson takes it out of the ruck, loops a handball to Viney in space in the left forward pocket, sends it on its way. The sharpest shooter, Jack Viney.
Howe, who takes the mark and plays on immediately, can look inside the forward 50. Cox back peddling. Jackson trying to spoil. Cox has got it. Cox moves in. His drop punt is pure. Pies right back in it.
Jackson is going to go long. It's a one-on-one with the set. It's Fritsch. Oh, Fritsch with some hang time. So Fritsch, the 6-goal hero from the grand final, keeps it low. And it's straight as an arrow.
Sets up Ash Johnson. And the young man in his 4th game who's kicked a goal in every match so far keeps that trend going.
Jamie Elliott's lining up for the 10th goal. Melbourne's got 5 to make it 5 for the Pies. What an explosive start we've had between these two top 4 teams.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It was hyped coming in as the biggest game of the season so far. It's been a brilliant opening quarter. 6-2 Melbourne, Collingwood 5 straight 30 off the SMS. Annie in New South Wales, best standard of footy this year. Wonderful so far. Ahead of others, even Geelong. Wow, so shout out to Annie off the SMS. And Marcus in South Melbourne was Tony Southcombe from Carlton, the last AFL ruckman prior to Mason Cox, to wear glasses whilst playing. Tonight's trivia, we'll throw that open on the SMS, which is 0437 774 774. Kevin from Myrtleford's with us. G'day, Kevin. Nice to have you along for the ride as well. Enjoying the call and commentary, everybody. Great game between these iconic rival teams. At quarter time, it's the D's by 8 points. Mick and Lingy.
Jeff Bletham. Was it Jeff?
Jeff Southcombe.
Yeah. No, was Jeff. He's a full forward for Essendon. Did he wear glasses?
I think he did. Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
From memory.
We have to get the years. So
I reckon he played when I was playing earlier days, so it's about 70 years ago, Lingy, as you keep reminding me. Mind you, no, Kel reminds me because I'm a stale male.
So Southcombe played in 77.
Well, Bletham would have played after that, I reckon.
Okay.
Maybe.
Mick, to answer your question, just before we took that brief break about where the goals are coming from, 6 goals, 3 apiece from stoppages out of the 11. So both teams playing it quite well. The big one for me with the stoppage is Jordan De Goey's influence. Yeah. So he's had 4 clearances, 5 first possessions, so he's getting his hands on the footy. Jack Viney's also been good with 4 clearances as well. But De Goey, I think you made mention of it during the first quarter.
You can touch him.
Not only getting it, but looking really explosive and moving really well out of those stoppages has been excellent for Collingwood. It was a good quarter of footy. I'm not sure. I'm with you. I don't think that sort of scoring and that sort of pace can keep up, but gee, I hope it does.
De Goey's 9 possessions too. Very, very impressive.
Second quarter upon us. It's Melbourne by 8 points. The winner to go, a game clear in the top 2 at the end of tonight as Gawn grabs it out of the ruck on the way down, kicks it forward. Neil Bullen off the square for Melbourne. Hand pass away to Jordan, gives it to Gawn, and Gawn can just send it to centre half forward for the D's. Brown in a wrestle with Howe, almost landed in his lap. Howe pushes it away last moment. Neil Bullen grabs it. De Goey's got him. And a ball up 40 metres out from the Melbourne goal. The D's kicking to the punt right end in the second term.
That is interesting match-up there. You think that's settled, Lingy, with Brown?
No.
Brown flicks it forward, and then Howe is tackled. Pouncing on it was Maynard, a high ball. And centre half forward, the mark has been taken. And it's been taken by Trent Rivers, and he might back himself in from here. So the hurried high kick has been picked off by Trent Rivers.
He does have the distance from here. Rivers, absolutely. I think Brown would be their preferred to ride him into finals now. but I don't think it's a complete lock yet.
So Lipinski's the man on the mark, right on the 50. To the punt road end, directly in front. Trent Rivers, the 21-year-old, in game number 448, rather. Gave him a few extra hundreds there, and as a result, he was offline.
I've just been reliably informed. Jeff Blethyn went to Claremont when Graham Moss went to Essendon.
Oh, was that long ago? Oh,
yeah. So mid-70s.
Mid-70s, there you go.
Yeah. Rivers missed everything, got too much air in the kick, and as a result, it went over the boundary. So it'll be tossed back in, 5 metres around. They reset here, Brown in front, Cox from behind, but a quick handball to Pendlebury, and Pendlebury with the clearing kick into space. Foot races on. Who will get there first? Jordan. Clever tap from Spargo, down to Lever, and then back it comes to Spargo. Sparrow's involved as well. Here's a chance for Viney. Tackled to the ground. That was a fierce tackle by Crisp. Those two going head-to-head, two of the hard nuts, Crisp and Jack Viney.
Oh, Jack Crisp, isn't he just... He's been a sensational player for Collingwood this year. Just keeps taking the best opponent.
Oh, you can't do that.
Cox has just risen his knee and almost corked, gone straight in the hip or upper thigh, and that is an unsavoury action from Mason Cox. Gives away the free kick. Just put his knee lingy straight into the Melbourne big man.
Oh, yeah. That's as blatant as it comes.
I know in rugby now, that is just barred, that stuff.
Wide open.
So Gawn from 70 out, kicks into the pocket. Freach leads for it, no mark in the pack. Spills down to Maynard. Bangs it out of defensive 50. Gawn flies again and takes the mark.
Oh, that's brave after what he's just gone through.
Melbourne by 8 points. Gawn can send the D's back into the forward pocket. Leaping up, Murphy, the only one who went up. Dropped it on the way down. Petrarca steals it. Snaps goalward. Little too much curve. Misses near side from the left forward pocket.
Just so our listeners who haven't seen it, it's not where Mason Cox jumps in the air and just happens to get a wide open ruckman. He didn't even get off the ground and just drove his knee in.
Nick Dacos's kick out of the defensive 50 has been stolen by Langdon, and he hits up Melksham in the right forward pocket. Melksham will have a set shot here. Tight angle, only about 25 metres out. But Lingy, you're right, there's not much of Max Gawn's midriff, and he's put his knee in under his ribs. He's lucky he didn't crack ribs.
I don't know, but it could almost be reported.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Because, I mean, if I went and punched him in the stomach,
and the fact on replay, he looked at him. Didn't go off the ground at all and just drove the knee in there.
Here's Melksham with the set snap off a couple of steps in that right forward pocket, right across the face, and through for a behind. So...
That to me is a left footer, a right footer who does not know how to kick those sort of things. Should have gone a banana kick or a straight on drop punt. Would have had a far better result.
D's by 10 points.
Howe kicks for Cox, who leaps forward, cops the jeers straight away, no mark. Off his knees, Oliver shoots a hand pass forward. Murphy there for Collingwood. Hurried kick, puts it out on the full. And Hodgie almost took the mark in the front row. Tim Hodges downstairs.
It was a spoil. It wasn't a mark, it was a spoil.
I thought it was going to hit the top of the bench and smash me straight in the face or something terrible. So I did take a step back and got a hand on it. But
got to hold those, Hodgie. Got to stand strong.
So Lever in front of the benches puts Melbourne back inside 50. Gawn competes, spills down to Petrarca, to his mate Oliver by hand, hooks it to the hot spot. Langdon takes the mark on his chest. And floating through in front of the pack was Tom Sparrow. And after all the bodies hit the ground, with Darcy Moore involved in the pack, it was Ed Langdon who was hugging the footy, 25 out dead in front.
Well, no guarantee here, Langdon. Ed Langdon is that just lobbed at his lap, and he was in the right spot. There was bodies flying everywhere. As you said about Moore, he'd come across and got hit with one of the Melbourne, both of them collided.
Sparrow.
So Ed Langdon, he moves in, he pops it through. The radio star kicks it for Melbourne, and the Demons are out by 16 points.
Just watch Cox here. Get your binoculars on him. Oliver's gone in. Petrarca's gone in. Who's that? Petty now. They're going after him.
There aren't too many Collingwood players awake to it at the moment, as every Melbourne player bumps into Cox on his way back into the centre of the ground. The D's by 16 points, 7-4 over Collingwood, 5 straight. 6 minutes into the second term.
Now, he won't... he's going straight into the centre. You know, the best thing for Collingwood that he stayed in the middle and contested the next football, because that's going to give them more ammunition, because he took his eyes off the ball because he was worried about being jumped into by Gawn, legally jumped into. So
I wonder if the fact he's wearing the glasses. Can we clearly say he took his eyes off the ball, Mick? He's going forward.
He had his 4 eyes on the ball. That's what I used to say at school, didn't he?
He's moving forward, so Collingwood's taken him out of the heat of the battle at the moment, and Cameron is in there, beaten by Jackson. Handballs to Brayshaw, who drives it long, penetrating kick. Max Gawn is there, and Gawn, with sticky hands, takes the mark.
You want to compare the two? Max Gawn stood under a high ball straight after that contact, marked it.
Yep.
The next chance Mason Cox got, exactly the same position, dropped one he should have taken.
Exactly.
Max Gawn goes forward and takes this one. You want to give out little cheap knees like that, stand under the footy like your opponent's doing right now.
And just opening himself up, Lingy, opening up those ribs again, extending those long arms, going back to take a mark. And now a mark on the lead and lining up 45-degree angle set shot at the punt road end. This is why he's a true inspiration for this club and everyone else around the league, except sometimes his kicking lets him down and he sprays that and misses to the right.
Kel, last year he was very good. He's lost a bit of contact with the ball. He's now not got no speed up.
Moore trying to kick it out of defensive 50, turns it over. Brayshaw intercepts, hand pass to Langdon, hurried kick into the pocket, too wide. Out on the full.
So here's a challenge for Collingwood now. I reckon they're on the back foot at the moment. And that brave ball use that we've loved all year, Craig McRae wants them to play with. Can they keep playing with Dare, even though Melbourne's really coming at them and in control?
It's a game high 17 points Melbourne's way as Nick Dacos goes along to the boundary line. Lipinski got a hand pass through to Cameron. He's tackled on the deck by Brayshaw on a ball up. 70 out from the Melbourne goal.
It's 8 inside 50s, if I'm reading this right. 8 to none.
Cameron wins it down. Petrarca, though, there for Melbourne. Hand pass back into dispute, close to the boundary line, southern side. Oliver collects. Hand pass through to Brayshaw. 70 out from goal. Kicks inside 50. Maynard in the box seat takes the intercept mark for Collingwood. At half back, it's Melbourne by 17.
And that is 9 zip inside 50s, Mick. You are right. So Melbourne playing this second term in their half of the ground. They share it around on the outer side, and then Salem with the kick. Always pinpoint accuracy to Petrarca, who Petrarca then just hits up Sparrow just a step inside 50. Rivers was running past. He ignored the handball. Christian Salem goes over and puts both hands out and says, just slow it down, back yourself in and go for goal number 24 for the D's.
You good for this, Lingy?
I think just a couple of players have tried to run past him for the handball, but I think he might have it from here. He'll be kicking right on the 50.
Well, he's going to have to go 52, 53. I'm not 100% sure he has got it in.
Tom Sparrow, right on 50. He lets rip. He lets rip. He's got it all right. The 22-year-old South Australian strikes through. And that is 3 in a row for the Demons in a game-high 23-point lead. 8-5-53. Collingwood 5 straight 30.
Well, just to highlight the point of the fact that Collingwood are now, that's Mason Cox coming from the ground, getting the jeers of the MCC down here. But that Braden Maynard, he took that really good mark, Mick. They had players streaming this side of the ground. He just, I think, worried and went straight back down the same line that Melbourne was already set up in. So that's the challenge to Collingwood now. Can they take the ball off the line? Can they get it to the open side? Can they run and overlap and start creating some inside 50s? You mentioned it. It's 10-0 Melbourne's way. So they're in total control. They're the reigning champs. What can Collingwood counter-punch with now?
Momentum all with the D's, out by 23, back in the middle. Cameron palms it down. Here's Josh Dacos, gets the centre clearance for Collingwood. Ginnivan playing in front of Lever, takes the mark. Front edge of the centre square to the city end, Collingwood, and this will be the first time they've entered their forward 50. Just chips it up to the hot spot, bounced off the fingertips of Salem and in the chest of Johnson. Spun around Penny, tackled, caught, and Jamie Elliott's got another one.
That's no free kick there. That is absolutely a very, very ordinary, and you'd think that all the best umpires are here tonight. That is not a good decision.
He didn't even have it for a fraction of a second. No. He barely touched it when he was tackled. That's ball jarred free in the tackle play on. Zero prior opportunity.
What about Elliot? Went into the midfield, helped them get at this clearance, and now on the end of it.
The 99th Collingwood player to play 150 games for the club. And he's making the most of every opportunity so far as he squeezes through his third. in a quarter and a half of his Milestone game, and a much-needed one for Collingwood. Melbourne's lead pegged back to 17 points. The Demons 8-5-53. Collingwood 6 straight 36. 11 played second term.
Yeah, well, one of the things, he is so reliable in front of goal. He's going to kick points, but, well, we saw the one last week. Well, the week before, it was just unbelievable that you can kick a goal under that pressure. So this one is was certainly not harder. Got a free kick. Probably, well, it wasn't there, but we see that happen quite frequently. That's the first time inside the front 50 and they kick a goal, Collingwood. That's what they've got to live by, is get it inside the front 50 and see what damage you can do.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kel, just interesting watching Craig McRae down here with Mason Cox. He's spent the last 45 seconds, even before Jamie Elliott had that shot at goal, just talking to him. I'm not sure, Mick, what would he say? Do you say put that incident out of your mind, or would they reference it, or what would be something else? What do you think?
No, they'd be certainly wanting him to take it out of his mind, all right.
Here go the D's, running forward again, taking it out of the centre. Rivers into the pocket. The leaper in the pack was Ben Brown. He goes to ground. Darcy Moore relieving handball to Lipinski. Lipinski goes long in the Elliot direction. Christian Salem knocks it down. Myercheck keeps it in play. Carmichael, he's hit by Christian Salem. Umpires the D's fans weren't holding the ball right in front of the Pies bench. The umpire says no. Look at these D's fans. They've got their scarves around their neck, their jackets on, they're jumping up, they're pointing at the umpire.
Well, the umpire had his whistle to his mouth, going to blow holding the ball, and it wouldn't have been, because he was still fighting for the ball with a Melbourne player.
So tossed in the air, Cameron juggles it. He's tackled by Jackson to the ground. The two tallest players in this contest hit the deck. Ball doesn't spill out. We'll reset and go again. Brayshaw on to Goey here. Jackson launches in from the side, takes it out of the ruck, and then handballs. Brayshaw flicks it out. It's a little bit too hot for Viney. Oliver scoops it. Salem. Gee, it's a pleasure to watch them. Quick, active hands in close. Comes out to Neil Bullen. Delivers to Ben Brown. Too far out to score. What's he got on offer? He's kicked it straight to Jeremy Howe. He's picked out the only Pies defender in space, and he's put it straight down the throat of Jeremy Howe. So the Pies now can reset backwards to Murphy, sideways to Noble, and then down the line to Quaynor to half-back.
It's a slow switch, though, so Melbourne have shifted across really well. They're set the way the Demons love to be. His only option is long down the line.
D's by 17 midway through the second quarter. He kicks down the wing and Johnson takes the mark.
It's a ripping mark under pressure, especially with Petty coming down on him.
He kicks to half forward. They're leading back towards goal. Hoskin Elliott the target there with Lever. Hoskin Elliott trying to keep it alive. Clean bowls him. Still alive. Hoskin Elliott gets a second go. Sockers it inside 50. Comes back to Carmichael. His kick smothered. Ricochets to Myercheck. Through traffic. Swings it on his boot and swings it through for a goal. And the Pies somewhat against the trend of kick 2 in a row. Collingwood 7 straight 42. Melbourne 8-5-53. 14 played in the second term. The Demons by just 11.
Two inside 50, Lingy. As I said before, if they get in there somehow or another, Melbourne look a little panicky. Because instead of taking the ball, that was punched. If you punch the football, you know what? You've got to rely heavily on having a teammate in front of you.
And the key to it was, so Melbourne perfectly set.
Yep.
And then the Ash Johnson marks changes everything. Because then Collingwood could get out behind them and make that defence really, really nervous.
Yeah.
Tim Hodges, the two big resting ruckmen, are back ready to duel it out in the centre.
It was awesome, Cal. They like prize fighters standing on the interchange gates, and Craig McRae almost lifted Cox up off the ground. Like they have G'd him up to go. This could be enormous here as Gawn and Cox go at each other again.
Right, lifting up 200 centimetres, and he's done it again with his knee. Straight into Gawn. Gawn's run forward. Cox hasn't seen him go forward. He might get on the end of this. Viney just wedges the kick up to Gawn. Wasn't a great kick. Gawn goes to ground at centre half forward. Hurried handball comes out of there. Misses Salem. Back it comes to Lever. He can regather. Tries to get around Ginnivan. Petrarca tries to burst through three of them. He's caught. He's got to be gone. The Pies are off. They're running in waves down this broadcast wing. Dacos handballs, tries to get it to Myercheck. They might have coughed it up here. Good pressure. May comes in hard. Salem flicks the hands. Really good to Jordan. Off to Viney. Back to Jordan. Now by foot. Straight down the throat of Jackson. Still on the edge of the centre square. Jackson looking. Eyes are darting. Drives it long. Top of the goal square. Melksham is outnumbered. Darcy Moore, that's easy pickings. Top of the defensive goal square.
So Moore to centre half back. To go, he's got to go. Hibbert flies, got a hand on it, spills out the back. To go, he through the centre square. Kicks to Hoskin Elliot. He's got a heap of room out on the southern ring. Takes a bounce, takes a second, closes to 40 out. The kick won't get there. Whacked through on the goal line by Petty.
What's he doing?
And a rush behind, but Hoskin Elliot. Gee, it could have been a spectacular running goal, not to be. Melbourne by 10.
Either kick the goal
or keep going,
or just keep going.
running.
Or he had to go. He just inside if he wanted the little check down kick, but it was a nothing kick.
Melbourne, Collingwood got back in this now. They're starting to square up the contested football.
Melbourne by 10 points. Salem on the kicking duties. Works its way to the centre of the ground, and then 3 Magpies set upon a Demon player in Sparrow. Standing up in the tackle. Tossed up in the air. Here goes Cox again. This time beats Gawn in the air. Thumps it only as far as Salem. Beautiful kick on the left. Well-weighted pass to Neil Bullen. No man standing the mark. Neil Bullen takes off. And then he delivers, looking for Brown, coming in from the side. Pack is skittle. Melksham with the tackle.
I don't want to put a dampener on Big Ben Brown, but he's been next to... I'm not going to say useless, but he really has dropped marks. He hasn't been able to contest the football at ground level, and he has not shown, outside of the lead-up mark, he's done really nothing.
So this time Jackson and Cox. Cox kicks it in the air, straight to the face of Brayshaw, comes back to Petrarca, throws it on his boot, getting down low. Murphy a fumble, could be costly, especially with Pickett lurking. Pickett got rid of Crisp, went over the rub. Sheridan goes back, gets it, and then Crisp just quickly flicks it to the safety of the boundary line.
Good body use by Crisp. He knew he was in trouble against Pickett and just got him past the footy. Clever.
18 played, second term, Melbourne by 10. They did lead by 23 earlier in the quarter from the boundary throw in. Cox knocks it back out towards the boundary line and out it goes. If you missed it earlier in the quarter, early stages, second term, Mason Cox from a ball up just put his knee straight into the hip of Max Gawn. A very unusual incident, not something you see too often, and he's villain number 1 for the Melbourne fans from the boundary throw-in. Cox wins it down. Jordan's hand pass missed Pickett, and out of bounds it goes.
Right now Mason Cox is just excited he's getting his hands on the footy, but he's hitting it straight to Melbourne midfielders. So there's no real connection between him and his on-ballers with his ruck work.
Cameron Ling on grandstand AFL, third time, same spot.
Again,
boundary throw
exactly.
Half forward for Melbourne. Cox wins it down straight to Pickett. Hand pass to Petrarca. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Brown down there. He's outmarked. Beaten in the contest again, and Howe takes the intercept mark. Top of the defensive goal square for Collingwood.
8 minutes to play before half-time, and it is Melbourne by 10 points. This game has lived up to the hype. It's been everything we'd hoped and more.
Collingwood have done a terrific job, Kel.
Yes.
It's been 36 possessions to 68 Melbourne's favour, and the difference is only 1 goal for the quarter. It's been Collingwood are making the most of all their entrances.
Their endeavour is just awesome. So defensively they share it around, and then Jeremy Howe kicks over the top to Quaynor. He's got it on the defensive side of the broadcast wing, or the northern wing, and he runs around Petrarca. Little bit of show and go, and then he goes long towards Cox, caught out of position. Stephen May floats across in front, picks off that mark. He's got Jordan out wide with a little bit of space. So they're dominating around the ground, the D's. Quick handball, Gawn involved. Off to Brayshaw. Oh, brilliant, brilliant vision to Ben Brown, who found a little bit of space in the left forward pocket. And his first real effective touch here. He'll line up for goal. He's not going to waste any time. He wheels around the big number 50. He skies it. He skies it all the way through for a magnificent goal. Just when you think this game can't get any better. Aussie rules football as good as it gets. Brown's on the scoreboard. The D's have got 9. Pies have got 7. It's a lead of 16 points and 6 minutes to play before half-time.
Kel could not describe it better. Just saying how he hasn't been in the game. He had to find that ball. But the goal he kicked, he's smart. Because he needs length to run in. He had no length because of the boundary line. So he's played in around the umpire. Kel, that is spot on. That was a magnificent goal. Because some of those that go in like that, they wobble and they sit and they just drop. That had enough oomph in it to be able to get through. Fantastic goal by Ben Brown.
I reckon it's why Simon Goodwin's loving Angus Brayshaw back up around the middle of the ground. That kick to Brown. Just could have blazed away. Hit him perfectly, but great goal.
Melbourne by 16 points. Time on in the second. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck and then kicks hurriedly to centre half forward for Melbourne. Quaynor knocks it away from Viney. Down to Pendlebury. Kicks out the members' wing. Ginnivan tries to just tap it on to Josh Dacos. Collects under pressure. Surge kick inside 50. Elliot competes. Does he get a free? No. Comes out to Lipinski. Hand pass to Johnson. Gives it to Myercheck. Back to Elliot. Great smother. Goal-saving effort, Langdon. Myercheck tries to soccer it through but misses. And Ed Langdon with the goal saver at the top of the goal square affects the kick from Elliot. And a socket behind for Myercheck. Melbourne by 15.
It's hard to think there's still 5 minutes left of this quarter. It's just brilliant.
Let alone another half of this to go. If you're in the MCG vicinity and you like Aussie rules and you like sport at its best, get here now. So the kick into Petrarca to Brown on the wing, the big fly, waiting at the back. Nick Dacos should be able to mop up, give it to DeGoey, who's covered every inch of grass out there tonight. He's been terrific for the Pies. Squares the kick to Lipinski, got it on the defensive side of the outer wing, and then picks off side bottom, and then honours the long lead by Myercheck. He's going to mark in front of the defender Petty, who makes him earn it.
Yes, well done, Petty. He just slowed everything up now so that Melbourne could get set. May's in position, Gawn's in position.
We heard Mick Malthouse tell us in the pre-match they don't like going backwards, this Pies team, but Myercheck does on this occasion. Only as far as Maynard, who then pulls the trigger inside 50. The leaper there was Johnson. Under the pump here, the D's defence. Umpire thought that the crowd thought Neil Bullen should have been done for holding the ball. The umpire didn't, and the Pies fans are going to let him know about it. Instead, it'll be a ball up left forward pocket for the Pies.
That's probably more a free kick than the one that was paid. Oh no, probably not.
No, but I reckon the second one was Jaden Hunt.
Gawn wins the hit out. Comes to Oliver. Hand pass to Petrarca. So the Stars involved out of the defensive 50. Kicks to the wing. Viney clever. Got a hand on it. Spills to Johnson of the Pies. Tackled by Fridge. Free kick. Now 50 against Collingwood.
Was it 50?
You can hear the response. There was a free kick to Fritsch. Howe took the advantage, kicked it in the middle of the ground, and the ump said, come with me.
I don't reckon the players knew whose free kick that was, and it is loud out there. That shouldn't be.
That should be just said, look, you've got a free kick. Let's have some common sense play here. And it wasn't 50 anyway, so even the umpire thought it was only worth 30.
He dreamed of being on this ground. Bailey Fritsch. And the MCG with Collingwood playing, grew up as a Pies fan. He's out here in Demons colours. A premiership player wearing the famous number 31. And the sharpshooter never looks like missing. Fritsch comes up with his second. Melbourne by 21 points. Time on in the second term. The D's 10-5-65. Collingwood 7-2-44. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
I'd just like to see why that's. I'd like to see the explanation why that was a 50. Only because we've seen 2 goals now kicked from 50s, and I think the public and us up here who can broadcast it across to people just to have some knowledge. I think there's got to be some sort of thing by the umpire to suggest why it's a 50. It clears it up. At the moment we're guessing. Because right now, that's...
well, I'm not even sure what the free kick was, first of all.
No.
So it was incorrect disposal of the tackle on Nick Dacos, who didn't dispose of the footy properly.
Well, that's ridiculous, because he had 0 prior opportunity again.
Melbourne by 21 points. Out of the centre, the D's take it. Viney handballs to Sparrow. Back to Viney, who'll put it on his left. What does he spot? Gawn. All by himself, right on 50. Now, he's missed a couple of sitters directly in front. He's too far out to score. He's looking for Pickett. who rises high, but he can't take the mark. The tackle then by Noble, spills clear. Fritsch off to Jordan on his left, and he rush of blood. Put up the boot too quickly out of bounds on the forward. Will be a Pies kick in.
The way Gawn plays, when he's in the ruck like that, he gets forward. The other ruckman either runs past him or doesn't move. That's why Gawn is so good at taking marks on the 50-metre line.
So Murphy kicks in straight to Gawn. Probably not the best option.
He's having a big quarter, the skipper.
Centres it. And this is Rivers. And Rivers drives it. Penetrating kick. Brown on the lead, but chopping it off Darcy Moore.
Inside 50s, 20-5, Cal.
Incredible, isn't it?
They've wasted a lot, though, Melbourne. They're wasted because they're kicking the ball. They might as well say, listen, Darcy, have some practice because you're better off kicking the ball shorter and making him have to come out to the play.
And the Pies just have to make the most of every opportunity. Oh, there's an early fly there from Johnson. Hurried kick from the Pies. It'll come the way of Elliot, so he's got it just forward of the wing. Stabs the pass over the top, looking for Myercheck. And that's the first poor thing poor old Billy Elliott's done tonight, because he's had a cracker of a 150th. 3 goals just before half-time. It's Melbourne by 21 points.
You can see, Lingy, where the frustration comes in, where there's a pack like that, there's probably 3 or 4 free kicks. They don't blow the whistle. And then there's a pedantic 50-metre penalty and a free kick sort of paid where it doesn't seem to add up. Either the whistle's away or it's not. And Salem at half-back for Melbourne kicks down the wing. Brown in front, can't complete the mark. Gone out the back. It's going to come to him at ground level. Crisp picks it up, takes on the tackler. Hand pass to Hoskin. Elliot, hurried kick forward. Myercheck and Salem. Salem got a fist in and knocks it out of bounds. And a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Collingwood. Melbourne have really dominated the quarter, and yet on the scoreboard it's 4 goals to 2. Could be a lot worse. D's by 21. Boundary throw in. Cameron and Gawn, they both run underneath it. Salem soccers it forward for Melbourne. Quaynor, a little fumble. Oliver attacks the footy. Tried to clean up Quaynor on the way through. Now he's tackled, sitting on top of it. Comes out the back door, Collingwood's way. Lipinski, hand pass to Maynard in the centre square. Here comes Billy up to meet the footy. Can't complete the mark for Collingwood. Spills to Myercheck. He's tackled, he's in trouble. He's holding the ball. And a free kick for Hunt at centre half back for Melbourne. D's by 21.
Kicks to Spargo, just a short one, buying them a bit of time.
They're on out here, though. They've got big numbers on our side of the ground.
So Sparrow agrees with Lingy, goes to Salem, Salem to Jordan, and they're on our side of the ground, the northern side. We're up in the 3rd level here with the windows open, the ABC commentary box. Best view in the house. There's plenty in the house for this one tonight. Jordan goes long, floating across in front. Wow, Jackson. Action Jackson launches. A bit of basketball flair in that one. And the big boys were in that pack. Gawn was one of them. Jackson looking for Brown. Brown tried to be inspired by Jackson, waiting at the back. Fritsch, and he misses. Big snap. Misses to the left.
I'm 100% sure Brown to give away a free kick. I reckon he leant on about 5 players. Yeah, just got to be. The thing is it realistic? Would have been a miracle.
Melbourne by 22.
Moore goes straight down the pipe to Pendlebury. Waning moments of this second quarter. Pendlebury back edge to the centre square. He's going to go long out to the southern wing. Collingwood have spread the ground well here. Side bottom takes the mark. Hand pass to the runner Noble between wing and half forward. Kicks inside the front 50. Hands on it for Hibberd. Spills down to Johnson. Hurried snap, and he's put it through. And another one for Collingwood, completely against the flow of play. They keep themselves in it on the stroke of half-time. Melbourne by 16 points. The D's 10-6. Collingwood 8-2. A second for Ash Johnson as we close in on half-time.
Continues his average of 2 goals a game since his debut. 4 games, 8 goals. And again, it was the dare and run. I thought Scotty Pendlebury had missed the first good one to Dugowie flying through, but took his next option was to spread it right wide to side bottom. Then the run of Noble. So it's that brave ball use that we've loved all year that gives Collingwood those great opportunities. Only the 7 inside 50s this quarter compared to 21 to Melbourne.
Still 3 goals, 2 to 4 goals.
They've scored 5 times from 7 inside 50s. Keep that up.
Yeah, he would really drop the sitter there. I mean, it was in his hands. Elliot makes people nervous, and I reckon that's what
Final
happened.
minute of this first half. What a pulsating one it has been. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. He kicks it towards Petrarca. Petrarca misses Brown. It's kept in here. Fritsch back to Brown. Brown throws it on his boot across the face. Pickett flies, but he flew too early. Jeez, had everything this opening half.
They've got to hold on here, though, Collingwood. 16 points down, 18 seconds to go. Just can't get a quick reply here against them after that nice goal from Johnson.
So we're at the punt road end, 10 metres around from the D's goal. Twirling ball back in, assuming front position is Cameron. Gets it down to Crisp. He's tackled and handballs. It spills clear. Here's a chance for the ball. Petrarca just barges his way through, and then the deft touch, but it's offline. And every Pies fan in the house breathes a big sigh of relief. The quick kick in. It's going to be called back to Pendlebury. Siren sounds, it's half-time. Melbourne by 17 points. 10-7-67. Collingwood 8-2-50. The goal kickers, 2 for Fritsch, singles to Petrarca, Salem, Viney, Melksham, Pickett, Sparrow and Brown. And for the Pies, 3 to Jamie Elliott in his 150th, 2 to Ash Johnson, Myercheck, Cox and De Goey. But the Premiers have controlled it around the ground. They're all class. They're so organised. The Pies are determined, chock full of confidence, high energy. This has been sparkling, mesmerising opening half of footy you would ever hope to see here at the MCG.
Collingwood, they have had a happy knack in recent times of coming from behind. 6 of their last 7 games, they've come from 3 goals or more behind to win. And again, they find themselves a similar margin down here at the half. It's the Demons by 17 points. Off the SMS, no name, no pack drill on this one, but Cox should get weeks. Wrong, foul, dirty. A bit of the feedback for Mason Cox, who lifted his knee into the hip of Max Gawn at a ball up out at half forward in the early moments of that second quarter. He's been jeered ever since. And we were speaking about in the opening quarter, Mick, about the most recent footballers to wear glasses or sports goggles before Mason Cox. You threw forward Jeff Blethen, who of course played for Essendon and then went over to play for Claremont and also Port Adelaide. While we're on the WA theme, Dalton Gooding apparently wore sports goggles
good
as
man,
well.
Really good man,
yes,
Dalton.
Of course, went on to become the chairman of the West Coast Eagles for many years, overseen a successful run there. The SMS number is 0437 774 774. So the D's dominating the quarter, but they lead by 17 points at half-time. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
It was complete domination by Melbourne, but not on the scoreboard, Mick. 5 goals to 3. Sorry, 4 goals to 3. Was it?
Yeah. There's only a goal difference each. Melbourne have had 1 extra goal per quarter. So that doesn't tell you dominance, does it?
No.
Except it has been dominance, but Collingwood have made the most, as you say, of the scoreboard.
They certainly have. The clearances in that quarter, Mick, 16 to 3, Melbourne's way. Inside 50s, 22 to 7. Even disposals, just for a quarter of football, 105 to only 67.
Yeah.
It was complete domination.
Except for the scores.
Except for the scoreboard, which is, and I hesitate to say this because Melbourne have scored 67 points to half-time, which is a terrific score, on track for 120-odd.
Yep.
134, just so my maths teacher at high school realises I can add up.
Yeah.
But it makes me question, when Melbourne control the play like they have in that quarter, how efficient they can be when they're in total control of a game and completely end a game, destroy a game. So from 22 inside 50s with the clearances going the way they should have been, that's probably should be an 8 or 9 goal quarter to Melbourne, and we're looking at game over right now.
Yeah.
But Collingwood's still well and truly in this.
Lingy, Oregon last year, Melbourne didn't have big scores. And what this tells me is, if Collingwood can get a bit more of the ball, let's go they go 15% more, so 15% more on that gives them, say another 12 possessions.
Yep.
So they're now 80. If they can go inside the front 50 another 10 to 15%, and they can clear up their clearances, they are more than back in the game.
If they could turn the clearances into a 10 to 8 loss still.
That's right.
Rather than complete one-sided 16-3.
Yeah. Because when I look at the clearances that quarter, it was more obvious in this first quarter when the sides cleared that goals came from it. This quarter, I look at clearances, I didn't see the same domination when the ball had left. A lot of the Melbourne goals come from deep, found the targets over the top or on the lead coming up and had space. Whereas the first quarter was, in fact, you know how to work this machine better than me, but I would suspect, and we said there were 6 goals kicked with stoppages in that first quarter. There was another 7 goals scored that quarter. I'd be surprised that 3 come from stoppages, which is...
And we heard from Alan Richardson pre-game just to back that up, and Simon Goodwin said it after the Bulldogs loss that we conceded 110 points. That's just not us.
No.
And yet here they've conceded 50 points in a half of 40. Yeah. They conceded only 39 for the entire game against Fremantle last week, albeit in wet weather conditions. But
that's still 50 points.
When the ball's gone in there, they've been able to generate scores pretty easily, the guys.
I think, though, Craig McRae walks into that halftime break and he goes straight over to his midfield group.
Yeah, has to.
And puts it on them. So those clearances, I said they only had 3 Corbs. One of those was to Braden Maynard, half-back flank. One of those to Nick Dacos, half-back flank. And one of those to Josh Dacos. We call him a genuine midfielder. So 1 clearance for an entire quarter of footy to a midfielder. Yeah. So as pleased as Craig McRae would be with their efficiency and their ability to score when they go forward, I reckon he's sitting down with his midfield group and saying, this is on you guys. You have to even this back up. Otherwise, eventually, the sheer weight of numbers, Melbourne will destroy Collingwood if it was to continue in this vein.
But Collingwood have proven over the last dozen weeks, or 10 weeks, that no score is too big for them. Now, I'm going to throw these names at you, and I know what you think, been working with you for a while. DeGoey's first quarter?
Excellent.
DeGoey's second quarter?
Not so much. I felt he disappeared out of the game.
Jack Cripps.
Jack Crisp, I thought he was good in the first quarter. I still thought he had some moments in the second quarter. I'm just looking at the stats now, seeing he's only had 2 handballs. That's a bit of a surprise because I thought he was involved a bit more. But
well, the reason why I said those 2 names is because they've got to filter up past a key forward in Mychik who had most possessions that quarter. So the key forward and key back had the most possessions for Collingwood that quarter. Those mids have now got to creep up in front of those. Because when you look at the other side, Solomon half-back flank, but we know he's going to get it. Petrarca in and out as a mid come forward. Gawn mid come forward.
So Oliver's had 7, Brayshaw's had 7, Petrarca's had 11, and Gawn has had 10 as the midfield group.
And there's your stoppages.
In that quarter.
Yeah, there's your stoppages. There's your key players. The key players are Collingwood. At the end of it, Scott Penalty's had 4, and very good 4. But if you went through them, outside of the key back, and I wouldn't, and Mychik wasn't a dominating player by any stretch of imagination, 3 and 3, but Moore was because Melbourne keep kicking it to him. Maynard gets in the game because he's just hard and tough. Murphy's down there as a key back. So the ball keeps go. It might go into Melbourne, but it's coming out through those players all the time.
Thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. It's half-time here at the MCG. Second versus third. The winner will go a game clear in the top 2 with just 2 rounds left in the AFL home and away season. Second half action around the corner. We're on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. But at half-time, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
Hello, Glenn Lauder with the latest from the newsroom. A 59-year-old man's been charged with 3 counts of murder following that shooting in Bogey in North Queensland yesterday. 71-year-old Mervyn Harold Schwartz, 59-year-old Marie Ann Schwartz and 35-year-old Graham John Tyre were shot dead. Another man, Ross Tyre, remains in hospital in a stable condition with a gunshot wound to the stomach. Detectives have charged a 59-year-old Bogey man with 3 counts of murder and 1 of attempted murder. He'll face court on Monday. The Tamil family at the centre of a 4-year immigration battle have been granted permanent Australian visas. The Nadasalingam family was taken into immigration detention in 2018 from the central Queensland town of Biloela, where they'd been living after their bridging visas expired. Priya, Nades and their daughters Kapika and Tanika spent 4 years in detention. They've been back in Biloela since June on temporary visas. The Foreign Minister Penny Wong's walked out of the East Asia Summit in Cambodia during the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov's address in protest at Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. It wasn't the only diplomatic walkout of the summit. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi joined Mr Lavrov in their own walkout, leaving their seats in protest of Tokyo's criticism of Beijing's military exercises. And the federal government's earmarked a large part off the Gippsland coast in Victoria to become a renewable energy zone. A 2-month consultation process on the proposed offshore wind project will now begin. Industry and the community will be able to provide feedback. ABC News.
We come in on a crowded train or park our car in mud. Us kids play car park kick to kick in our team colours that we love. Records! This time I'll buy my own. And I can see the ball this year, cause that's how much I've grown. We're in the queue, we're through the gates and enter hallowed ground. I sit up tall and I can't wait to hear that siren sound. The AFL Final Series with ABC Sport starts September.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So Ed Langdon, he moves in, he pops it through. The radio star kicks it for Melbourne.
Tom Sparrow, right on 50. He lets rip. He's got it all right. The 22-year-old South Australian strikes through.
Still alive. Hoskinelli gets a second go. Sockers it inside 50. Comes back to Carmichael. His kick smothered. Ricochets to Myercheck. Through traffic. Swings it on his boot and swings it through for a goal.
Gorn involved. Off to Brayshaw. Oh, brilliant vision to Ben Brown, who found a little bit of space in the left forward pocket. And his first real effective touch here. He'll line up for goal. He's not going to waste any time. He wheels around the big number 50. He skies it. All the way through for a magnificent goal.
He dreamed of being on this ground. Bailey Fritsch, the MCG with Collingwood playing, grew up as a Pies fan. He's out here in Demons colours. A premiership player wearing the famous number 31. And the sharpshooter never looked like missing. Side bottom takes the mark. Hand pass to the runner Noble between wing and half forward. Kicks inside the front 50. Hands on it for Hibbert. Spills down to Johnson. Hurried snap and he's put it through.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there from the second quarter. Melbourne dominated the term. Really, they should be further in front. They lead by 17 points at half-time. Second versus third at the MCG. We think upwards of 70,000 in the house. It rained all afternoon, but it's not raining at the moment and hasn't throughout the first half. The Demons by 17 after leading by 8 at quarter time. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse and Tim Hodges, your commentary team. The Commonwealth Games are ongoing at the moment in Birmingham, and Ned Hall is across all of it for us. Ned.
Evening, Corby. One more medal to tell you about as well. The only one really on offer this evening for Australia. The men's 3-metre synchronised springboard final. And Sam Fricker and Shinjin Lee have picked up the bronze medal there as well. Good performance. They're a little way down after their first couple of dives, but battled back to finish in third place there. In the athletics, it's been a very busy first session of the day in Birmingham, but a good one for the Australians taking part in the decathlon. In the 110-metre hurdles part of that, Cedric Dubler was fastest, Daniel Golubovich was second fastest, and Alec Diamond fourth quickest. They've gone well in the discus as well, with Golubovich the best performer in that event, Diamond fourth best, and Cedric Dubler fifth best. And they've got one more event in this session. It's the pole vault coming up shortly. But as things stand, Cedric Dubler is in second place overall, 52 points behind the current leader, Lyndon Victor of Grenada. Daniel Golubovich is in third place, 70 points behind Dubler. Diamond is back in fifth place at the moment. It's been successful in other events for the Australians competing as well. The women's 1,500-metre heats, all three athletes successfully through to the final. Abby Caldwell second quickest, Lyndon Hall fourth quickest, and Jessica Hull 10th fastest through overall, but her heat was far slower than the other one, so don't read too much into that. In the 110-metre hurdles for the women, Celeste Mookie got through to the next stage along with Michelle Jenneke. Both ran PBs. Michelle Jenneke the second fastest to get through in that event as well. And there's been success elsewhere too in the lawn bowls this evening. Aaron Wilson winning his quarter-final match 20-16, and the women's pairs, Christina Kristic and Ellen Ryan, winning their match against the Norfolk Islands. Also quarter-finals there through to the semi-finals of that event as well, as are the mixed doubles pairs for Australia that were competing earlier on this evening in the same event. event. Elsewhere in the beach volleyball, however, at the moment, Australia currently in action against Sri Lanka in Smithfield Market, trailing 14-11 in the first set there. They'd have started as big favourites, but Sri Lanka are the ones who are on top as things stand. Plenty more still to come through the course of this session. There's some wrestling. There's been a slight delay in that as well, but 3 Australian wrestlers are due to be taking to the mat fairly shortly. More lawn bowls to come. There's squash still to come as well as rhythmic gymnastics. And also the women's beach volleyball quarter-final against Scotland will also be taking place later on this evening. That's in around 2.25 hours from now before it goes on to the final session of the day when the decathlon will be decided. As I mentioned, Dubler in second at the moment. Golubovic is in the bronze medal position. After the pole vault, they've got the javelin, and then the final event in that the competition is the 1,500 metres in the early hours of tomorrow morning. And that, Corbin, is the latest from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
Thanks, Nat. Appreciate the update. So the action continues throughout the night. If you want to know more about all of that, abc.net.au/sport. Now, round 21 in the NRL as well this weekend. Of course, last night we had the Sydney Roosters and the Brisbane Broncos. A successful victory last night for the Roosters. And then tonight, the Melbourne Storm winning the early fixture, which was just played across town. So if you're brave enough to do the sporting double, the Storm 32 over the Titans 14, you'd still make it here in plenty of time to watch two of the better teams in the competition go at it. And there's half an hour to go in the late game between the Seagulls and the Eels. And at the moment, it's the Manly Seagulls who lead at 18-14 over Parramatta. Sunday teams have dropped. 5 changes for Carlton, including Mark Pittonet is outmanaged for their blockbuster game up against the Brisbane Lions on Sunday. Mitch Robinson's been omitted from the Brisbane team. Starcevic and Rich both come back in for the Lions, so they get a boost there. North Melbourne plays Sydney. The COVID-4 come back for North Melbourne. Logan McDonald, the only change for Sydney, so he comes back into the team. And for the West Coast Eagles, big Josh Kennedy, of course, back for his farewell game. Zach Langdon and Sam Petrevski seat in the other 2 ends, while the Crows go in unchanged from the side that beat Carlton last week. And a couple of changes to the Saturday games. Taranto out for GWS, their game with Essendon, so Lockie Ash takes his place, and Jason Johannisen is out injured, been withdrawn from the Bulldogs lineup, so Leith Vandermeer will start up against the Fremantle Dockers. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, Tim Hodges, your commentary team. It's half-time at the MCG. The Demons by 17 points over the Pies.
Isn't it good to have a cup of tea at half-time?
Absolutely.
When you've got a game like this, just a cup of tea, just calm the nerves a bit. Lingy, what have you?
I might have snuck in a little donut there, Mick.
What did you have when you were coaching? Are you on the soft drink or any hot drinks? Or?
A cup of tea.
Yep.
Yeah, I would have had a tea at probably half-time. Maybe. No, I didn't like the soft drinks.
The coaches weren't allowed to eat in the box.
No, certainly not.
When Mick was in charge, Corbs. Yes. I heard that from early days.
Is that true?
No lollies, nothing.
Oh, you can have lollies.
Yep.
No.
You're not having a roll like
look,
Mark
if we had
Thompson.
time, I can tell you some great stories. and you know, we have Brett Sprigg on ABC, and his father's my chairman of selectors. And I said, I walked in there one day, and I see him with the one of the blokes that goes to the stalls, and he's bought this tray that's got hamburgers and chips and Coke and coming in. And I said to him, I'm glad you blokes don't have nothing in the box. And and the bloke's opened the door with this tray, and I can see Spriggy shaking. He said, no. I said, well, who ordered this? And then Spriggy said, get out of it. He said, but Mr. Sprigg, you ordered it.
Yeah.
So no, Kel.
I would have liked a cup of tea, actually. That looks nice, Mick.
Well, why don't you ask? Because you nicked off. Look, you haven't been here. You've left it to Corbin to do the last 15 minutes.
Been out the back socialising.
Did you play in the game, Lingy, with Bomber's salad roll?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. I actually get annoyed when at the time I got annoyed when he was attacked for doing that.
Yep.
Because everyone attacked him and said, see, he doesn't even coach these players. They coach themselves out on the field. He can sit back and have a salad roll. Bomber Thompson was so good at what he did, along with Mick Malthouse, along with Lee Matthews, along with Alistair Clarkson. The great coaches teach players to coach themselves out on the field. The majority of the coaching is done during the week, so players understand what they need to do in a scenario on the field, and they do that. So you know what? If my coach feels like a little bite to eat in the coach's box, I don't mind as a player. I don't think that he's doing nothing up there. So I always get a little bee in my bonnet whenever anyone attacked Bomber about that.
I just looked at the overall thing, though. I just reckon, in my case, I'm not going to judge, but I just thought one of the things was don't ever give an impression that you're greatly happy or celebration. Don't know hangdog, because you've got to be presented with your players to know that you still think you've got hope. But if you go overboard, it'll come back and bite you. So just play the cool as you can and keep it in board. And you know, we all accept that. We had our travelling from West Australia used to be on a Saturday morning before a game. We used to play tennis. Spriggy used to cheat like you couldn't believe. We had Ian Miller and Robbie Wiley and Timmy Jepp. They'd all do that. But you have a set routine. And these travelling sides, you have the routine, and then the home sides, you know, it's so totally different because you don't have control of your players. So, you know, what they do on the pre-match or night before, whereas when you travel, you're generally together. And
racket sports are making a bit of a comeback. Is it paddle tennis? It's all the rage at the moment that everyone seems to be playing, and I think there's one down at Docklands, and seems like a lot of the visiting teams get involved on some of that. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us. Hodgie, second half upon us. Any news from down there?
The Pies unbelievably late out onto the ground, but just a word on the crowd. It is massive. 65 to 75 was the estimation. I think we're sitting close to 75. I haven't seen the MCC this packed for probably years, since the last grand final here a few years ago. So it's just a fantastic atmosphere.
Brilliant opening half. What has the second half got in store for us? Jackson and Cox. Jackson to Brayshaw. Brayshaw, a little give and go there with Viney. Gets it back and then delivers a bouncing ball to Neil Bullen. Had to duck out of the Braden Maynard tackle coming. Maynard wins his own footy. He's such a good play. To Degoe, over into space. Running onto it here is Lipinski. He can wheel around across half back and deliver. It was dangerous. Sits up for Neil Bullen, who made it a contest, and then tackles Lipinski to the ground. And we've started this opening 31 seconds as we ended the first half of footy. Arguably the best first half of footy we have seen so far in season 2022.
Did I see Mason Cox put the knee up again?
Oh, I missed that one, sorry, but
Cox wins it down. Brayshaw sockers it forward close to the boundary line. Howe's tackled out of play by Max Gawn. A throw in half forward for the D's.
I just like to see, because I think he's got a bad habit now, putting the knee up to protect the space.
D's by 17. Boundary throw in half forward for the reigning premiers, kicking to the city end in the third quarter. Gawn wins it down to Viney. It's bumped free from him. Pack forms at his feet as Howe tries to usher it out to Degoe. Shoots around like a pinball. Cox and Oliver on the bottom of the pack wrestle for it. Still the ump lets it go. Comes out to Fritsch eventually. Got a hand pass to Brayshaw. Right on the 50-metre arc. Gives it to Langdon. Pokes a high kick out of bounds on the full.
One thing where Melbourne are getting Collingwood is with their handball method. So working the ball to the free target. Collingwood are running 2 or 3 players to the ball carrier and not picking off the receivers at all.
So Quaynor goes down the line. A free kick in the contest. It'll go to Cox. Nick Dacos peels round behind him and screams for the ball, and Mason ignores him. He's got it across half back. He's going to deliver to almost centre half forward. A thumping kick, making Myercheck really work for it in the end. Jackson. Too tall, too athletic for Myercheck.
Here's an idea, Mason. Next time Nick Dacos runs past for a handball,
give it to him.
Just give it.
Jackson short to Salem. Good user to Oliver on the outer side. On the outer wing.
He's a decent hand pass too, Cox. You know, he's no mug with it.
Oliver goes long. Quaynor read it best. Dropped it in the air in the end. Got all the good work into the right position. Lost his player Melksham, but couldn't take the mark. So it's over the boundary line. So, Lingy, how does this contest get decided? Because you talked about, you know, that bouncing loose ball in the middle of the ground that might decide the game, the extras that the Demons have got there.
Yeah, it's midfield that's going to decide this one. At the moment, Melbourne midfield in total control. Collingwood have to flip that around.
Melbourne by 17. Hurry kick forward by Sparrow. Just knocked on by Jackson. Clean bowl's Gawn and Howe close to the boundary line. Quaynor picks it up. Hand pass along the turf. Gawn had it. Retreats going back by Ham. Wanted to get it to Oliver. Oliver wanted it the most. Attacks it outnumbered. Hand pass to Pickett. He's dispossessed and Nick Dacos comes up with it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Murphy. Away to Degoe. Some indecision. Hurried kick to half back. Josh Dacos takes on Brayshaw. In fact, it was Melksham. Slips out of the tackle. Hand pass to Degoe. His handball a turnover. Now Jordan, he's tackled, caught, holding the ball. Free kick for Maynard. And making their tackles stick at the moment, the Pies. 3.5 minutes into the third term. Melbourne by 17 points. No change to that half-time margin.
So Maynard goes short to Nick Dacos, back to Maynard. They've got it across half-back. He's going to deliver back in the defensive 50.
It's so rare,
and Murphy's got it.
It's so rare they go back like that. And this is what happens when they get held up by a good Melbourne side. They then overuse the ball on the back line.
Murphy to Maynard. Maynard kicks down the northern boundary line to Josh Dacos. Pulls the trigger back in the corridor. De Goey flies outnumbered. Now follows up on ground level. Oliver's got him. Tackle, dispossessed. Pickett sockers it to Salem's advantage. Clean hand pass to Neil Bullen. Back to Keziah Pickett. Through centre half forward. He misses. And a few of his teammates just throw their hands up as Pickett had a look from 35 out on the run but can't finish. Melbourne by 18 points, 4.5 played, third quarter.
Yeah, they did call that, but they were all on his right side. He would have the Constantine his body all the way around to get that ball there. He had a right to kick it, but he should have kicked it.
18 scoring shots to 10. It's Melbourne by 18 points. Dacos on the kick in, and he goes around the outer side. Darcy Moore, a strong mark. Over lever, handballs it back to Nick Dacos, who kept running. Side bottom, gives it back to Nick Dacos. Oh, it was a bit of a dodgy handball, that one. Neil Bullen steals it. The underground handball goes straight past Langdon. Carmichael on all fours, and then he gets a little toe poke away. It spills the way of Langdon off a standing start. That kick has almost been picked off by Crisp. Working hard. Oh, it's intercept City. Now Lever breaks one, breaks two, pirouette, dances around, tiptoes and then kicks. Almost out of bounds on the full. It'll be a boundary throw-in.
A messy little patch right now for the game, but this is Collingwood just trying to wrestle it back against the Demons. Yep. If they can hold up and if they can score, confidence goes through the roof, but it can be dangerous the other way.
Melbourne number one third quarter team in the comp from the boundary throw-in. Cox wins it down. Hand pass from Pendlebury back to Cox. He's caught holding the ball and a free kick for Oliver. 60 metres out. Left half forward to the City end of the ground. Oliver's just going to kick it deep in front of the behind post. It's knocked out of play by Howe. And a boundary throw in forward pocket for Melbourne.
So Oliver's attack on the ball, particularly at ground level, we saw it in that second quarter. Just hip and shoulder fierce. He's making his presence felt, isn't he?
Just any young player, just get clips of Clayton Oliver, the way he goes at the ball but protects himself when he does it too.
A throw in forward pocket for the D's. Gone down to Viney. Hand pass wanted to get it to Melksham. He becomes tackler on Moore. Slips out of it. Hand pass to Maynard. He gives it to Quaynor. Hurried kick out of defensive 50, but it's chopped off. Lever's going to have it coming straight back in.
It was a good play by Lever then.
Takes the mark 52 out, and he just sits it up to the top of the goal square. Cox up strong. Marks in front of Gawn. Crucial mark, top of the defensive goal square for Collingwood. It's Melbourne by 18 points.
Yeah, it's a good call, Corbin. That's against Max Gawn too. That would have been very... He would love that.
They're clinging on here, the Pies. Inside 50s, 5-0, favouring Melbourne. And now they tried to drive it out of the defensive 50, but it's been picked off by May. Hurried kick. Again, Moore's there. Chance for Nick Dacos. Out wide to Quaynor. So another foray forward for the Pies. Great kick on the outer wing. Picked off by Lipinski. He delivers to Myercheck. They're running in waves. Myercheck can go towards McCreary. Top of the goal square. Coast to coast for the Pies, and they can make them pay.
Darcy Moore and Nick Dacos take a bow. They're the ones who were brave from deep in defence. They're under the pump. Moore takes the intercept mark. Little handball to Dacos, and they're away. Things open up when you're prepared to go quick and make decisions on the move.
So this is McCreary, top of the goal square, punt road end. He won't miss from there. And they are back within 12 points. They are brave, this team. They will never, ever give in. 9-2-56 the Pies. Melbourne 10-8-68 after 8 minutes in the third term.
Yeah, from dominating the contested football, or appeared to be dominating the contested football. It only says 10-12 here, but it's the way Melbourne did it. It looked like it was the Indian numbers were starting to swing Melbourne's favour, but without clean football. And then when it did break, Melbourne were out of position, and Collingwood have all year, well, since Craig McRae has got that game going, probably round 4 onwards, they were able to know you go long or you go short, or you go with the hand pass to break the sides up, and then you get depth into your forward line, and of course it puts pressure on the sides.
For all Melbourne's dominance, it's a 2-score game. Gawn wins it down to goalie, hand pass to Crisp, kicks inside 50. Myercheck had a piece of it. No mark, spills to Rivers, hand pass to Petty under pressure, gives it to May. Had the blinkers on, McCreary's got him, holding the ball. And Stephen May just a little casual off the back flank.
No right side. Looking for his left foot, couldn't get onto it, and really, I mean, he must have thought everyone was told to stand still. What's that game?
Freeze.
That'll do. It's close enough, because that's what he did. He just froze. That's quite bizarre for a senior player like that.
Red light, green light, something like that. Here's McCreary, 5 in from the boundary line to make it 2 in a minute. He's kicked the drop punt all the way to the behind line. It's off target, and Gawn thumps it through for a rush behind. So Melbourne by 11 points. 10 minutes into the third term, 10-8 to 9-2. So for all Melbourne's dominance, they lead it by only 11.
You guys been watching me coach the 6-year-old Chargers or something. That's what I play. Freeze and red light, green light. Probably why they're losing, Mick. But anyway, Demons back into play. Again, dominating by hand at ground level. Neil Bullen's got it back to Brown, loops it over the top in the outer wing where Langdon's got it, handballs to Oliver. Oliver breaks the tackle of Sidebottom, back to Langdon. Langdon goes long. Neil Bullen's there. He tries to get around one. He can't. He's caught. And the umpire says it's a boundary throw in. The Pies fans will be livid because it was Quaynor that caught Neil Bullen right over the boundary line.
8-5 tackles this quarter. Collingwood have been brilliant with their tackling. Really kept them at the ball.
Melbourne by 11 points. Boundary throw in, back to Langdon. Handball was smothered by Crisp. Good hustle. Charging in there was Carmichael. Spills the way of Sparrow. And this time Sparrow is caught by Ginnivan over the boundary line, right in front a couple of rows of Pies fans who are up. Just letting the I can't even describe what some of them are doing, probably, for the radio. Beer in one hand, arms flapping. Boundary throwing. Carmichael reads it best, delivers long, straight down the throat of Stephen May, the All-Australian fullback for the D's.
Yeah, I don't know what Myercheck was doing there. He gave too much ground, didn't present himself.
May on the switch, Jordan on the back flank, takes the mark, chips it short and wide to Spargo. Coming off a couple last week, first game of the year. He's kicked multiple goals against the Dockers. A short to Neil Bullen. Marks on the wing member side. Looks for Ben Brown. Up to meet it, and he takes it. Strong mark in the air, 49 metres out from goal.
Yeah, kick started from the Stephen May interception. Yeah. And as you said, Mick, Myercheck has to realise who's got the ball up the field. Yeah. It was young Carmichael, so he's going to be a little bit rushed with his kick, out of congestion. So don't lead the really clever one up the corridor. Yeah. Stay a little bit with May and just be there to contest and make sure that he doesn't mark it.
Yeah, give the kicker a better target.
Yeah.
So Ben Brown, with his customary long approach, he arcs out to the right, he's told to go, his drop punt fades out to the left, and it's helped through for a rush behind. Melbourne by 12, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Collingwood has made their sub. Trent Bianco has just come onto the ground. He's on the members' wing here. Will Hoskin Elliot just back from the rooms. I'm not sure what's wrong with him, but he is the man who is subbed out.
Nick Dacos on the kicking duties, doesn't kick. He takes off. He bounces twice. He handballs to Noble. Noble goes long. Waiting at the back was Ginnivan behind the pack. That was sneaky. Tries to centre the kick towards Elliot. Elliot with the toe poke into the, almost the unknown. Salem runs onto it. He can't control it. Salem's still going. Happy to see it over. Ginnivan with a little cheeky punch. Oh, Salem's decked him with a flat hand to the face. Oh, modern face, not quite. The neck area. And then Salem's gone down. Gee, there is so much feeling in this contest. The umpire is not going to pick out a free. Instead, he gives it the Sherrin to the boundary umpire and says, quick, toss it in. The two ruckmen tangle, not for the first time tonight. So it's Cameron and Gawn that go to ground. Hurried kick out of the pack. Unfavourable bounce for Oliver, and he cannot control it.
we've been critical of the umpire in a couple of decisions, but that was well umpired. I reckon Ginnivan flopped, and I reckon Salem flopped when Elliot came in as well.
Yep, I totally agree with you, Lingy. Absolutely. No free
umpire
kicks.
basically said, get up, all of you, let's get on with the game.
Melbourne by 12, 13 played in the third term from the boundary throw-in. Petrarca shoots a hand pass over his shoulder. Salem tracking the footy, grabs it. Pendlebury tackles him to ground. And a ball up in the centre square.
Well, the scoreboard is pretty reflective of the game now. If you wound up the three quarters, including this quarter, Melbourne can't get away. Collingwood make the most of their opportunities.
Gawn wins it down. Still no clean takeaway. Picked up by Crisp. Got it boot to ball, but it just trickles to Rivers. Kicks across the half-back line, and Jordan marks half-back for Melbourne.
Running for him is Hibberd. He goes in that direction. Handball's over the top. Over to Spargo. Back to Hibberd on his favoured left. Gawn with the sit. They come in from the side. Flicked over the top. Ben Brown should be able to work it clear here. Neil Bullen, they might be mucking around with it. Brown's caught by Dacos. Nick Dacos, the teenager, has caught the tallest player out there. Ben Brown had no breathing space whatsoever.
He looked like an octopus with a football trying to... He had 8 arms and legs going everywhere, but none of them made contact with the ball.
And he was gobbled up by a crab, I think, Mick.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
He's speedster.
Gee, Maynard's tough. He was trying to get away from this play because his shoulder's sore, and then the kick came to him. He had to join in. I don't think he wanted it. He's going to stay out there.
And it was Dacos that got it to Maynard. Maynard sideways to Noble, who goes further sideways to Murphy, and then over the top, the wingman, the experienced veteran, and still side bottom. He has a bounce. Wasn't his best. Goes and gets to Sherrin again. Delivers long, looking for Johnson, who flew in a one-on-one with May. May at ground level, off to Lever. And then Lever to Fritsch. Fritsch delivers, looking for Brown. Murphy for company. Well done by Murphy. Waiting at the back was Noble. Has to kick around his body to keep it in, but it's all demons down there. Quick little handball goes to Oliver. Oliver over the top. Pendlebury playing in front of Brown. And the captain takes the mark for the Pies.
Immediately goes across the ground to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Crisp. Lifts it to DeGoey. To centre half forward for Carmichael. He settles from 40 out. He misses out to the right. Behind young Josh Carmichael, the 22-year-old in his 5th game. What a start he's had after only being picked up in a mid-season draft in June. Melbourne by 11 points. It feels like momentum swung. Collingwood on top around the ground. 16 minutes played in the third term.
That's a good call too, Corby. Certainly the contested football has... And Melbourne have wasted a lot of indirect hand passes, things that have put them under pressure.
May to Lever, back to May. May goes long on the outer side. Outstretched arms of Gawn, claims a contested mark. Flying by was Oliver. And then he stabs that pass. It was poorly stabbed in the end to Langdon, but they're able to go and win at the duo. They team up and Langdon skies it towards Ben Brown. Howe goes to ground. Umpire says play on. Spills away of Crisp. He takes off. And then he handballs sideways to Noble, back to Pendlebury, who always looks like he's got all the time in the world. Centering kick to Howe. Howe's got someone running by. It's Quaynor. He crosses the midfield. He skies it towards Elliot. Bianco bobbles around the sub. Couldn't quite take the mark in the end. Jamie keeps it in play. Faked the handball, and then Petty meets him hard and pushes him over the boundary line.
Well, Melbourne are under more pressure than Collingwood are. But Melbourne are making... real fundamental mistakes under pressure.
They're rushing a bit. They're a bit panicky, aren't they? They lead it by 11, the D's.
17 played third term. Boundary throw in half forward for the Pies. Gawn just whacks it forward. Pick it up to meet it in front of the benches. He's tackled by Quaynor. Ball comes out. Says play on. Crisp hurried handball to Bianco. He gives it to Nick Dacos. Just kicks along the boundary line out of play. Deliberate.
Yeah, that's fine. That's deliberate. I know the fans won't like it, but that is deliberate. I think the umpiring this quarter has been very, very good. They're not paying the little silly tiggy-toucher ones.
Gee, Hunt's kick across the half-back line, puts Salem under the pump. Got there on the bounce, breaks the DeGoey tackle, kicks a high ball down the line. Brayshaw got a hand to it, overrunning it as Bianco. Brayshaw outnumbered, still got it out to Viney. Kicks across the body down the wing. Bouncing footy for Brown, clever, knocks it down to Petrarca. Hand pass to Pickett, who fumbles, puts himself under the pump. Perfect drop punt, hits up Petrarca, takes the mark, moves it on into the pocket, waiting for it to bounce is Melbourne. Melksham lifts a hand pass to Spargo, finishes along the ground. Spargo bounces it through, and Melbourne restore a 17-point break. And now it's the D's, Lingy, somewhat against the trend. 18 played third term, 11-9 to 9-4.
Well, it just took some immense skill from a few players. Pickett and Petrarca involved. A couple of quick touches. And then the Pickett kick back to Petrarca was just beautiful. And then they were scrambling, Collingwood, to try and get back. And Spargo with a really nice finish. So Collingwood had their couple of chances, Mick.
Yeah. On this, particularly right in front of us, Lingy, just couldn't get their hand on the second one.
Yeah.
The first one.
Had them under the pump, didn't they? And then it was just some brilliant, skillful play by Melbourne.
It's a game of numbers. I always think if you take a shot of a 10-metre area, and if you've got more numbers there, the likelihood is you're going to win the football. And I reckon Melbourne in front of us had just that one extra each time.
10 individual goal kickers for the D's. Jackson in the ruck. He palms it straight down to his direct opponent, Cox, who kicks blindly inside 50. Lever gets it, scoops it, kicks slews off the side of the boot. Does it stay in for Brayshaw? He does, and he handballs straight to a 50-50. Bianco and Hunt in the end had to panic and just spoil it over the boundary line.
They're the hand passes that have got Collingwood back in the game.
Yep.
Felt like a big goal for Melbourne at this stage of the game.
Yep.
What an intriguing tug of war that's unfolding here. Boundary throw in, half forward here for the Pies. Oliver at ground level, no one can catch him. He just gets a kick away towards Quaynor and Pickett. Jackson comes in, scoops up the handball, gives it to Bullen. Handballs over in front of Sparrow, who can run onto it. And then he gives it to Spargo. Delivers short. Does it go the required distance? Umpire said it did. It's Fritsch marking, rather Melksham marking in front of Maynard.
You talk about Fritsch. I know he's kicked his 2 goals, but we haven't seen him. And to Melbourne to win this game, to secure the game, they need a forward. I know it's ridiculous to say when they've kicked 11 goals, but they need someone like him to jump up.
Yeah, Murphy's on him at the moment on the edge of the goal square. Melksham, 45-degree angle, be even tighter than that. From right on 50. He's kicked 1. They've got 10 individual goal kickers for the night. No, that is no chance. As soon as it leaves his boot, Jackson across, thumped down by side bottom and then fumbled over the goal line by Nick Dacos. Well, get out of the jail there momentarily, the Pies.
Well played, Nick Dacos again. The way that he just fumbled that over the line. That's a player, it looks like a player who's played 10 years of footy.
He's the unbackable rising star favourite, and he may also add a best and fairest, and even an all-Australian blazer how he's going in year 1. Long kick to centre half back. Lipinski takes the mark. Lipinski swings his kick out wide for Collingwood to side bottom, using the whole perimeter of the G. Marks against the boundary line southern side.
This is where Collingwood really do cut Melbourne apart. They get the ball to wing very, very simply. Melbourne do play off their player. Then they have to resurrect it again.
Side bottom down to half forward. Cox reaching forward over the back of Jackson. No mark. Just whacked on by, or socket forward in fact, by the Pies. And in the end it's Hibbert who takes the intercept mark. Off the boot of Mason Cox. Hibbert in the back pocket to send Melbourne back the other way. Brown tries to leap up into the back of side bottom. No mark. Spills down to Crisp. He's tackled and wrestling for it is Langdon. Great one-on-one battle. And in the end, a stalemate. The umpire calls for a ball up between wing and half forward for the Pies. It's Melbourne by 18 points, time on third term.
Led for most of the night after De Goey kicked the opener. Pies have not hit the front since then. Off hands in the ball up, and Pendlebury just toe pokes it inside 50. Levers there, tackled, spills out to Ginnivan. Off to De Goey. Top of the goal square, going back with the flight. How brave was that mark by Mychek? Too big and strong. He had Stephen May all over him. And Mychek from the top of the goal square should go back, slot this through, and it'll be a 12-point ball game.
Yeah, great grab, wasn't it?
Oh, just a fantastic bit of play by Collingwood to get that ball forward, and a mark like that against Stephen May. Very good opposition.
Mychek for his second. Top of the goal square. Guides it through. It lands in the second tier, right up where the Demons fans are celebrating. Rather, the Demons fans are not celebrating. On top of the G squad, a bit of feeling. Yeah, hang on. So there is a bit of confusion. The goal has not been officially paid.
We're off to the score review, off to the arc.
Umpire's call is the behind, I think.
Wow.
So they think it might have touched the post.
He's kicked this from the top of the goal square from 11 metres out.
And he's kicked it very, very close to that post.
That's a goal every day of the week.
Well, it landed in the second
it's on
tier.
the other side.
Demons fans have been good enough to throw the Sharon back down.
What side of the goalpost is that? Does he come back a bit?
No, there's no spike on the
arc.
On the what's that, edge technology or Snicko type thing?
Yep. Roll the Snicko.
Yep. Thanks, Corbs.
It's a goal. It's a goal to Myercheck. Brody's got 2. Margin is 12. Melbourne 11-10-76. Collingwood 10-4-64. 3.5 minutes to play before three-quarter time. Melbourne by 8 at quarter time and by 17 at half time. What we're witnessing is one of the games of the season, the only time Collingwood led. 2-minute mark of this contest when De Goey put through the first. Since then, the biggest lead I've got, Corbin, is Melbourne by 23 points in the second term. At the moment, it's just 12. In other words, there hasn't been much in it all evening.
He's worked so hard all night, Myercheck. 2 goals he's kicked, but on May, he's had to fight to keep May from taking the intercept marks. And I think that's going to be the crucial part at the end of this game. Can they stop May and Lever intercept marking the footy, bring it to ground, and when they do, they'll score.
Back in the middle, it's Jackson and Cox. Cox got it on the way down. Jackson hunts after the footy, though. Sockers it out in front of him. Neil Bullen jumps on top of it. Noble tackles him straight away. Had him for company the whole time. Hump just circles the pack and then eventually says, I'll have it.
I wonder, hardly any time during the night has anyone not had 6 forwards. And I think they've worked on the theory that you can't allow these sides to dominate from the back line.
Cox with the head out, it spills to Lipinski, jams it on the boot into open space, northern wing, racing out after it is Petty, cops an unkind bounce, they all miss it. Hunt goes back to collect, he's tackled, taken to ground by Cameron. Ball up on the members' wing, it's the Demons by 2 goals, 11-10 over Collingwood, 10-4.
It's intense, isn't it? There's pushing, shoving, off the ball. Plenty of feeling in this right from the start. Cameron tried to get it to Pendlebury. He's tackled, standing up in the tackle, Petrarca and Viney either side. Tossed up again. Jackson rises early. Cameron takes it, tries to give it to De Goey. He eventually picks it up. He's twisting and turning and delivering out of bounds on the full.
He had enough time to turn back onto his right foot. But the fatigue now.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 goals to 1 this quarter too, so I mean, the scoring's even been nullified a bit.
Jordan takes it, kicks towards Gone, worked in front position of Howe, flicked down at ground level. Maynard's there, follows up with a tackle on Petrarca. Petrarca, good hands, back to Jordan, to Max, to Brayshaw. McCreary's got him, rides him into the turf, and then the ball dribbles over the boundary line. Deliberate. Under plenty of pressure was Brayshaw. Maynard applied the tackle and a deliberate call right in front of the Pies bench. Howe picks it up. Howe goes long. Cox flies with it at one arm. Ginnivan's got it. He's taken high. No, the umpire says play on. Oliver had him. Lipinski picks it up and he's gold. Ginnivan's still on the ground, holding up both hands in the air to say, hey, what have I got to do to get a goal? Oliver's remonstrating. In the meantime, Lipinski picks it up and snaps it. They're back within 6. This never say die club. 11-4-70. They trail the Demons 11-10-76. 2 to go before three-quarter time.
Well, I don't think Ginnivan's got any right to appeal. It wasn't high contact. It should have been holding the footy. Yeah. Clayton Oliver's tackle. Ginnivan tried to lower the body a little bit, but I don't even reckon it slipped high. It was a wonderful tackle from Oliver. And the Melbourne players, I think, just assumed that it was going to be pinged, but great goal by Lipinski.
Yeah,
gee, they're good to watch, Mick, this Collingwood team.
Well, they just keep going forward. There's no backward. They just keep driving it forward. They get numbers, and everyone contributes.
They've kicked 6 of the last 9 goals in the game. It's the Demons by just a goal as we close in on three-quarter time. Gone down to Petrarca, hands it to Brayshaw right in front of the umpire. Kicks to centre-half forward. Overrunning it is Maynard. Pickett clever. Sockers it to Neil Bullen. Hand pass to Big Max. Kicks hurriedly goalward. Puts it out on the full.
Well, that's the most selfish one I've seen Max ever. He's normally so good. He had 2 players he could have hand passed to. Either one of them would have had a better shot on goal. That shows the desperation of thinking the scoreboard has to be You have to do it yourself.
So Murphy goes long. Pinballs around. Gawn, May, Oliver, Salem. Casual with the kick. Effective. Marking at centre-half forward, Petrarca. He's probably got this distance in him, Lingy.
Yeah, he does. With the ability to run around at the last second and kick almost level with the man on the mark. Gee, watching the Melbourne players, the moment Oliver is around the footy, they just take off.
So Pendlebury's the man on the mark here. This is interesting. He's asking the umpire about it. Directly in front is Petrarca. And now Elliot comes in to try and smother it. And it works. Although in the end, I thought he was going for goal. But maybe he wasn't. He was going for the pass because Ben Brown is on the end of it.
That was great play by Howe.
In the right forward pocket.
People won't understand that to allow Petrarca to play on there, Howe stood 10 yards, so it stopped him from running around the man on the mark.
Yeah, which is what Pendlebury was telling him to do. So instead of Petrarca directly in front, we've got now Ben Brown tight in this right forward pocket at the City end. The banana. It's got to be a big banana, but this one's a little skinny banana. Too skinny, in fact. And it's Melbourne by 7.
Noble to take the kick out. Short to Howe in the back pocket. So we close in on three-quarter time. The D's by just 7. They're led by 17 at half-time. Howe on a bit of a trot. Kicks down the southern wing for Collingwood. Punched away by May. Live footy forward half for Melbourne. Langdon onto it. Hand pass to Petrarca. Gives it to Neil Bullen. Tackled by Moore. Great tackle. He's in trouble holding the ball and a free kick. Oh, no. Gee, set up the umpire, didn't he? Ready to play holding the ball.
I reckon they've had a little chat at half-time. The umpires didn't realise they got a couple wrong.
And a very late decision. The umpire in the end says, let's chuck it up. So Gawn palms it down to Petrarca and that'll do us. Collingwood fans are filthy with the umpiring. They're not always that happy, but they should be very chuffed with the team that they're watching. Equal second on the table, a chance to go a game clear in second spot with 2 to play. The winner at the end of this contest. And if you didn't think Collingwood belonged on this level, they're taking it right up to the reigning premiers at three-quarter time. It's Melbourne 11-11, Collingwood 11-4. The D's lead it by 7 points. 10 goal kickers for Melbourne, 2 for Fritsch. He's the only one with multiples, and then singles for Salem, Petrarca, Viney, Spargo, Langdon, Melksham, Sparrow, Pickett and Brown. While for Collingwood, Jamie Elliott has 3, all in the first half. 2 for Johnson, 2 for Myercheck, singles for Lipinski, DeGoey, McCreary and Cox. What a game of footy. The final quarter still to come on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
He said it left him feeling sick, distress, and that he will live with the shame of having participated in some of it for the rest of his life.
And then he wrote on Instagram that he was at absolute rock bottom.
I was freaking out after the first one, whether I was trained well enough.
It's impossible to understand. There's no sense of team.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the Listen app.
Hello, Costa here. Gardening is great for the whole family, and I want to tell you something that will get the kids in your life growing. It's my brand new podcast, Gardening Buds. Everything a kid needs to know to make their own garden grow. Whether you've got a big backyard, a balcony, or a little pot on a windowsill. Join Kaylee and I for Gardening Buds. Out now on the ABC Kids Listen and ABC Listen apps.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
On the outer wing, picked off by Lipinski. He delivers to Myercheck. They're running in waves. Myercheck can go towards McCreary. Top of the goal square. So this is McCreary, top of the goal square. Punt road, and he won't miss from there.
Perfect drop punt, hits up Petrarca, takes the mark, moves it on into the pocket, waiting for it to bounce is Melksham, lifts a hand pass to Spargo, finishes along the ground, Spargo bounces it through, and Melbourne restore a 17-point break.
Offhands in the ball up, and Pendlebury just toe pokes it inside 50. Levers there, tackled, spills out to Ginnivan, off to DeGoey, top of the goal square, going back with the flight. How brave was that mark by Myercheck? Myercheck for his second, top of the goal square, guides it through, Cox flies with it at one arm. Ginnivan's got it. He's taken high. No, the umpire says play on. Oliver had him. Lipinski picks it up and he's gold.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The team in front at three-quarter time this year wins more than 82% of the time, but a big reason for that 18% is the Collingwood Football Club. They have won 5 games this year, the Pies, 5 games after trailing at three-quarter time, and again, they'll have to come from behind here. It's Melbourne by 7. As we turn for home, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Mick, I'm going to give us a little pump up here. I know you're not supposed to blow your own trumpet, but
we can.
At half-time, we said a dominant second quarter by Melbourne.
Yep.
Didn't translate to the scoreboard, but
Yep.
dominant. 16-3 with the clearances.
Yeah.
And we said if Collingwood go in at half-time, sort out the midfield, sort out what's happening, and they can, in the third quarter, be 10-8, but still lose, but even it up a bit. Well, they ended up 9-7 in that third quarter and got the game completely back on their terms. That was the crucial thing to the entire game, was not getting smashed at clearances and through the middle of the ground. To Collingwood's credit, they fixed it up, and it was the guys that you called on to lift in that area to bump themselves up. Jordan De Goey, 2 touches in the second quarter, didn't do much. Jumps up, has 7 touches in that third term, couple of clearances, couple of inside 50s, got involved in the scoring. That's where the whole game shifted. And from there, Collingwood actually found the confidence to move the ball through Melbourne and score.
I think they're the most confident side in the competition because they just believe. And I said to you, Ling, I think it was off air about the the metres gained. Melbourne were comprehensively winning that in the second quarter. That third quarter was 1,460 to 1,200. So Collingwood moved the ball further and probably better. And again, what we said off air, Melbourne are very corridor-centric. Collingwood are finding a lot of clear space wide, and Melbourne players aren't necessarily overlapping. And what they're doing, they're leaving the chaser to have to come from behind because they're falling back on their direct opponent, which means that the player with the football then has got a lot of sight in front of him. He doesn't have a player at him.
Right there in his face. Yeah.
No, so he is getting chased down, but their execution now, they've found Myercheck and they've found Elliot, and they're playing better football this quarter.
And the flip side to that was Collingwood was in Melbourne's face and forced them to overuse their handball. I know they're a heavy handball team anyway, but 47 kicks, 66 handballs to Melbourne was because of that Collingwood pressure. So I reckon Simon Goodwin would talk to his group and say, okay, once we've got 1 or 2, bang, bang, handball, but we're out, let's get our eyes up the field and start getting it into our forward line a little bit more with a bit better balance.
Who wins from here, Mick?
Well, I said Collingwood at the start of the game. I still think that they've got the capacity to, they've got confidence.
Probably staying with Melbourne.
What a final quarter coming up. The Demons by 7 points was hyped as the biggest game of the season so far, and it's lived up to that through 3 quarters. The reigning premiers up against the new kids on the block, first year under new coach Craig McRae. And the Pies have hung around all night. Are they good enough to come from behind again and win it? Melbourne by 7. Final term underway. Crooked bounce to get us going, and the ump's going to recall it.
Just watch. So it's going to be rebounced. Nick Dacos from inside the halfback 50 metre just took off, sprinting through. So if he was going to run onto that loose ball and go for it. So he's going to get really aggressive.
So a mulligan in the middle to start the final term as Gawn wins it down and then soccers it to centre half forward. D's to the punt, Rodan pick it up to meet it. Hand pass under pressure. Spargo's got it. Centre half forward, 55 out. Hand pass to Oliver, kicks inside 50 to go. He drops the mark. Fritsch can't pick it up. A little fumble, spun around, in trouble. Caught. Umpire says holding the ball. Free kick.
Another great tackle.
And a neat tackle. Murphy on the bottom of all that, wrapping up Fritsch, and he'll get the free kick in defensive 50 for Collingwood. Pies coming home to the city end.
So Murphy handballs behind him to Nick Dacos. Boldly goes through the centre. Hits up Crisp. Crisp uses the corridor. Gives it off to Maynard. Maynard rushes the kick. He spotted Johnson out in a little bit of space, but it wasn't a great kick. I'm not sure what he was thinking, Ash Johnson. in the blue boots couldn't get there quick enough to control it.
You know what? It doesn't matter, Kel, because Collingwood, again, their DNA now is to get the ball out of the back line to their forward line as quick as they can.
Well, Nick Dacos definitely got that memo. So how many games has he played again?
Boundary throw in, Gawn out in front of Petrarca. Petrarca needs some support. He handles backwards to Oliver. Oliver's given it straight back to the opposition, although Jordan comes in. He wins it. Nick Dacos is harassing. He's taken off. He's a long way from half back. He's putting the pressure on Hunt. Hunt goes long and high in a one-on-one contest. Ben Brown outmarks Maynard. Gives it to Petrarca. Petrarca delivers to Fritsch. He's too far out to score. He's got it right up against the boundary line at half forward. A couple of kicks out. He's going to stab it into space and then ask Melksham to run and fly, and he does. Slips through his hands, waiting at the back was side bottom. Kick hits Nick Dacos. Oh, he was off.
Oh, he hadn't been
Dacos
called.
was off. And Fritsch catches him. A little give and go. Fritsch goes again. He's running to Murphy. Fritsch is now. Oliver. Hibberd. Nick Dacos is still down behind play. Jordan. Slapped away down there by Darcy Moore. Noble skies it and up and under. Maynard's got to go. He's tough. He does. He couldn't take it in the air at ground level. He teams up with Howe, and then Howe curls it around the body. And it was Johnson and Petty spoils it over the boundary line. What a passage of play. Tim Hodges, it's happening all down there at the moment.
It looks like ribs for Nick Dacos. He's trying to get some air in his lungs. He is very, very sore. He's being helped off the ground by the physio and the doctor. I'll give you an update in a few minutes.
Split seconds in that call, Lingy.
Yeah, I don't think he'd been called to play on, but as he was tackled, I reckon the umpire was raising his arms.
So Dacos hits the pine. Collingwood come up with a footy. Crisp links up with De Goey. Kicks for Johnson. Had a fair piece of it. Dropped it late. Paddles it between his legs to Elliot from the pocket. He puts too much curve on it and hooks it out on the full. Almost like tunnel ball. Scooped it up. Johnson between his legs. And now we're going to have a conference as to which side of the behind post this crossed, whether it's a behind or out on the full. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Doesn't look good for Nick Dacos. Down to the rooms. Doctor and physio went with him. He's holding his ribs the entire way down the stairs.
You know what? It was the second motion of the tackle. It was almost verging on a dangerous tackle.
Yep.
Their soft call here is out of bounds on the full, so we're just going to check that with the arc. But Melbourne led it by 7 points. What a hot start to the term.
Going on. The Pies, I mean, it's just been like this from the word go. Remember those first minute and a half had 4 ball-ups.
Hodgie?
Yeah, the concern for the Magpies, Corbin, is that Will Hoskin-Elliott has already been subbed out, so they have used their sub. The Magpies have let us know it's a hip flex for Hoskin-Elliott. That's why he's out of the game, so they are a man short at the moment while Dacos is down in the rooms.
So no score. Stephen May kicked in towards Gawn, and it was thumped away over the boundary.
Lingy, I reckon that's the difference in the two teams. Melbourne struggling to get the ball out. Collingwood, they move the ball from their back line so precisely. They find space. They're prepared to do it. Okay, Melbourne's held up, but it's that ball that's really worrying the D's.
Melbourne by 7 points. The boundary throw-in beats both ruckmen. Waiting at the back was De Goey, and then he hits up Lipinski. Just inside the arc, right where the 50 meets the boundary.
De Goey back in good form for that.
Lipinski's going to stab it towards Elliot, and gee, that's the definition of strong hands. Marking in front of the tallest, stronger player, Lever. And look at the 3 teammates running to help Jamie Elliott up him. Johnson, Ginnivan, and also Josh Dacos. This is what this team's all about. Tell you what, if you've hated Collingwood your whole life, it's really hard to keep hating them the way they are playing footy this year. Elliot, the milestone man. He's kicked 3. He's in the right forward pocket. He's going to put it on his left. Can he guide it home? No, he can't, but it's a mark by Johnson on the line. Petty was caught napping at full short, and now
they're going to review
field umpire and the goal umpire are going to have a chat and review this. So it fell really short and narrow, and Ash Johnson marked it right on the goal line.
See, the goal umpire here has signalled that it was a mark. So he's basically saying the soft call is that a mark's been taken, it's no score. And isn't it only the goal umpire's decision once the ball's crossed the line? The rest of it, it's up to the field umpire to determine whether it's a score or not.
Well, that's a point.
Well, I think the goal umpire's call would be that he didn't feel it cross the line. The field umpire could say whether it's a mark or not.
So why are we reviewing it?
So this is happening right at the city end in front of the Pies cheer squad.
Yeah, well, look, that's pretty clear cut, isn't it?
Look, if he believes it's a behind, I understand why you go and look at it.
Yeah, but he's got to make a decision, though.
Sounds like it's a mark.
Collingwood cheer squad told us it's been paid a mark. So Johnson has got it. He's kicked 2. He's in the right forward pocket.
I'm not too sure about that, but anyway, because I reckon
It's only 10 metres out here, Mick.
Yeah, you'll kick a goal from here.
Wheel around on the left. Oh, Mick, you've mozzed him. Pies fans are saying, Mick Moldhouse, what are you doing? You've mozzed him.
Well,
he's hit the belly of the ball and it's floated out of bounds, missed by about 30 metres.
Well, I hope they don't lose by a point, because I reckon that was clearly a point. When you the thickness of that post, you can see the fist behind it. So that means the ball's behind the line, surely.
May goes short to Lever. Taking the free next to the behind post, and Lever's still in the defensive 50. He's just going to go long to the boundary line, out on the southern side. Gawn forced to spoil. Pickett grabs it, somehow got a kick away as he's been tackled. Down to Langdon, high up and under along the boundary line. They all chase out after it. Howe flies, spills down to Carmichael, kicks Collingwood back down to half forward. Gawn floats in front of Ginnivan and takes the intercept mark. And then just pokes a drop punt to centre half back for Petty. Links up by hand. Away with Hibbert, who kicks across the half-back line, a mark taken by Jordan.
Well, the game's been played all in Collingwood's forward line. This is where Collingwood do their damage. They press and press and press. It's so impressive.
Jordan will go long down the wing, northern side, get into the drop. Fritsch can't complete the mark and fumbles it out of play. Boundary throw in. Melbourne by 7 points, 8 minutes into the final term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Nick Dacos is back from the rooms. He's in unbelievable pain, but look at this. He is about to go back on the ground. He's wincing with every stride he's taking. It's his right side ribs, but he is back on the ground.
Cameron takes it out of the ruck. His kick was smothered. It spills the way of Oliver. A bouncing ball inside 50. A chance there for Jackson, but Howe was there. And he gives it off to Nick Dacos, who gets the kick away to McCreery. It was touched. It'll be a boundary throw in. You're right, Tim. This is incredible by Nick Dacos. He was sitting on the bench, sitting straight, and he would lean the body forward just a few centimetres, and he was grimacing in pain. But he's playing on. He's back out there. Boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates, where Jordan is tackled by Lipinski. Over those interchange gates, right in front of you, Hodgie.
Well, Nick Dacos actually came back from the rooms. He was still so uncomfortable. He said to the doctor, can you put any padding or anything underneath? And I think the doctor said, if we do that, you're not going back on the ground. And so he's just gone back on the ground without it. So amazing courage.
The boundary throw in. Cameron won the head out down to Crisp from the wing. Kicks to half forward. Petty and Johnson in a bit of a tangle. Lets them roll. Picked up by Petty. Johnson tackles him out of play. And a boundary throw in, 30 out from the Collingwood goal at the city end.
I don't think I've seen a game change so structurally and intently, because I think Melbourne have lost their contested football. Collingwood are murdering into contested football now.
I'm not sure I need to remind you, the last 9 games Collingwood have played in decided by under 2 goals. They've won all of them. For the boundary throw in, Lipinski soccers it close to the goal face. Hibbert picks it up, gives it to Viney. Elliott's got in. Here comes Billy. And Elliot, with the chase down tackle, wins the free in the forward pocket for the Magpies.
He's been in good form. Jamie Elliott, since he's come back in, he's obviously outstanding in the air. A really good kick for goal, we know that. But he does this as well. He hunts after the opposition. And Jack Viney was just waiting to be tackled.
Yeah.
Just almost wanted to be wrapped up and was hoping for a ball up, I think. But Jamie Elliott got him cold, jarred the ball free.
He's kicked 3 already in his milestone night. Jamie Elliott, final quarter goals. That's his thing. Brings Collingwood within a single point. 11 played in the final term. The Magpies move to 12-4-76. Melbourne 11-11-77. D's by 1, 11 played in the last.
Yeah, 4-1 after half time so far, and I know we've got some travelling to do, but I reckon the Pies, what they've done, they've put the screws down. Melbourne haven't been able to react to it. Melbourne had the screws down the first half, make no mistake about that, and Collingwood, well, you know, they were iffy, but it's totally changed now.
I reckon Melbourne are still reliant on and thinking it's going to happen that our midfield will dominate.
Yes.
And when it does, we'll be fine. But Collingwood have flipped it completely and are breaking even and are now starting to get control of that midfield.
Yeah.
5-minute mark of the final term. There's 1 point in it. Melbourne leads. Pies haven't led since the 2-minute mark of the opening term when De Goey kicked a goal. De Goey breaking out of the centre, looking for Elliot. Now here's Ginnivan pinballing around down there. Hunt picks it up off to Viney, and then Langdon has a dash. Goes out on the wing. Who's there? Neil Bullen is outnumbered. Couple of Pies are able to team up here. Maynard to Nick Dacos. He delivers, looking for Ginnivan. Ginnivan used his body well. Side bottom has to apply the tackle on Langdon. And it's a pile up on the outer side. 50 metres out from the Pies goal. They're doing all the attacking. They trail by 1 point.
Yeah, the forward line just looks slow to me, Melbourne, at the moment. They're just lacking that recovery when the ball hits the deck.
Cox to do the right work, down to Carmichael. Great smother, Brayshaw. Ricochets out to Nick Dacos. He lost it on the deck. Jackson, hand pass to Neil Bullen. He's monstered by Maynard, front on. Says play on. Viney's locked up and a ball up.
Well done, Maynard. Well done. What a great tackle in today's football.
That is phenomenal. And to not give away a free kick. Brilliant.
Half forward for the Pies. Side bottom from the stoppage. Kicks to Johnson. Sprawling Mark takes it diving forward. And at left half forward, Ash Johnson, the fourth gamer, can go back and put Collingwood in front.
And every Collingwood defender has just run over to Braden Maynard, got around him. He's the reason they've got this shot at goal. That bone-jarring tackle. And Johnson doing what forwards should do. In front, first to move, react. Great play.
Ash Johnson will kick it from 40 metres out. They've hung around all night. Now for the lead. Johnson's got it. Collingwood in front.
Just don't die, do they?
13-4-82. Melbourne 11-11-77. Second lead change of the night. Collingwood by 5 points. 13 played in the fourth.
Well, as I said, that's 5 goals, 2 to 1 goal, 4. So the game is just flipped. There's a belief in this side, and when you have a belief, you do all the things that you're supposed to do. You run the ball, you have numbers, you tackle like Maynard just tackled, you come back on the ground when you saw like Nick Dacos, and all the things come together. Now Melbourne, if Melbourne are going to have any hope in the finals, they've got to respond to this thing.
Yep. Absolutely.
Another nail-biter. Pies fans are saying, just happens every week. They've won 10 in a row by 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 26 and 36. And they currently lead it by 5 points in this final term. D's win it out of the centre. It's a high kick. Gawn in front. Who's there waiting at the back? Brown had to get down and stretch. Neil Bullen dispossessed. Tackled by Pendlebury. Nick Dacos bravely in there as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he's playing on with some cracked ribs, Nick Dacos. And they pile in a tangle of arms and legs 40 metres out directly in front of the D's goal. Kicking to the punt road end in this final term. Tossed up in the air. Gawn and Cox, this time Gawn. Neil Bullen was there, forced to tackle Lipinski, fires out the handball, waiting at the back is Maynard, squeezes the kick, setting off after it is Hunt, right up against the boundary line. And it's McCreery, happy to see it over, and Jaden Hunt. A boundary throw in half forward here for the D's.
That was clever by McCreery, making sure that Hunt touched that footy before it went over the line, because it was under threat of being called insufficient attempt to keep the ball in.
Collingwood have kicked the last 4. They lead it by 5 points midway through the last from the boundary throw-in. Rivers tries to hand it to Viney under pressure. Scooped up by Lipinski. Says play on. Rivers' kick is smothered. Ricochets to Hunt. Bangs it on the boot down to half forward for Melbourne. Gawn breaks free of Howe and takes the mark. He's 60 out though. Chips it inside a congested forward 50. And lands on the chest of Ben Brown. The kick was intended for Fritsch. He mistimed his run, and Brown had it smack him high up on the chest, and he hugs it to himself, and he'll have a set shot. Left forward pocket for Melbourne, 25 out.
Yeah, they had it pretty well covered, Collingwood. It was just a bit of luck, as you called. Corbs fell through a couple of hands and landed on Ben Brown's chest.
Now it's all on Melbourne to go back and win it. Having led for much of the night, they cough up a final quarter lead, and Ben Brown takes it straight back. D's in front by 1, and this incredible game takes another swing. Melbourne by a point, 12-11-83, Collingwood 13-4-82. Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport across the nation. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, we've gone halfway through the quarter in general. Well, actually 43 seconds off halfway. The possession rate is, there's 74 possessions between both sides, which tells me that there is so much heat on. There is very little clear running ball. There is very little... The set plays are all about the stoppages, making sure the sides can't make ground. This is a late September game.
Injury scare for the Pies, Hodgie.
Well, probably their best player for the night is Braden Maynard. He's off. He's got the boot off, the sock off. His right ankle is being re-strapped. It's already been strapped so heavily. He's playing in so much pain, but they're desperate to get him back out there.
Clayton Oliver charges out of the centre, delivers a bouncing ball. Ben Brown can't control it. Spills the way of Sparrow. Gives it to Oliver. The fend off, and then handballs back to Petrarca. The terrific twosome team up, and then over the head of Brown, who had to really leap high. And it'll be a boundary throw in the left forward pocket at the punt road end for the D's. They've snapped into action. 4 in a row to the Pies, put them in front. Ben Brown replies. Twirling ball. Cox in front, straight down to Pendlebury. Throws it on the left boot. Oh, this could be deliberate. Yep. This will be coming back inside 50 for the D's. It will.
I just feel sorry for the defenders there.
Petrarca's going to take it, Mick. He's looking for Gawn. Cozzy was there. Now all the Pies. Murphy, high ball to centre half forward for the D's. May's there. Can't juggle it in the air. A little toe poke from Jamie Elliot. What's he doing all the way down there? McCreery. He's got no one to go to. He's going to handball to himself in a one-on-one contest with Petty. And in the end, it wasn't a bad result for McCreery and the Pies, because he got it on the wing in front of the Pies bench, took off for 20 metres, had no one to go to, and was happy to see it over.
Yeah, it's good to see Goey back at the stoppages. He's been terrific since quarter time.
Melbourne by 1, 18.5 played final term. Cox grabs it out of the right, kicks it forward. Chris had it, lost it, tackled by Petrarca. Petrarca gives it to Oliver, hand pass out to Viney. Back flank, short kick to the wing, and Oliver takes the mark for Melbourne. D's lead it by 1. 19 played final term. In a slow play. Long kick to centre half forward. Underneath it is Rivers. Can't complete the mark. Quainer spoils. Chance on transition for Collingwood. Carmichael to Pendlebury to Crisp. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Kicks inside 50. Crunched in the process. Myercheck and May. May grabs it off the deck. Hand pass to his mate Lever. Gives it to Hibbert. Under pressure but out of the defensive arc. Pickett knocks it away to Langdon. Langdon will go back to Hibbert. Back to Langdon off half back.
Blazes away. Oh, Ben Brown was caught there in a 2-on-2 contest. He ran into his own teammate. Meanwhile, the Pies have got it. It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA. Just when you think the Dacos brothers can't get any better. Stand up, Pies fans. Stand up and soak it in at the MCG. Because it does not get any better than that. Josh with the finish. Pies lead it by 5. 8 minutes to go in this one. 14-4-88 Melbourne, 12-11-83.
Well, it's wonderful footy to watch, Mick, because of how brave both the physical contest is, but how brave the ball use is. They are throwing the ball around Collingwood and risking it getting ripped off them and back down the other end of the ground. But with that bravery is a genuine belief now that if they play that way,
it'll come off.
It'll come off, and they'll kick goals. And that was a wonderful goal from Josh Dacos. Nick gets most of the headlines, but Josh has had a superb year.
Yeah, it's rebounding off that Melbourne forward line. They'd be really disappointed in how that ball has been. This Collingwood have been really easy.
Collingwood by 5. The Gorman throw down to Melbourne again. Oliver to Petrarca to Viney. Their star-studded midfield. He links up with Neil Bullen, who shoots goalward and kicks it. The lead has swung on the last 4 goals in the game. And now it's Melbourne back in front. D's by a point. 21 travelled final term. And this is just getting good. Melbourne 13-11-89, Collingwood 14-4-88. Still 8.5 minutes on the game clock, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Well, we don't want this one to end because we're loving it, but that was beast of the honeypot then from Collingwood.
I was going to say, Neil Bullen was behind the halfback flanker, then had no right to move off him, because when a stoppage like that, and it's a slow stoppage, it's inevitable that if it goes your way, fine, you're defending. If it goes the other way and you're being too aggressive, you're going to lose. And that's exactly what took place. I don't know, was it Dacos that come too far off?
I think so. And it was about 5 Collingwood players went for the one ball. Yeah. It got to the outer ring, and it was all Melbourne, and then Neil Bullen ahead by himself.
Electrifying. Melbourne by 1. Gawn out of the ruck. Grabs it. Kicks it. Pickett in front of Quaynor. Marks. Too far out to score. Turns. Spins. Flicks it wide out in front of Fritsch. Meets it on the bounce. Murphy tries to catch him. Handballs back to Langdon. Side bottom with pressure. Side bottom wins it off Langdon. Handballs to De Goey. Out in space on Neil Bullen. De Goey goes long down the line. Out of bounds on the forwards. Pressure footy. Errors starting to mount. It's tight. It's tense. It's spine-tingling.
What a night at the G. As Oliver marks the kick from Lever, heads down to half forward. Howe puts his fist through it at the back, spills to Josh Dacos, hand pass to Crisp. Hurried kick in the front half for Collingwood. Meyer checks onto it, hand pass to De Goey, short kick, McCreary marks. Open forward 50. He's got 2 one-on-ones deep. He kicks in the direction of Johnson. He got a shove in the back against Paddy. Free kick, Johnson.
Yeah, bad mistake. He panicked in that kick.
He didn't need to do the push.
No, not at all.
He had one palm in the number 4, the other palm right in the middle of the 0 on his back.
So that's a very, very panicky situation. Ball comes in quick. What do? Your man's leading up on the football. All you have to do is, what he should have done was just shoulder to shoulder, and you know what? You put the fist
with
there.
him.
Yeah, you fly with him.
Leader swung on the last 4 goals. A chance to make it 5 here. Collingwood to take back the lead in a seesawing final term. Johnson has dobbed it. You've got to play the minutes to beat them. Collingwood by 5. 24 travelled final term. And the words of Craig McRae ringing out across the footy world. Again, it's Collingwood by less than a kick. Deep into time on final term. Magpies 15-4-94. Melbourne 13-11-89.
Can you imagine what's going through Ash Johnson's head?
Oh, yeah.
He's kicked 4 goals in front of, 80,000 people. 2 versus 3 on the ladder on a monster Friday night.
Yeah.
What a performance.
And where was I in March, April and May?
Brilliant play.
It just, what I took with 5 minutes to go, but it just appears that Collingwood are doing enough and can control the back half. That's the thing that's been the big difference, is that when it goes to Collingwood's forward line, you almost expect to score. It goes to Melbourne's forward line, a bit iffy.
Pies by 5 points. The bounce favours the D's. Oliver, Viney, spinning, turning, delivering long to a pack, waiting at the back, Quaynor. He thought about giving the handball off, instead to a one-on-one. McCreary out in front, strong mark. In front of Rivers, who just puts one fist into his other hand. Disgusted with himself that he was beaten in a one-on-one contest. So McCreary now across half-back. 5 lead changes in this final term. Collingwood by 5 points. Kicks to a pack at half forward. All the land of the Giants it was. They were all there. No one could take it in the air. Jordan's tackled to the ground. They pile in. Hands on hips, hands on knees, everywhere you look right across this ground. These players are exhausted. And they've still got 6 minutes and 13 seconds to play. Tossed up, Gawn, straight to De Goey, tackled, not going anywhere.
Oliver's the one for Melbourne, so he's had 39 disposals this game, 11 this quarter. He's their only one who's driving them out of the middle of the ground at the moment.
Lead changes on the last 5 goals as Gawn wins the hit out. Down towards Crisp, though, the Pies. Hand pass to Cameron. Hooks a kick to half forward. On the bounce, Petty up the meter. He left it behind. McCreary grabs it for Collingwood. Tries to break free of the Hunt tackle. He can't. Ball up. 60 out from the Pies goal. Melbourne led it by 23, early stages of the third term. It's now Collingwood by 5, 26 travelled final term. Still over 5 minutes on the game clock from the ball up. Jordan hands it to Viney, kicks along the boundary line. Brown shoved off it. Howe's grabbed it, shakes a Brayshaw tackle, still with Howe. Hand pass off the boot of Brown. Was it on the full? No. Boundary throw in right on halfway. What a night at the footy. Second versus third. Winner goes a game clear in the top two with just 2 weeks left in the home and away season. Collingwood by 5 points from the boundary throw-in. Cameron wins it down to De Goey. Kicks a high ball to half forward for the Pies. Lever over the back. Mays in front. His partner in crime takes the intercept mark. Half back for Melbourne trying to reload. He chips to centre half back and Salem takes the mark. He now switches out to the opposite back flank for Petty.
Yeah, Collingwood got this covered very, very well. Melbourne on the switch, had nothing to go to. Now it becomes a one-on-one, and aerially, Collingwood are doing very, very well.
Yes, they are. Great timing, Mick, because Maynard takes the mark. Moore did well aerially to hold out a couple of demons. So Maynard to Noble, to Nick Dacos, Lipinski going back with the flight. Hunt came in late.
See, that's a brave kick.
It is, and
for
it's a
takeoff.
yes,
and brave mark.
And a brave mark.
Too, Kel.
You're running out of superlatives to describe Nick Dacos. So here goes Lipinski, inside 50, left forward pocket, big pack flies, Johnson's there, tackled to the ground. Ball doesn't squirt out of there, does it? No, the umpire eventually blows his whistle.
And just structurally, right now Collingwood have got numbers outside 50, so the ball just keep coming back in. Melbourne have got a couple, but they're not structured up.
So Brayshaw is just going to hack it out of there. Brown rises high. Moore did really well. Moore still takes after it. Little flick there from Chris. Spinning around into tackle was Lipinski. Still a ball to be won. Pickett does well. In there was Brown. Bodies flying everywhere. Still side bottom picks up the Sherrin and kicks into space, and Chris runs onto it. And he's got it just outside 50 and a step in from the boundary line.
He's got plenty of numbers outside 50 if he wants to go find Pendlebury for a start-off. He's just wandering on the 50-metre line.
Collingwood by 5 points. A crowd of 70,956 on the edge of their seat. He goes to the hot spot. Waiting at the back there is Petty. Viney wants the free. Thought he was taken high. Wins the free against Jamie Elliot. It'll be a free to Jack Viney, last line of defence. There's 3.5 minutes to go in this ball game.
Still plenty of time, but the game's being played in Collingwood's front half as Viney kicks it to Hibbert in the back pocket, drives it long to half back. Jordan outnumbered, has to settle for a neutral ball. Over the boundary line it goes, and a throw in, 55 out from the Collingwood goal.
So I'm not sure about Melbourne's setup. Brown out coming up the ground really doesn't give you ground coverage. Melsham does. He seems to be wanting to go to Moore all the time.
Pies by 5, looks a long way from home for Melbourne from the throw-in. Gone down to Oliver, kicks down the wing. Fritsch went without it, wrestles it from Maynard. Bianco, heavy tackle, ball spits out, ump says play on. Viney's hand pass ends up with Oliver. Hand pass to Jordan, links up with Brayshaw, spins out of a tackle, floats a kick down the wing. There's only black and white jumpers. And Bianco takes the intercept mark. We're into the final 3 minutes. Collingwood by 5 points. Lead changes on the last 5 goals in the game.
It's Collingwood time. This is what they do. Bianco down the line, flying high was May. Gawn tries to do what the midfielders should be doing. McCreery to himself. Crisp eventually says, I'll take it, thanks. Wrenches it clear. Kicks towards the top of the goal square. Bouncing ball. Lever goes in. Lipinski's got him for company. Umpire blows his whistle. A ball up 40 metres out directly in front of Collingwood's goal. Kicking to the city end in this final term.
Gee, their tackling has been impressive too. Ferocious and really sticking the tackles against the D's players.
Collingwood by 5 points. Gawn slaps it out of there. Only as far as side bottom. Back to Crisp. Curls it around on the left. Bouncing ball! Hits the post. Ooh. No one was in the goal square. A bounce and it hits the post. And it's Collingwood by 6.
May to Hibbert, who marks at half-back, tries to pull the trigger to Petrarca. Can't mark, stands up in the tackle. Going without it. Harney's pinged holding the ball.
Oh, that's a shocker.
I reckon he's been pinged for incorrect disposal, but
he didn't
again, there's no prior opportunity.
No.
He was caught in a two-man tackle. The ball came out. And Petrarca has coughed up possession. And Scott Pendlebury says everyone go long down the line. He takes the free on the front edge of the centre square and then just chips it across the ground to Nick Dacos.
Well, you know Dacos is going to use the ball well.
Final 2 minutes. Collingwood by 6 points. 32 travelled final term. Kicks inside 50. They all miss it. Off hands. It spills through the Pies' way. There's a pack which forms in the forward pocket. McCreary's involved up by a circle. Says I'll have it and the ball up.
I reckon one point will do it for the Pies.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Melbourne have got the capability of having two scores.
Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling joining us on Grandstand AFL this Friday night fixture. Absolutely fabulous. Collingwood by 6 points. Tossed up in the air. It zings around in there. No one can pick it up. Tired bodies. Look at Oliver. He's on all fours.
42 touches Clayton Oliver has had.
Slow to rise. A ball up again. 45-degree angle, 15 metres out from the Pies goal. It's Cameron and Gawn. Cameron, Dacos, Josh was there. Had it, lost it. Oliver, no. Charging in, Hibbert. Comes out to Hunt. Hunt is tackled. Now Elliot tries to get around Gawn right up against the boundary line. And Max with the quick reflexes. And handball, he smacks the Sherrin over the boundary. So a boundary throw in deep into the attacking 50 for the Pies. Collingwood by 6 points. There's 1 minute and 6 seconds left on the clock.
In it comes. Cameron wins it down. Oliver knocks it forward. Brayshaw takes the hit from McCreary. Got a hand pass out, but it's back in dispute. Brayshaw into the back of Bianco. The footy's with Josh Dacos, though. No whistle from the umpire. Everyone stopped. Still a rolling maul inside the Collingwood forward 50. And now he says, I'll have it, a ball up. You can throw a blanket over 15 players around the footy. 45 out from the Collingwood goal at the City end.
Jeremy Howe way back for the Pies as that final man in defence.
Magpies by a goal. Up it goes. Josh Dacos, kick smothered. Viney had it, lost it. Still there to be won. Half forward for the Pies. They all burrow in again.
This is impressive.
That's 28 seconds. Yeah. That ball has not moved. This is gridiron rugby union. The best. Yep, wind the clock.
Listen to the crowd, Mick. This will bring back memories for you. All the Pies fans up on their feet, willing this team over the line. 29 seconds. It's Collingwood by 6 points. Noble gets it. Kicks inside 50. A bouncing ball. May squeezes the kick out. It's been chopped off. Chopped off by Crisp. Crisp has taken the mark at centre half forward. He's within range. They lead it by 6 points. And the seconds tick down. Play goes on. 6, 5, 4. Believe, Pies fans, believe, because they've done it again. From 23 points down, they're going to win it. Crisp with a shot after the siren. From 55, he sends it on its way. It's touched on the line. It's through for a behind. They win it by 7. It's 11 straight for the Collingwood Football Club. They're fast, they're frenetic, they're bloody fabulous, this team.
Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the Americas are shouting as all Americas should. All the premierships are kingdom for the good old Collingwood.
15-6-96 to Melbourne, 13-11-89 in front of 70,956. The coach believes, the players believe, and after 11 straight, the fans, as you look around this magnificent stadium, they believe this is a team that can win the premiership this year. It was the Pies by 7 points.
Side by side they stick together. shouting as old America's strong. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Goal kickers tonight. Jamie Elliot in his 150th finished with 4. Ash Johnson, who no one had ever heard of over a month ago, has finished with 4. DeGoey, Cox, Myercheck, McCreary, Lipinski and Josh Dacos. For the Ds, well, Fritsch finished with a couple and then they were all individual goal kickers. Melbourne by 8 at quarter time, by as much as 23 in that second term, by 17 at half-time, by 7 at three-quarter time. And Collingwood, like they've done so much, the fast-finishing Pies, kicking to finish by 7 points in the end. And soak this in, Collingwood fans that couldn't make it to the MCG. It reminds you of 2018, it reminds you of 2010.
The Collingwood chant going up around the MCG. Underdogs in 10 of their 20 games this year, so they've been the outsiders as much as they've been the favourites coming in. Comebacks in 7 of their last 8 games, they've come from 3 goals or more behind. They do it again tonight to come from behind. Thrillers. So all of a sudden now we're up to 10 games that they've won by under 2 goals. And most importantly, winners. They've won again, 11 in a row, 15-5, a game clear in the top 2 with 2 rounds left in the season. What's not to love, Cameron Ling?
Well, exactly right, Corbs. Unbelievable performance. I tipped Melbourne before the game. I tipped them again at three-quarter time. I don't think I've ever been more happy to be proven completely wrong because it's contagious the way Collingwood play.
Yep.
They have a crack. The bodies are going in everywhere. You got Braden Maynard and some of the most bravest, toughest players running around out there. But then they play with a dare and excitement and it's just a wonderful style of football. And even the way they're enjoying this win when the Collingwood chant went up and a few of the players are raising their hands saying, give us more, let's all enjoy this together. It is terrific to watch because at times over the last few years we've all said, oh, you know, some games get a bit too dour, it's super defensive, it's this, it's that. But when you see a game played like that, you realise we are very, very lucky to be front row, the best sport in the world in my eyes.
Oh, that was a brilliant display of sport, you're right, Lee. Look, the Pies fans are not leaving. They haven't moved. And the players, we don't see this, that they're embracing it. I mean, Darcy Moore's taken the headband and the hair out, and he's throwing both arms up in the air as he runs to the pocket at the city end, and he's saying more, more, more. And they're going around and high-fiving everyone. And why would you leave as Pies fans? I mean, for people that have, like I said earlier, that have hated Collingwood for so long, Lingy, it's really hard to hate them at the moment.
And I'll tell you who you can't hate. Craig McRae. All year, every time he speaks, the way that he interacts with his players, the way that he embraces the boldness, and as he keeps saying, I don't want you to play boring footy. Get out there and attack.
Yeah. Mick, how much are his fingerprints on this? So you've obviously coached more games than anyone else. What do you see that is a direct cause and effect between Craig McRae and this team?
Well, I've said now for the last probably 6 or 7 weeks, there's an element of confidence that you take into it. Let's say the game is 100 points.
Yep.
Confidence is generally around about 10 because, you know, there's skill and there's this and there's grounds and so forth. He has instilled this total confidence in him, in his team, where they believe. And I've just seen players with growth. I mean, Cox, you can argue that Grundy will take his place at some stage, but he is a far better player than what he was last year. If you go through the list,
Darcy Cameron is having an incredible season.
Oh, absolutely. Lipinski has come along. Nick Dacos has come along. So they're 2 players that are new. Johnson, of course, jumps and kicks 4. And we've seen players like Quain on the half-back flank. He is so sound.
McCreary, Murphy, all these types of players.
Elliot.
Yep.
Elliot's believing in himself again. And I reckon Pendlebury's grown. Look, I've called for, Steele Solbram. I just did an article on, who should retire. I thought Steele's dropped off a lot, but looking tonight, he sets so much up, and he was able to do that again with young players around him. I thought you asked the question about McRae. He is let's take not only the confidence, his game style is reminiscent of the press. They press up. Well, that's why Melbourne couldn't score in the end. They pressed up so hard and had a good layer behind that no one, when Melbourne got it, they couldn't score.
All duck and no dinner. They stuffed the duck. They roasted the duck. Stuck the fork in the duck, and now they're going to. The poor duck is going to certainly. They're going to sit down and enjoy it in the rooms right now.
I reckon there might be a Uber meal coming someone's way.
Yes, I think there might be as well.
Just a tweet from the Collingwood Football Club just stating quack moments ago. Let's head into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
This is wild. How good is this? 11 straight wins. For the 15th time, the Pies will sing the song. I don't want to preempt it because it's like a finals room down here. There are so many people, so many families. Scott Pendlebury just making sure we're waiting. Billy Elliot, he's got half his family, I think, are here, so he's made sure he's patted everyone. And he is going to be the last. I think he's checking for his nephew or his niece. I think they were both here. They ran through the banner with him. I think he's trying to find out where they are. And now he's going to get them. So the whole Collingwood song is waiting for Jamie Elliott in his 150th game.
How's Nick Dacos looking, Hodgie?
He's just run back out of the rooms looking for his nephew and his niece.
Jamie can do what he wants
now
tonight.
He's got them. How good's this? So he's bringing them back. When the rest of the room realise that they're here, they'll roar. So he's got his nephew and his niece. They join the song. His poor little niece is next to Mason Cox. It's unfortunate. Here we go. This will be enormous. They are riding some ridiculous ride, these Magpies. We will speak to Jeremy Howe in just a moment, guys. So what a moment to be in these rooms. What a night at the footy.
Oh, Cole Blimey, all right. Just a 6-win team last year. They finished second last. They're second on the ladder, Collingwood, with 2 games left in the home and away season and an 11-game win streak. So the question coming in was, do they belong at this level, Lingy? Are they in sort of premiership contention? And perhaps not enough was made of their record against top 8 teams. So they led Geelong here for large periods and by a big margin. Cats mowed them down, lost by 2 goals. They took Brisbane close up north, way back on Holy Thursday, Easter weekend, lost by 7 points. Haven't played Sydney as yet. So that's 3 other teams in the top 8. And the other 4, they've beaten the reigning premiers twice, both times coming from behind to do it. They beat St Kilda way back in round 1. They beat Carlton here in a close finish in front of 80,000. And they went to Perth and beat the Dockers in the rain when no one was beating Fremantle. That's not a bad setup against top 8 teams.
Yeah, and lost 5, and one of them to West Coast.
Amazing.
Yeah,
who'd have thought when West Coast were being beaten by everybody?
Yeah.
It feels like tonight that was a different sort of game. I know there's been thrillers, but that was a pretty special performance by Collingwood against a Melbourne team, the reigning premiers, who were right on. And they took it up to them and knocked them off.
Let's go straight back into the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges.
Jeremy Howe has been good enough to come over and join us. Jeremy, we're live on ABC Grandstand. Describe the emotions right now you've got.
It's hard. I was just saying to Darcy, even coming off, just the excitement of that, probably even the first quarter, the last quarter, like it's probably one of the most enjoyable games we've been a part of. It's probably easy to say that when you're on the right side of it, but even chatting to a couple of D's boys, it was a hell of a game. Momentum swings left, right, and we're just lucky to get on the right side of it again.
Can you believe what this team is managing week after week after week? People still doubt you, and you do go and do that and knock off the Premier for a second time this year, 11 straight wins.
Yeah, look, it's great. You know, we've got an incredible amount of belief as a group, and I feel like I said it even pre-game, we're doing it in different ways every week, and you know, tonight was just another example of that. And you know, Melbourne clearly been an outstanding team the last couple of years, and the game probably didn't look the way that we wanted in patches a little bit, but we're able to work our way through that and then get the dub.
I'll let the boys upstairs talk to you about the game, but can I talk about you? I saw you Tuesday night. You're in at Fox Footy and you said, I don't think I'll be able to get up for this game. You're limping around, your backside, your hip, your groin, everything was hurting. How did you get up and how did you get through that game?
Yeah, look, the club obviously looked after me throughout the week. Like, I didn't have to do a hell of a lot of training, so I just had to prove myself by about Thursday. A few strong anti-inflammatories obviously did the trick, and look, I wasn't cherry ripe, but well and truly, good enough to play, and just a low-key week for me, and able to get up for the game.
It's an amazing vibe in this room, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's so good, and just like we've done all year, get the families on board. Billy's, I think he had his nephew and his niece in for the song, so it's just great to be a part of, and we're building something pretty special.
It's magnificent to have Jeremy for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Howie, congratulations on the win. It was a special game of footy. It was a wonderful performance. Can I ask, half-time, what got reset? What flipped the game around? Because I know they hadn't got a hold of you on the scoreboard, but I think in general play they well and truly had the game in the second quarter. What turned around so much that you guys could get the game back completely on your terms?
Yeah, I guess, they were heavily in the positive inside 50s, and, probably what we were doing with the ball. We probably weren't as aggressive enough and probably playing a little bit too straight at times, and, the influence of Gorney and May intercepting the ball, and they're probably coming back just as quick and probably put us a bit under the pump, but just try to get the ball off the line, be a little bit more daring, try and make them work without the footy for a little bit, and I thought we managed to do that a lot better in the second half.
And Jordan De Goey was a big part of that. We felt up here in the box. I think it was part of a midfield that was beaten in the second quarter. But his second half ended up with 9 clearances, 25 touches, and such dynamic clearances. Have you just sensed him feel even more comfortable playing as that basically a permanent midfielder now?
Oh, if you ask him, he'd prefer to probably play in there, to be honest. He's he's moving exceptionally well. I think the time that he had off with his quad injury, he was able to get a lot of work in, come back fit, and he's moving as good as I've seen him in a long time, and you've only got to see how powerful and explosive he is around stoppage, and that's probably an area that we've been lacking in a little bit, so he definitely has some good influence in there for sure.
Jeremy, congratulations. Look, the football was just fantastic tonight. What a great advertisement for our game. Just on the actual game structure, I'm just reading some stats out to Lingy, and we've got Melbourne plus 93 possessions, plus 24 inside 50s, plus 20 clearances, plus 24 contested ball. Tell us, how do you win those games? You win the games when they're like that. And I know you used the full ground because, Collingwood have been very good at moving that ball around, but well, you go through it. And also, can you just touch on the coach a bit, because he just seems to have given you so much confidence.
Yeah, I guess I don't think we've been leading the charge in contested possession and clearances overly too much throughout the season, but we back ourselves to be able to intercept the ball and probably start our momentum almost off the half back line. And the mids changed the game, especially in that second half. They ended up getting to work, and like I said before, I feel like we're a pretty low possession side, but we've got to be trying to go back at opposition relatively quickly. And understand sometimes it doesn't work against good defences like Melbourne. We're probably going too straight at times and they'll intercept it back. But we just get pretty creative with the ball. Like we don't coach it a hell of a lot. Our defence is probably where it's at, and all the boys tip into that, and it's just nice to be able to have some freedom with the ball in hand.
And what about your coach? Can I just say, just ask you about Craig? What his demeanour is for the press and for all the public is very quiet. He's done it himself as a player, and does that roll off into the rooms? Is he the confidence part of things? You just seem to be. You guys just say, well, okay, throw us what you can. We're going to beat you anyway.
Yeah, he's got it's credit to him and his assistants as well, and the development guys. They've done a hell of a job over the pre-season and get us ready. But it's probably just he's tipped into the relationship side of things so much, and he just gets guys in the right optimal state of mind to perform, and he makes them feel good. That's a big part of it, I feel, and guys feel confident within their roles. There's a fair bit of clarity in that. He's a big believer in that, and just the family side is so inclusive. It almost feels like a country footy team at times, where we've got meetings, but then there's families and that just float around the club at the same time. So it's a great feel and, building something special.
Hey, Howie, we've just seen on the TV in our box up here that tackle of Braden Maynard on Alex Neil-Bullen. Have you seen many better tackles than that in your entire life?
Oh, he's just a statement player. Like, he just somehow comes up with these unbelievable statements, and that was just another one. I think poor Nibbler was on the receiving end of a few big tackles tonight, and no bigger than the one from Bruzzy, because you certainly don't want to get in his way, that's for sure.
Jeremy, if someone said to you, how have you done it in one off-season? So you're a 6-win team last year, finished second last, and now all of a sudden you're a game clear in the top 2 with 2 rounds left. What do you tell them? How have you done it?
Oh, we've just done the way we've been educated throughout the pre-season. There's been a lot of, we just did a lot of breakdown drills. We didn't just do your technically where you just go straight into match sim, second week of pre-season. We did so many breakdown drills. And the way that the coaches articulated it to the players obviously just gave us great clarity. I think there was a real premium on role playing and what that looks like, and the coaches have been tipping into that so heavily. We did do some really long weeks with some meetings, but they've clearly been beneficial for us, and just the excitement that that it gives us, and the freedom within our role at the same time. And I think guys are really shining throughout that.
Hey, Jeremy, it's Kelly Underwood upstairs. Not bad for a one-trick pony. It's a pretty good trick, or is it a pretty good pony?
Yeah, well, we probably touched on it before. So we seem to do it in different ways. So maybe we might lose that tag after tonight.
No, I don't think you ever deserved that tag at all. Did it get a little mention before the game or not?
I'd be lying to say if it wasn't on the whiteboard before we ran out. So. But I thought he got what he deserved in the first 30 seconds of the game anyway.
Brilliant.
Jeremy, congratulations. It's a joy to watch the way that Collingwood's going about it at the moment. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, lads. Cheers. Thanks.
As suspected, Mick, was on the whiteboard.
Well, I don't think you can let something like that go.
No.
I think everyone in the club would have heard it and known it, and Langdon paid for it, didn't he? I think they went at him. It
was Maynard again. Maynard got him in at the start of the game, then got Neil-Bullen with that tackle.
Yeah.
He's sporting a massive big bump on his cheekbone, Maynard.
Well, it's incredible. Not only... Kel, I call this probably in the third quarter. I just thought that the ball's rebounding so quickly. And I just read those figures out before, how many times Melbourne have had it in plus 24 and 50s. But, some of those are so insignificant. It's not even if you go plus 30. It's more, do you hold it in there? And Collingwood's ability to get the ball on the ground and run the ball out started to take place in that third quarter. And by the last quarter, it was more luck. What did they score, Melbourne? 2 goals. It was more luck than anything else they were able to score, because Big Ben Brown couldn't defend the ball. As much as Max Gorn tries his hard at, he couldn't defend the football. I didn't think Pickett defended it. Who else was up there? They just didn't defend the ball. And down the other end, Elliot's got probably 2 goals from tackles. Probably 2. He may have even got a third. And then you look at the tackles around the ground. That's the big thing that, of all the things that Melbourne won, they lost the tackle count by 12. Now, sometimes when you get a lot of tackles, sometimes you haven't got the footy, so you're tackling. They didn't have the football. 93 possessions more to Melbourne. But the possessions rate, as we just said then, Lingy, if I said to you the top possession getters on the ground are Oliver with 42, Petrarca 36, Brayshaw 32 and Max Gorn 31, you go, well, how much did Melbourne win by? But Collingwood take that away from you. They take away your dominance, because what the next layer up is they're still going to kick it. And if they kick it and the ball hits the deck, they bring it back.
Can I get real nerdy for us, just for 1 sec on some stats? Melbourne had 201 kicks, 208 handballs. Now, that's not even a 1-to-1 ratio. That's going the other way. So normally you're working on about 1.2 kicks to handball ratio. About 1.2, 1.3.
Yep.
Collingwood, 217 kicks, 99 handballs.
Yeah, so it's 1 in 3.
Yeah, so 2 really, really clearly distinct styles of football. I know which one. I don't want to take too much away from Melbourne, because I thought they were really good and so strong and they're tough, and they made that spectacle excellent as well. But I know which one I'd prefer. I'd prefer the one that is prepared to take the ball forward. Couple of handballs, flick it out, get someone out and in space, and then a Nick Dacos kicking the footy or a De Goey kicking the footy or a Crisp. It gives them so many opportunities to score because it's dangerous, fast movement.
I've got a couple of quick things to hit on before we go.
Just very quickly to both of to Mick and Lingy. So what about Melbourne now? I mean, they thrashed the Lions here, 6 weeks ago, then dropped one to the Cats, look ordinary, fall over the line against Port Adelaide, drop one to the Dogs. Then they thrash Fremantle and they drop one to the Pies. They've got Carlton and the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba to come.
They're still very good.
Can they still win the premiership?
Well, they probably can, but I'll just say I reckon they leave too much up to too few.
Yep. Got to fix that forward line as well.
Well, and, you know, as sad as it may be, I know Wiedemann's been in and out and dropped and this sort of stuff, but Ben Brown has kicked his 2 goals. But if he's outside the front 50, he might take the occasional mark, but as I said before the game started, more often than not, the ball's on the deck more than it is marked. So, therefore, he then becomes a massive liability because he can't get the ball there, particularly if you've got Gawn and also... Well, Gawn's not too bad, but Jackson... Because Fritsch is not getting involved in the game. He's on the end of good play. He never creates good play. So that's the only forward up there that actually can say on the end of it, where are the playmakers? They haven't got an Elliot. They don't have a Ginnivan. They don't have who else was on the forward? Well, they don't have a Johnson. Mind you, Johnson's on the end of it too. I shouldn't say him. But Collingwood have got, Geelong have got.
Cameron, Stengel, Hawkins, that sort of combination.
Yeah, no, I was going to say who else has got that.
Carlton have got the Curnow.
Yeah, but it's more than that, Ling. You've got to have the balance. Like, it's okay to have Curnow and Mackay, but have they got 2 or 3 around the ground? Have they got like Elliot now? All of a sudden he attracts one of the better players. Johnson falls out and kicks 4 goals. And if he doesn't do that, then Ginnivan kicks goals. And then you put Dacos down there and he might kick goals. So Melbourne, to me, got everyone up last year. This year they're getting between 10 and 15 up. The last 5 or 6 or 7 are not playing well enough against the top sides.
Very quickly, has this changed your thinking in the hierarchy? So if they met in a qualifying final in 3 weeks' time, who are you picking? Having now seen Collingwood come from behind twice and beat
qualifying, I'd go for the Pies.
Yep.
I think they worry size out of controlling the ball.
Lingy? You're not going to tip Melbourne. You can't say Melbourne.
Can't say it now. There's too many Collingwood supporters listening in their cars as they're leaving the MCG.
What else you have to see, Lingy?
Everyone else loves me. Everyone's fallen in love with the Pies except one man.
No, I am in love with them. I'm in love with Craig McRae. I love what he's doing for this competition as well. I think other teams are trying to play with that speed and energy as well. It's fantastic.
I might try and get a black and white Guernsey on you before the end of the season.
Never.
Give me the vote, Slingy, in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Because of his bravery, his ball use, what he did off half-back, I'm giving Nick Dacos 1 vote. Jamie Elliott with his 4 goals. I just thought he was superb. Commanding performance in the air, on the ground, pressure as well, as you said, Mick. He was just always there. And 3 votes, you put it on it. I thought he was good in the first quarter, beaten badly in the second quarter. You put it on him. You put the circle around him. I thought Jordan De Goey's performance in that second half was commanding. 25 touches, 9 clearances, a goal, 6 score involvements. Superb game from Jordan De Goey. If he does that every single week, then he deservedly gets into that conversation, the top 10 in the competition, rather than being there prematurely like he's been for the last few years.
Great job, Cal, Lingy, Mick. Thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs as well, to Adam back in the studio, to Jules and Craig for holding it down. I felt like that was everything we wanted it to be coming here tonight.
It was fantastic. And who would have guessed that they could win that many games in a row less than 2 goals?
Well, that is 7 in a row by under 2 goals and 9 for the season. Which there'd never before been a single side in VFL AFL history that had won 8. And now they've been able to surpass that by 2. It's phenomenal, the position that they find themselves in. This has been Grandstand AFL from the MCG. We're off and running in round 21. So tomorrow morning, WA time, Sports Talk with Mick Moldhouse, so he'll be there. And, of course, it is the lead from 12 noon and from 11 a.m. SA Grandstand in South Australia.
I think we're talking to the great Peter Hudson tomorrow on the lead, which would be fantastic.
Sing us out, Lingy.
Because the show
Pies home by 7.
As all barricas should. All the premierships are cake for the good old Collingwood.
We come in on a crowded train.